1,000 Deaths by Jack London. I had been in the water about an hour, and cold, exhausted, with a terrible cramp in my right calf, it seemed as though my hour had come. Fruitlessly struggling against a strong ebb tide, I had beheld the maddening procession of the waterfront lights slip by, but now I gave up attempting to breast the stream, and contented myself with the bitter thoughts of a wasted career now drawing to a close. It had been my luck to come of good English stock, but of parents whose account with the bankers far exceeded their knowledge of child nature and the rearing of children. While born with a silver spoon in my mouth, the blessed atmosphere of the home circle was to me unknown. My father, a very learned man and a celebrated antiquarian, gave no thought to his family, being constantly lost in the abstractions of his study, while my mother, noted far more for her good looks than her good sense, sated herself with the adulation of the society in which she was perpetually plunged. I went through the regular school and college routine of a boy of the English bourgeois, and as the years brought me increasing strength and passions, my parents suddenly became aware that I was possessed of an immortal soul, and endeavoured to draw the curb. But it was too late. I perpetrated the wildest and most audacious folly, and was disowned by my people, ostracized by the society I had so long outraged, and, with the £1,000 my father gave me, with the declaration that he would neither see me again nor give me more, I took a first-class passage to Australia. Since then my life had been one long peregrination, from the Orient to the Occident, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, to find myself at last, an able seaman at 30, in the full vigour of my manhood, drowning in San Francisco Bay because of a disastrously successful attempt to desert my ship. My right leg was drawn up by the cramp, and I was suffering the keenest agony. A slight breeze stirred up a choppy sea, which washed into my mouth and down my throat, nor could I prevent it. Though I still contrived to keep afloat, it was merely mechanical, for I was rapidly becoming unconscious. I have a dim recollection of drifting past the sea-wall and of catching a glimpse of an up-river steamer's starboard light. Then everything became a blank. I heard the low hum of insect life, and felt the balmy air of a spring morning fanning my cheek. Gradually it assumed a rhythmic flow, to whose soft pulsations my body seemed to respond. I floated on the gentle bosom of a summer's sea, rising and falling with dreamy pleasure on each crooning wave. But the pulsations grew stronger, the humming louder, the waves larger, fiercer. I was dashed about on a stormy sea. A great agony fastened upon me. Brilliant, intermittent sparks of light flashed athwart my inner consciousness. In my ears there was a sound of many waters, then a sudden snapping of an intangible something, and I awoke. The scene of which I was protagonist was a curious one. A glance sufficed to inform me that I lay on the cabin floor of some gentleman's yacht in a most uncomfortable posture. On either side, grasping my arms and working them up and down like pump handles, were two peculiarly clad, dark-skinned creatures. Though conversant with most aboriginal types, I could not conjecture their nationality. Some attachment had been fastened about my head, which connected my respiratory organs with the machine I shall next describe. My nostrils, however, had been closed, forcing me to breathe through the mouth. Foreshortened by the obliquity of my line of vision, I beheld two tubes, similar to small hosing, but of different composition, which emerged from my mouth and went off at an acute angle from each other. The first came to an abrupt termination and lay on the floor beside me. The second traversed the floor in numerous coils, connecting with the apparatus I have promised to describe. In the days before my life had become tangential, I had dabbled not a little in science, and, conversant with the appurtenances and general paraphernalia of the laboratory, I appreciated the machine I now beheld. It was composed chiefly of glass, the construction being of that crude sort which is employed for experimentative purpose. A vessel of water was surrounded by an air chamber, to which was fixed a vertical tube surmounted by a globe. In the center of this was a vacuum gauge. The water in the tube moved upward and downward, creating alternate inhalations and exhalations, which were in turn communicated to me through the hose. With this, and the aid of the men who pumped my arms so vigorously, had the process of breathing been artificially carried on, my chest rising and falling, and my lungs expanding and contracting, till nature could be persuaded to again take up her wonted labor. As I opened my eyes, the appliance about my head, nostrils, and mouth was removed. Draining a stiff 3 fingers of brandy, I staggered to my feet to thank my preserver, and confronted my father. But long years of fellowship with danger had taught me self-control, and I waited to see if he would recognize me. Not so. He saw in me no more than a runaway sailor, and treated me accordingly. Leaving me to the care of the blackies, he fell to revising the notes he had made on my resuscitation. As I ate of the handsome fare served up to me, confusion began on deck, and from the shanties of the sailors and the rattling of blocks and tackles, I surmised that we were getting under way. What a lark! Off on a cruise with my recluse father to the wide Pacific! Little did I realize, as I laughed to myself, which side the joke was to be on. Had I known, I would have plunged overboard, and welcomed the dirty forecastle from which I had just escaped. I was not allowed on deck till we had sunk the Farallones and the last pilot boat. I appreciated this forethought on the part of my father, and made it a point to thank him heartily, in my bluff seaman's manner. I could not suspect that he had his own ends in view, in thus keeping my presence secret to all save the crew. He told me briefly of my rescue by his sailors, assuring me that the obligation was on his side, as my appearance had been most opportune. He had constructed the apparatus for the vindication of a theory concerning certain biological phenomena, and had been waiting for an opportunity to use it. "You have proved it beyond all doubt," he said, then added with a sigh, "but only in the small matter of drowning." But, to take a reef in my yarn, he offered me an advance of £2 on my previous wages to sail with him, and this I considered handsome, for he really did not need me. Contrary to my expectations, I did not join the sailors' mess forward, being assigned to a comfortable stateroom, and eating at the captain's table. He had perceived that I was no common sailor, and I resolved to take this chance for reinstating myself in his good graces. I wove a fictitious past to account for my education and present position, and did my best to come in touch with him. I was not long in disclosing a predilection for scientific pursuits, nor he in appreciating my aptitude. I became his assistant, with a corresponding increase in wages, and before long, as he grew confidential and expounded his theories, I was as enthusiastic as himself. The days flew quickly by, for I was deeply interested in my new studies, passing my waking hours in his well-stocked library, or listening to his plans, and aiding him in his laboratory work. But we were forced to forego many enticing experiments, a rolling ship not being exactly the proper place for delicate or intricate work. He promised me, however, many delightful hours in the magnificent laboratory for which we were bound. He had taken possession of an uncharted South Sea island, as he said, and turned it into a scientific paradise. We had not been on the island long before I discovered the horrible mare's nest I had fallen into. But before I describe the strange things which came to pass, I must briefly outline the causes which culminated in as startling an experience as ever fell to the lot of man. Late in life, my father had abandoned the musty charms of antiquity, and succumbed to the more fascinating ones embraced under the general head of biology. Having been thoroughly grounded during his youth in the fundamentals, he rapidly explored all the higher branches as far as the scientific world had gone, and found himself on the no-man's land of the unknowable. It was his intention to preempt some of this unclaimed territory, and it was at this stage of his investigations that we had been thrown together. Having a good brain, though I say it to myself, I had mastered his speculations and methods of reasoning, becoming almost as mad as himself. But I should not say this. The marvelous results we afterward obtained can only go to prove his sanity. I can but say that he was the most abnormal specimen of cold-blooded cruelty I have ever seen. After having penetrated the dual mysteries of physiology and psychology, his thought had led him to the verge of a great field, for which, the better to explore, he began studies in higher organic chemistry, pathology, toxicology, and other sciences and sub-sciences, rendered kindred as accessories to his speculative hypotheses. Starting from the proposition that the direct cause of the temporary and permanent arrest of vitality was due to the coagulation of certain elements and compounds in the protoplasm, he had isolated and subjected these various substances to innumerable experiments. Since the temporary arrest of vitality in an organism brought coma, and a permanent arrest death, he held that by artificial means this coagulation of the protoplasm could be retarded, prevented, and even overcome in the extreme states of solidification. Or, to do away with the technical nomenclature, he argued that death, when not violent and in which none of the organs had suffered injury, was merely suspended vitality, and that, in such instances, life could be induced to resume its functions by the use of proper methods. This, then, was his idea: to discover the method, and by practical experimentation to prove the possibility of renewing vitality in a structure from which life had seemingly fled. Of course, he recognized the futility of such endeavor after decomposition had set in. He must have organisms which but the moment, the hour, or the day before had been quick with life. With me, in a crude way, he had proved his theory. I was really drowned, really dead, when picked from the water of San Francisco Bay, but the vital spark had been renewed by means of his aerotherapeutical apparatus, as he called it. Now to his dark purpose concerning me. He first showed me how completely I was in his power. He had sent the yacht away for a year, retaining only his 2 blackies, who were utterly devoted to him. He then made an exhaustive review of his theory, and outlined the method of proof he had adopted, concluding with the startling announcement that I was to be his subject. I had faced death and weighed my chances in many a desperate venture, but never in one of this nature. I can swear I am no coward, yet this proposition of journeying back and forth across the borderland of death put the yellow fear upon me. I asked for time, which he granted, at the same time assuring me that but one course was open. I must submit. Escape from the island was out of the question. Escape by suicide was not to be entertained, though really preferable to what it seemed I must undergo. My only hope was to destroy my captors, but this latter was frustrated through the precautions taken by my father. I was subjected to a constant surveillance, even in my sleep being guarded by one or the other of the blacks. Having pleaded in vain, I announced and proved that I was his son. It was my last card, and I had placed all my hopes upon it. But he was inexorable. He was not a father, but a scientific machine. I wonder yet how it ever came to pass that he married my mother, or begat me, for there was not the slightest grain of emotion in his make-up. Reason was all in all to him, nor could he understand such things as love or sympathy in others, except as petty weaknesses which should be overcome. So he informed me that in the beginning he had given me life, and who had better right to take it away than he? Such, he said, was not his desire, however. He merely wished to borrow it occasionally, promising to return it at the appointed time. Of course, there was a liability of mishaps, but I could do no more than take the chances, since the affairs of men were full of such. The better to ensure success, he wished me to be in the best possible condition. So I was dieted and trained like a great athlete before a decisive contest. What could I do? If I had to undergo the peril, it were best to be in good shape. In my intervals of relaxation he allowed me to assist in the arranging of the apparatus and in the various subsidiary experiments. The interest I took in all such operations can be imagined. I mastered the work as thoroughly as he, and often had the pleasure of seeing some of my suggestions or alterations put into effect. After such events I would smile grimly, conscious of officiating at my own funeral. He began by inaugurating a series of experiments in toxicology. When all was ready, I was killed by a stiff dose of strychnine and allowed to lie dead for some 20 hours. During that period my body was dead, absolutely dead. All respiration and circulation ceased, but the frightful part of it was that while the protoplasmic coagulation proceeded, I retained consciousness and was enabled to study it in all its ghastly details. The apparatus to bring me back to life was an air-tight chamber fitted to receive my body. The mechanism was simple: a few valves, a rotary shaft and crank, and an electric motor. When in operation, the interior atmosphere was alternately condensed and rarefied, thus communicating to my lungs an artificial respiration without the agency of the hosing previously used. Though my body was inert, and, for all I knew, in the first stages of decomposition, I was cognizant of everything that transpired. I knew when they placed me in the chamber, and though all my senses were quiescent, I was aware of hypodermic injections of a compound to react upon the coagulatory process. Then the chamber was closed, and the machinery started. My anxiety was terrible, but the circulation became gradually restored, the different organs began to carry on their respective functions, and in an hour's time I was eating a hearty dinner. It cannot be said that I participated in this series, nor in the subsequent ones with much verve, but after 2 ineffectual attempts at escape, I began to take quite an interest. Besides, I was becoming accustomed. My father was beside himself at his success, and as the months rolled by, his speculations took wilder and yet wilder flights. We ranged through the 3 great classes of poisons, the neurotics, the gaseous, and the irritants, but carefully avoided some of the mineral irritants, and passed the whole group of corrosives. During the poison regime I became quite accustomed to dying, and had but one mishap to shake my growing confidence. Scarifying a number of lesser blood vessels in my arm, he introduced a minute quantity of that most frightful of poisons, the arrow poison, or curare. I lost consciousness at the start, quickly followed by the cessation of respiration and circulation, and so far had the solidification of the protoplasm advanced that he gave up all hope. But at the last moment he applied a discovery he had been working upon, receiving such encouragement as to redouble his efforts. In a glass vacuum, similar but not exactly like a Crookes tube, was placed a magnetic field. When penetrated by polarized light, it gave no phenomena of phosphorescence, nor of rectilinear projection of atoms, but emitted non-luminous rays, similar to the X-ray. While the X-ray could reveal opaque objects hidden in dense mediums, this was possessed of far subtler penetrations. By this he photographed my body, and found on the negative an infinite number of blurred shadows, due to the chemical and electric motions still going on. This was an infallible proof that the rigor mortis in which I lay was not genuine, that is, those mysterious forces, those delicate bonds which held my soul to my body, were still in action. The resultants of all other poisons were unapparent, save those of mercurial compounds, which usually left me languid for several days. Another series of delightful experiments was with electricity. We verified Tesla's assertion that high currents were utterly harmless by passing 100,000 volts through my body. As this did not affect me, the current was reduced to 2,500, and I was quickly electrocuted. This time he ventured so far as to allow me to remain dead, or in a state of suspended vitality, for 3 days. It took 4 hours to bring me back. Once he superinduced lockjaw, but the agony of dying was so great that I positively refused to undergo similar experiments. The easiest deaths were by asphyxiation, such as drowning, strangling, and suffocation by gas, while those by morphine, opium, cocaine, and chloroform were not at all hard. Another time, after being suffocated, he kept me in cold storage for 3 months, not permitting me to freeze or decay. This was without my knowledge, and I was in a great fright on discovering the lapse of time. I became afraid of what he might do with me when I lay dead, my alarm being increased by the predilection he was beginning to betray toward vivisection. The last time I was resurrected, I discovered that he had been tampering with my breast. Though he had carefully dressed and sewed the incisions up, they were so severe that I had to take to my bed for some time. It was during this convalescence that I evolved the plan by which I ultimately escaped. While feigning unbounded enthusiasm in the work, I asked and received a vacation for my moribund occupation. During this period I devoted myself to laboratory work, while he was too deep in the vivisection of the many animals captured by the blacks to take notice of my work. It was on these 2 propositions that I constructed my theory. First, electrolysis, or the decomposition of water into its constituent gases by means of electricity, and second, by the hypothetical existence of a force, the converse of gravitation, which Astor had named apogee. Terrestrial attraction, for instance, merely draws objects together, but does not combine them, hence apogee is merely repulsion. Now, atomic or molecular attraction not only draws objects together, but integrates them, and it was the converse of this, or a disintegrative force, which I wished to not only discover and produce, but to direct at will. Thus, the molecules of hydrogen and oxygen reacting on each other separate and create new molecules, containing both elements and forming water. Electrolysis causes these molecules to split up and resume their original condition, producing the 2 gases separately. The force I wished to find must not only do this with 2, but with all elements, no matter in what compounds they exist. If I could then entice my father within its radius, he would be instantly disintegrated and sent flying to the 4 quarters, a mass of isolated elements. It must not be understood that this force, which I finally came to control, annihilated matter. It merely annihilated form. Nor, as I soon discovered, had it any effect on inorganic structure. But to all organic form it was absolutely fatal. This partially puzzled me at first, though had I stopped to think deeper, I would have seen through it. Since the number of atoms in organic molecules is far greater than in the most complex mineral molecules, organic compounds are characterized by their instability and the ease with which they are split up by physical forces and chemical reagents. By 2 powerful batteries, connected with magnets constructed specially for this purpose, 2 tremendous forces were projected. Considered apart from each other, they were perfectly harmless. But they accomplished their purpose by focusing at an invisible point in mid-air. After practically demonstrating its success, besides narrowly escaping being blown into nothingness, I laid my trap. Concealing the magnets so that their force made the whole space of my chamber doorway a field of death, and placing by my couch a button by which I could throw on the current from the storage batteries, I climbed into bed. The blackies still guarded my sleeping quarters, one relieving the other at midnight. I turned on the current as soon as the first man arrived. Hardly had I begun to doze when I was aroused by a sharp metallic tinkle. There, on the mid-threshold, lay the collar of Dan, my father's St. Bernard. My keeper ran to pick it up. He disappeared like a gust of wind, his clothes falling to the floor in a heap. There was a slight whiff of ozone in the air, but since the principal gaseous components of his body were hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, which are equally colorless and odorless, there was no other manifestation of his departure. Yet when I shut off the current and removed the garments, I found a deposit of carbon in the form of animal charcoal, also other powders, the isolated solid elements of his organism, such as sulfur, potassium, and iron. Resetting the trap, I crawled back into bed. At midnight, I got up and removed the remains of the second Blackie, and then slept peacefully till morning. I was awakened by the strident voice of my father, who was calling to me from across the laboratory. I laughed to myself. There had been no one to call him, and he had overslept. I could hear him as he approached my room, with the intention of rousing me, and so I sat up in bed, the better to observe his translation. Perhaps apotheosis were a better term. He paused a moment at the threshold, then took the fatal step. Puff! It was like the wind sighing among the pines. He was gone. His clothes fell in a fantastic heap on the floor. Besides ozone, I noticed the faint garlic-like odor of phosphorus. A little pile of elementary solids lay among his garments. That was all. The wide world lay before me. My captors were not. The Story of the Late Mr. Elvesham by H.G. Wells. I set this story down, not expecting it will be believed, but, if possible, to prepare a way of escape for the next victim. He, perhaps, may profit from my misfortune. My own case, I know, is hopeless, and I am now in some measure prepared to meet my fate. My name is Edward George Eden. I was born at Trentham in Staffordshire, my father being employed in the gardens there. I lost my mother when I was 3 years old, and my father when I was 5, my uncle, George Eden, then adopting me as his own son. He was a single man, self-educated, and well known in Birmingham as an enterprising journalist. He educated me generously, fired my ambition to succeed in the world, and at his death, which happened 4 years ago, left me his entire fortune, a matter of about £500 after all outgoing charges were paid. I was then 18. He advised me in his will to expend the money in completing my education. I had already chosen the profession of medicine, and through his posthumous generosity and my good fortune in a scholarship competition, I became a medical student at University College, London. At the time of the beginning of my story, I lodged at 11A University Street, in a little upper room, very shabbily furnished and draughty, overlooking the back of Shoolbred's premises. I used this little room both to live in and sleep in, because I was anxious to eke out my means to the very last shillingsworth. I was taking a pair of shoes to be mended at a shop in the Tottenham Court Road when I first encountered the little old man with the yellow face, with whom my life has now become so inextricably entangled. He was standing on the curb and staring at the number on the door in a doubtful way as I opened it. His eyes, they were dull grey eyes, and reddish under the rims, fell to my face, and his countenance immediately assumed an expression of corrugated amiability. "You come," he said, "apt to the moment. I had forgotten the number of your house. How do you do, Mr. Eden?" I was a little astonished at his familiar address, for I had never set eyes on the man before. I was a little annoyed, too, at his catching me with my boots under my arm. He noticed my lack of cordiality. "Wonder who the deuce I am, eh? A friend, let me assure you. I have seen you before, though you haven't seen me. Is there anywhere where I can talk to you?" I hesitated. The shabbiness of my room upstairs was not a matter for every stranger. "Perhaps," said I, "we might walk down the street. I'm unfortunately prevented." My gesture explained the sentence before I had spoken it. "The very thing," he said, and faced this way and then that. "The street? Which way shall we go?" I slipped my boots down in the passage.
"Look here," he said abruptly. "This business of mine is a rigmarole. Come and lunch with me, Mr. Eden. I'm an old man, a very old man, and not good at explanations, and what with my piping voice and the clatter of the traffic."
He laid a persuasive, skinny hand that trembled a little upon my arm. I was not so old that an old man might not treat me to a lunch. Yet at the same time I was not altogether pleased by this abrupt invitation. "I had rather—" I began.
"But I had rather," he said, catching me up, "and a certain civility is surely due to my grey hairs."
And so I consented and went with him. He took me to Blavatsky's. I had to walk slowly to accommodate myself to his paces, and over such a lunch as I had never tasted before, he fended off my leading questions, and I took a better note of his appearance. His clean-shaven face was lean and wrinkled, his shriveled lips fell over a set of false teeth, and his white hair was thin and rather long. He seemed small to me, though indeed most people seemed small to me, and his shoulders were rounded and bent. And watching him I could not help but observe that he too was taking note of me, running his eyes, with a curious touch of greed in them, over me, from my broad shoulders to my sun-tanned hands, and up to my freckled face again.
"And now,"
said he as we lit our cigarettes,
"I must tell you of the business in hand. I must tell you, then, that I am an old man, a very old man."
He paused momentarily.
"And it happens that I have money that I must presently be leaving, and never a child have I to leave it to."
I thought of the confidence trick, and resolved I would be on the alert for the vestiges of my £500. He proceeded to enlarge on his loneliness and the trouble he had to find a proper disposition of his money.
"I have weighed this plan and that plan, charities, institutions, and scholarships, and libraries, and I have come to this conclusion at last."
He fixed his eyes on my face.
"That I will find some young fellow, ambitious, pure-minded, and poor, healthy in body and healthy in mind, and, in short, make him my heir, give him all that I have."
He repeated,
"Give him all that I have, so that he will suddenly be lifted out of all the trouble and struggle in which his sympathies have been educated, to freedom and influence."
I tried to seem disinterested. With a transparent hypocrisy, I said, "And you want my help, my professional services, maybe, to find that person?" He smiled and looked at me over his cigarette, and I laughed at his quiet exposure of my modest pretence.
"What a career such a man might have," he said. "It fills me with envy to think how I have accumulated that another man may spend. But there are conditions, of course, burdens to be imposed. He must, for instance, take my name. You cannot expect everything without some return. And I must go into all the circumstances of his life before I can accept him. He must be sound. I must know his heredity, how his parents and grandparents died, have the strictest inquiries made into his private morals."
This modified my secret congratulations a little. "And do I understand," said I, "that I—"
"Yes," he said, almost fiercely. You.
I answered never a word. My imagination was dancing wildly. My innate scepticism was useless to modify its transports. There was not a particle of gratitude in my mind. I did not know what to say or how to say it. "But why me in particular?" I said at last. He had chanced to hear of me from Professor Hasler, he said, as a typically sound and sane young man, and he wished, as far as possible, to leave his money where health and integrity were assured. That was my first meeting with the little old man. He was mysterious about himself. He would not give his name yet, he said, and after I had answered some questions of his, he left me at the Blavatsky portal. I noticed that he drew a handful of gold coins from his pocket when it came to paying for the lunch. His insistence upon bodily health was curious.
In accordance with an arrangement we had made, I applied that day for a life policy in the Loyal Insurance Company for a large sum, and I was exhaustively overhauled by the medical advisers of that company in the subsequent week. Even that did not satisfy him, and he insisted I must be re-examined by the great Dr. Henderson. It was Friday in Whitsun week before he came to a decision. He called me down quite late in the evening, nearly 9 it was, from cramming chemical equations for my preliminary scientific examination. He was standing in the passage under a feeble gas lamp, and his face was a grotesque interplay of shadows. He seemed more bowed than when I had first seen him, and his cheeks had sunk in a little. His voice shook with emotion. "Everything is satisfactory, Mr. Eden," he said. "Everything is quite satisfactory. And this night of all nights, you must dine with me and celebrate your accession." He was interrupted by a cough. "You won't have long to wait, either," he said, wiping his handkerchief across his lips and gripping my hand with his long, bony claw that was disengaged. "Certainly not very long to wait." We went into the street and called a cab. I remember every incident of that drive vividly, the swift, easy motion, the vivid contrast of gas and oil and electric light, the crowds of people in the streets, the place in Regent Street to which we went, and the sumptuous dinner we were served there. I was disconcerted at first by the well-dressed waiters' glances at my rough clothes, bothered by the stones of the olives, but as the champagne warmed my blood, my confidence revived. At first the old man talked of himself. He had already told me his name in the cab. He was Egbert Elvesham, the great philosopher, whose name I had known since I was a lad at school. It seemed incredible to me that this man, whose intelligence had so early dominated mine, this great abstraction, should suddenly realize itself as this decrepit, familiar figure. I dare say every young fellow who has suddenly fallen among celebrities has felt something of my disappointment. He told me now of the future that the feeble streams of his life would presently leave dry for me, houses, copyrights, investments. I had never suspected that philosophers were so rich. He watched me drink and eat with a touch of envy. "What a capacity for living you have," he said, and then, with a sigh of relief I could have thought it, "It will not be long." "Aye," said I, my head swimming now with champagne. "I have a future, perhaps, of a passing agreeable sort, thanks to you. I shall now have the honour of your name. But you have a past, such a past as is worth all my future." He shook his head and smiled, as I thought, with half-sad appreciation of my flattering admiration. "That future," he said, "would you in truth change it?" The waiter came with liqueurs. "You will not, perhaps, mind taking my name, taking my position, but would you, indeed, willingly take my years?" "With your achievements," said I, gallantly. He smiled again. "Kimmel, both," he said to the waiter, and turned his attention to a little paper packet he had taken from his pocket. "This hour," said he, "this after-dinner hour is the hour of small things. Here is a scrap of my unpublished wisdom." He opened the packet with his shaking yellow fingers and showed a little pinkish powder on the paper. "This," said he, "well, you must guess what it is. But Kimmel, put but a dash of this powder in it, is Himmel." His large greyish eyes watched mine with an inscrutable expression. It was a bit of a shock to me to find this great teacher gave his mind to the flavour of liqueurs. However, I feigned a great interest in his weakness, for I was drunk enough for such small sycophancy. He parted the powder between the little glasses, and, rising suddenly with a strange, unexpected dignity, held out his hand towards me. I imitated his action, and the glasses rang. "To a quick succession," said he, and raised his glass towards his lips. "Not that," I said hastily, "not that." He paused, with the liqueur at the level of his chin, and his eyes blazing into mine. To a long life, said I. He hesitated. Ha! To a long life, said he, with a sudden bark of laughter, and with eyes fixed on one another we tilted the little glasses. His eyes looked straight into mine, and as I drained the stuff off, I felt a curiously intense sensation. The first touch of it set my brain in a furious tumult. I seemed to feel an actual physical stirring in my skull, and a seething humming filled my ears. I did not notice the flavor in my mouth, the aroma that filled my throat. I saw only the grey intensity of his gaze that burnt into mine. The draught, the mental confusion, the noise and stirring in my head seemed to last an interminable time. Curious, vague impressions of half-forgotten things danced and vanished on the edge of my consciousness. At last he broke the spell. With a sudden explosive sigh he put down his glass. "Well," he said. "It's glorious," said I, though I had not tasted the stuff. My head was spinning. I sat down. My brain was chaos. Then my perception grew clear and minute, as though I saw things in a concave mirror. His manner seemed to have changed into something nervous and hasty. He pulled out his watch and grimaced at it. 11:07, and tonight I must. 7:25. Waterloo. I must go at once. He called for the bill and struggled with his coat. Officious waiters came to our assistance. In another moment I was wishing him good-bye over the apron of a cab, and still with an absurd feeling of minute distinctness, as though, how can I express it, I not only saw but felt through an inverted opera glass. "That stuff," he said. He put his hand to his forehead. "I ought not to have given it to you. It will make your head split tomorrow. Wait a minute. Here." He handed me out a little flat thing like a Seidlitz powder. "Take that in water as you are going to bed. The other thing was a drug. Not till you're ready to go to bed, mind. It will clear your head, that's all. One more shake. Futuros." I gripped his shriveled claw. "Goodbye," he said, and by the droop of his eyelids I judged he, too, was a little under the influence of that brain-twisting cordial. He recollected something else with a start, felt in his breast pocket, and produced another packet, this time a cylinder the size and shape of a shaving-stick. "Here," said he. "I'd almost forgotten. Don't open this until I come tomorrow, but take it now." It was so heavy that I well-nigh dropped it. "All right," said I, and he grinned at me through the cab window as the cabman flicked his horse into wakefulness. It was a white packet he had given me, with red seals at either end and along its edge. "If this isn't money," said I, "it's platinum or lead." I stuck it with elaborate care into my pocket, and with a whirling brain walked home through the Regent Street loiterers and the dark back streets beyond Portland Road. I remember the sensations of that walk very vividly, strange as they were. I was still so far myself that I could notice my strange mental state, and wonder whether this stuff I had had was opium, a drug beyond my experience. It is hard now to describe the peculiarity of my mental strangeness. Mental doubling vaguely expresses it. As I was walking up Regent Street, I found in my mind a queer persuasion that it was Waterloo Station, and had an odd impulse to get into the Polytechnic as a man might get into a train. I put a knuckle in my eye, and it was Regent Street. How can I express it? You see a skilful actor looking quietly at you. He pulls a grimace, and lo, another person. Is it too extravagant if I tell you that it seemed to me as if Regent Street had, for the moment, done that? Then, being persuaded it was Regent Street again, I was oddly muddled about some fantastic reminiscences that cropped up. 30 years ago, thought I, it was here that I quarrelled with my brother. Then I burst out laughing, to the astonishment and encouragement of a group of night prowlers. 30 years ago I did not exist, and never in my life had I boasted a brother. The stuff was surely liquid folly, for the poignant regret for that lost brother still clung to me. Along Portland Road the madness took another turn. I began to recall vanished shops and to compare the street with what it used to be. Confused, troubled thinking is comprehensible enough after the drink I had taken, but what puzzled me were these curiously vivid phantasm memories that had crept into my mind, and not only the memories that had crept in, but also the memories that had slipped out. I stopped opposite Stevens, the natural history dealer's, and cudgelled my brains to think what he had to do with me. A bus went by and sounded exactly like the rumbling of a train. I seemed to be dipped into some dark, remote pit for the recollection. "Of course," I said at last, "he has promised me 3 frogs tomorrow. Odd, I should have forgotten." Do they still show children dissolving views? In those I remember one view would begin like a faint ghost and grow and oust another. In just that way it seemed to me that a ghostly set of new sensations was struggling with those of my ordinary self. I went on through Euston Road to Tottenham Court Road, puzzled and a little frightened, and scarcely noticed the unusual way I was taking, for commonly I used to cut through the intervening network of back streets. I turned into University Street to discover that I had forgotten my number. Only by a strong effort did I recall 11A, and even then it seemed to me that it was a thing some forgotten person had told me. I tried to steady my mind by recalling the incidents of the dinner, and for the life of me I could conjure up no picture of my host's face. I saw him only as a shadowy outline, as one might see oneself reflected in a window through which one was looking. In his place, however, I had a curious exterior vision of myself, sitting at a table, flushed, bright-eyed, and talkative. "I must take this other powder," said I. "This is getting impossible." I tried the wrong side of the hall for my candle and the matches, and had a doubt of which landing my room might be on. "I'm drunk," I said, "that's certain," and blundered needlessly on the staircase to sustain the proposition. At the first glance my room seemed unfamiliar. "What rot!" I said, and stared about me. I seemed to bring myself back by the effort, and the odd phantasmal quality passed into the concrete familiar. There was the old glass still, with my notes on the albumen stuck in the corner of the frame, my old everyday suit of clothes pitched about the floor. And yet it was not so real after all. I felt an idiotic persuasion trying to creep into my mind, as it were, that I was in a railway carriage, in a train just stopping, that I was peering out of the window at some unknown station. I gripped the bed-rail firmly to reassure myself. "It's clairvoyance, perhaps," I said. "I must write to the Psychical Research Society." I put the rouleau on my dressing-table, sat on my bed, and began to take off my boots. It was as if the picture of my present sensations was painted over some other picture that was trying to show through. "Curse it," said I. "My wits are going, or am I in 2 places at once?" Half undressed, I tossed the powder into a glass and drank it off. It effervesced and became a fluorescent amber color. Before I was in bed, my mind was already tranquilized. I felt the pillow at my cheek, and thereupon I must have fallen asleep. I awoke abruptly out of a dream of strange beasts and found myself lying on my back. Probably everyone knows that dismal emotional dream from which one escapes, awake indeed, but strangely cowed. There was a curious taste in my mouth, a tired feeling in my limbs, a sense of cutaneous discomfort. I lay with my head motionless on my pillow, expecting that my feeling of strangeness and terror would probably pass away, and that I should then doze off again to sleep. But instead of that, my uncanny sensations increased. At first I could perceive nothing wrong about me. There was a faint light in the room, so faint that it was the very next thing to darkness, and the furniture stood out in it as vague blots of absolute darkness. I stared with my eyes just over the bedclothes. It came into my mind that someone had entered the room to rob me of my rouleau of money, but after lying for some moments, breathing regularly to stimulate sleep, I realized this was mere fancy. Nevertheless, the uneasy assurance of something wrong kept fast hold of me. With an effort I raised my head from the pillow and peered about me at the dark. What it was I could not conceive.
I looked at the dim shapes around me, the greater and lesser darknesses that indicated curtains, table, fireplace, bookshelves, and so forth. Then I began to perceive something unfamiliar in the forms of the darkness. Had the bed turned round? Yonder should be the bookshelves, and something shrouded and pallid rose there, something that would not answer to the bookshelves, however I looked at it. It was far too big to be my shirt thrown on a chair. Overcoming a childish terror, I threw back the bedclothes and thrust my leg out of bed. Instead of coming out of my truckle bed upon the floor, I found my foot scarcely reached the edge of the mattress. I made another step, as it were, and sat up on the edge of the bed. By the side of my bed should be the candle and the matches upon the broken chair. I put out my hand and touched nothing. I waved my hand in the darkness, and it came against some heavy hanging, soft and thick in texture, which gave a rustling noise at my touch. I grasped this and pulled it. It appeared to be a curtain suspended over the head of my bed. I was now thoroughly awake, and beginning to realize that I was in a strange room. I was puzzled. I tried to recall the overnight circumstances, and I found them now, curiously enough, vivid in my memory. The supper, my reception of the little packages, my wonder whether I was intoxicated, my slow undressing, the coolness to my flushed face of my pillow. I felt a sudden distrust. Was that last night or the night before? At any rate, this room was strange to me, and I could not imagine how I had got into it. The dim, pallid outline was growing paler, and I perceived it was a window, with the dark shape of an oval toilet glass against the weak intimation of the dawn that filtered through the blind. I stood up and was surprised by a curious feeling of weakness and unsteadiness. With trembling hands outstretched, I walked slowly towards the window, getting, nevertheless, a bruise on the knee from a chair by the way. I fumbled round the glass, which was large, with handsome brass sconces, to find the blind cord. I could not find any. By chance I took hold of the tassel, and with the click of a spring the blind ran up. I found myself looking out upon a scene that was altogether strange to me. The night was overcast, and through the flocculent grey of the heaped clouds there filtered a faint half-light of dawn. Just at the edge of the sky the cloud canopy had a blood-red rim. Below, everything was dark and indistinct, dim hills in the distance, a vague mass of buildings running up into pinnacles, trees like spilt ink, and below the window a tracery of black bushes and pale grey paths. It was so unfamiliar that for the moment I thought myself still dreaming. I felt the toilet table. It appeared to be made of some polished wood, and was rather elaborately furnished. There were little cut-glass bottles and a brush upon it. There was also a queer little object, horseshoe-shaped it felt, with smooth, hard projections, lying in a saucer. I could find no matches nor candlestick. I turned my eyes to the room again. Now the blind was up. Faint spectres of its furnishing came out of the darkness. There was a huge curtained bed, and the fireplace at its foot had a large white mantle with something of the shimmer of marble. I leant against the toilet table, shut my eyes and opened them again, and tried to think. The whole thing was far too real for dreaming. I was inclined to imagine there was still some hiatus in my memory as a consequence of my draught of that strange liqueur, that I had come into my inheritance perhaps, and suddenly lost my recollection of everything since my good fortune had been announced. Perhaps if I waited a little, things would be clear to me again. Yet my dinner with old Elvesham was now singularly vivid and recent. The champagne, the observant waiters, the powder and the liqueurs, I could have staked my soul it all happened a few hours ago. And then occurred a thing so trivial and yet so terrible to me that I shiver now to think of that moment. I spoke aloud. I said, "How the devil did I get here?" And the voice was not my own. It was not my own. It was thin, the articulation was slurred, the resonance of my facial bones was different. Then, to reassure myself, I ran one hand over the other, and felt loose folds of skin, the bony laxity of age. "Surely," I said in that horrible voice that had somehow established itself in my throat,
Surely this thing is a dream.
Almost as quickly as if I did it involuntarily, I thrust my fingers into my mouth. My teeth had gone. My fingertips ran on the flaccid surface of an even row of shriveled gums. I was sick with dismay and disgust. I felt then a passionate desire to see myself, to realize at once in its full horror the ghastly change that had come upon me. I tottered to the mantel and felt along it for matches. As I did so, a barking cough sprang up in my throat, and I clutched the thick flannel nightdress I found about me. There were no matches there, and I suddenly realized that my extremities were cold. Sniffing and coughing, whimpering a little perhaps, I fumbled back to bed.
It is surely a dream,
I whimpered to myself as I clambered back.
Surely a dream.
It was a senile repetition. I pulled the bedclothes over my shoulders, over my ears. I thrust my withered hand under the pillow and determined to compose myself to sleep. Of course it was a dream. In the morning the dream would be over, and I should wake up, strong and vigorous again, to my youth and studies. I shut my eyes, breathed regularly, and finding myself wakeful, began to count slowly through the powers of 3. But the thing I desired would not come. I could not get to sleep. And the persuasion of the inexorable reality of the change that had happened to me grew steadily. Presently I found myself with eyes wide open, the powers of 3 forgotten, and my skinny fingers upon my shriveled gums. I was, indeed, suddenly and abruptly an old man. I had, in some unaccountable manner, fallen through my life and come to old age. In some way I had been cheated of all the best of my life, of love, of struggle, of strength, and hope. I grovelled into the pillow and tried to persuade myself that such hallucination was possible. Imperceptibly, steadily, the dawn grew clearer. At last, despairing of further sleep, I sat up in bed and looked about me. A chill twilight rendered the whole chamber visible. It was spacious and well furnished, better furnished than any room I had ever slept in before. A candle and matches became dimly visible upon a little pedestal in a recess. I threw back the bedclothes, and, shivering with the rawness of the early morning, albeit it was summer-time, I got out and lit the candle. Then, trembling horribly, so that the extinguisher rattled on its spike, I tottered to the glass and saw Elvesham's face. It was none the less horrible because I had already dimly feared as much. He had already seemed physically weak and pitiful to me, but seen now, dressed only in a coarse flannel nightdress that fell apart and showed the stringy neck, seen now as my own body, I cannot describe its desolate decrepitude. The hollow cheeks, the straggling tail of dirty grey hair, the rheumy bleared eyes, the quivering shrivelled lips, the lower displaying a gleam of the pink interior lining, and those horrible dark gums showing. You, who are mind and body together at your natural years, cannot imagine what this fiendish imprisonment meant to me. To be young and full of the desire and energy of youth, and to be caught, and presently to be crushed in this tottering ruin of a body. But I wander from the course of my story. For some time I must have been stunned at this change that had come upon me. It was daylight when I did so far gather myself together as to think. In some inexplicable way I had been changed, though how, short of magic, the thing had been done, I could not say. And as I thought, the diabolical ingenuity of Elvesham came home to me. It seemed plain to me that as I found myself in his, so he must be in possession of my body, of my strength, that is, and my future. But how to prove it? Then, as I thought, the thing became so incredible, even to me, that my mind reeled, and I had to pinch myself, to feel my toothless gums, to see myself in the glass, and touch the things about me, before I could steady myself to face the facts again. Was all life hallucination? Was I indeed Elvesham, and he me? Had I been dreaming of Eden overnight? Was there any Eden? But if I was Elvesham, I should remember where I was on the previous morning, the name of the town in which I lived, what happened before the dream began. I struggled with my thoughts.
I recalled the queer doubleness of my memories overnight. But now my mind was clear. Not the ghost of any memories, but those proper to Eden could I raise. "This way lies insanity," I cried in my piping voice. I staggered to my feet, dragged my feeble, heavy limbs to the wash-hand stand, and plunged my grey head into a basin of cold water. Then, toweling myself, I tried again. It was no good. I felt, beyond all question, that I was indeed Eden, not Elvesham, but Eden in Elvesham's body. Had I been a man of any other age, I might have given myself up to my fate as one enchanted. But in these sceptical days miracles do not pass current. Here was some trick of psychology. What a drug and a steady stare could do, a drug and a steady stare, or some similar treatment, could surely undo. Men have lost their memories before. But to exchange memories as one does umbrellas! I laughed. Alas, not a healthy laugh, but a wheezing, senile titter. I could have fancied old Elvesham laughing at my plight, and a gust of petulant anger, unusual to me, swept across my feelings. I began dressing eagerly in the clothes I found lying about on the floor, and only realized when I was dressed that it was an evening suit I had assumed. I opened the wardrobe and found some more ordinary clothes, a pair of plaid trousers, and an old-fashioned dressing-gown. I put a venerable smoking cap on my venerable head, and, coughing a little from my exertions, tottered out upon the landing. It was then perhaps 6:15, and the blinds were closely drawn, and the house quite silent. The landing was a spacious one. A broad, richly carpeted staircase went down into the darkness of the hall below, and before me, a door ajar, showed me a writing-desk, a revolving bookcase, the back of a study chair, and a fine array of bound books, shelf upon shelf. "My study," I mumbled, and walked across the landing. Then, at the sound of my voice, a thought struck me, and I went back to the bedroom and put in the set of false teeth. They slipped in with the ease of old habit. "That's better," said I, gnashing them, and so returned to the study. The drawers of the writing-desk were locked. Its revolving top was also locked. I could see no indications of the keys, and there were none in the pockets of my trousers. I shuffled back at once to the bedroom and went through the dress-suit, and afterwards the pockets of all the garments I could find. I was very eager, and one might have imagined that burglars had been at work to see my room when I had done. Not only were there no keys to be found, but not a coin nor a scrap of paper, save only the receipted bill of the overnight dinner. A curious weariness asserted itself. I sat down and stared at the garments flung here and there, their pockets turned inside out. My first frenzy had already flickered out. Every moment I was beginning to realize the immense intelligence of the plans of my enemy, to see more and more clearly the hopelessness of my position. With an effort I rose and hurried hobbling into the study again. On the staircase was a housemaid pulling up the blinds. She stared, I think, at the expression on my face. I shut the door of the study behind me, and, seizing a poker, began an attack upon the desk. That is how they found me. The cover of the desk was split, the lock smashed, the letters torn out of the pigeonholes and tossed about the room. In my senile rage I had flung about the pens and other such light stationery, and overturned the ink. Moreover, a large vase upon the mantel had got broken, I do not know how. I could find no cheque-book, no money, no indications of the slightest use for the recovery of my body. I was battering madly at the drawers when the butler, backed by 2 women servants, intruded upon me. That, simply, is the story of my change. No one will believe my frantic assertions. I am treated as one demented, and even at this moment I am under restraint. But I am sane, absolutely sane, and to prove it I have sat down to write this story minutely as the things happened to me. I appeal to the reader whether there is any trace of insanity in the style or method of the story he has been reading. I am a young man locked away in an old man's body, but the clear fact is incredible to everyone. Naturally I appear demented to those who will not believe this, Naturally, I do not know the names of my secretaries, of the doctors who come to see me, of my servants and neighbours, of this town, wherever it is where I find myself. Naturally, I lose myself in my own house, and suffer inconveniences of every sort. Naturally, I ask the oddest questions. Naturally, I weep and cry out, and have paroxysms of despair. I have no money and no cheque-book. The bank will not recognize my signature, for I suppose that, allowing for the feeble muscles I now have, my handwriting is still Eden's. These people about me will not let me go to the bank personally. It seems, indeed, there is no bank in this town, and that I have an account in some part of London. It seems that Elvesham kept the name of his solicitor secret from all his household. I can ascertain nothing. Elvesham was, of course, a profound student of mental science, and all my declarations of the facts of the case merely confirm the theory that my insanity is the outcome of overmuch brooding upon psychology. Dreams of the personal identity, indeed! 2 days ago I was a healthy youngster, with all life before me. Now I am a furious old man, unkempt and desperate and miserable, prowling about a great, luxurious, strange house, watched, feared, and avoided as a lunatic by everyone about me. And in London is Elvesham, beginning life again in a vigorous body, and with all the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of 70. He has stolen my life. What has happened I do not clearly know. In the study are volumes of manuscript notes referring chiefly to the psychology of memory, and parts of what may be either calculations or ciphers, in symbols absolutely strange to me. In some passages there are indications that he was also occupied with the philosophy of mathematics. I take it he has transferred the whole of his memories, the accumulation that makes up his personality, from this old withered brain of his to mine, and similarly that he has transferred mine to his discarded tenement. Practically, that is, he has changed bodies. But how such a change may be possible is without the range of my philosophy. I have been a materialist for all my thinking life, but here, suddenly, is a clear case of man's detachability from matter. One desperate experiment I am about to try. I sit writing here before putting the matter to issue. This morning, with the help of a table knife that I had secreted at breakfast, I succeeded in breaking open a fairly obvious secret drawer in this wrecked writing desk. I discovered nothing save a little green glass phial containing a white powder. Round the neck of the phial was a label, and thereupon was written this one word: Release. This is most probably, poison. I can understand Elvesham placing poison in my way, and I should be sure that it was his intention so to get rid of the only living witness against him, were it not for this careful concealment. The man has practically solved the problem of immortality. Save for the spite of chance, he will live in my body until it is aged, and then, again, throwing that aside, he will assume some other victim's youth and strength. When one remembers his heartlessness, it is terrible to think of the ever-growing experience that how long has he been leaping from body to body? But I tire of writing. The powder appears to be soluble in water. The taste is not unpleasant. There the narrative found upon Mr. Elvesham's desk ends. His dead body lay between the desk and the chair. The latter had been pushed back, probably by his last convulsions. The story was written in pencil, and in a crazy hand, quite unlike his usual minute characters. There remain only 2 curious facts to record. Indisputably there was some connection between Eden and Elvesham, since the whole of Elvesham's property was bequeathed to the young man. But he never inherited. When Elvesham committed suicide, Eden was, strangely enough, already dead. 24 hours before, he had been knocked down by a cab and killed instantly at the crowded crossing at the intersection of Gower Street and Euston Road. So that the only human being who could have thrown light upon this fantastic narrative is beyond the reach of questions. Without further comment, I leave this extraordinary matter
to the reader's individual judgment.
Dalrymple's Equation by Paul Fairman. It's the not knowing that gets you, the wondering, thinking sometimes one way and sometimes the other, but never knowing for sure. Being suckered is bad enough, but wondering whether you've been suckered is rougher, or whether you've let the biggest thing since fingerprints slide right by you. Someday the case may be solved. Then we'll know for sure, one way or the other. Donovan and I. What case? Wait till I tell you. It won't take long. The thing started with as crazy a murder as 2 homicide cops ever got called in on. In a bar on 10th Avenue near Grand. You probably know the place, and you probably read about the case. It was in all the papers, but the whole story never saw print. We were rung into it by a call from the squad car boys who got there first. We walked in, and a cop I didn't know pointed a thumb at a young guy lying with his head on the bar and said, "Deader than a lamppost for my money." The young lad, around 23 or 4, lying there as though he'd had one too many and was sleeping it off. He had downed one too many, and he would spend all eternity sleeping it off. He was all through. The barkeep stood there with his apron hanging out and a baffled look on his face, a look that had all the earmarks of being genuine. I said, "Kennedy, homicide. What happened?" The barkeep shrugged and licked his dry lips. "I don't know. He just keeled over. I got scared and called the cops." The kid certainly looked like a morgue job, as I said, but we don't take things like that for granted. The squad car boys had called General Hospital, and now a couple of interns came in with a respirator. They didn't use it, though. One of them put his nose close down to the kid's mouth and then looked at the barkeep. "You served him a drink?" The barkeep nodded. "That's what he came in for." "Let's see the bottle." The barkeep gave that a little thought and then took a bottle off the rack and pushed it over the bar. The intern sniffed it, made a face, and said, "There's enough arsenic in there to depopulate New Jersey." "Arsenic?" the barkeep croaked. "You're crazy. We don't serve nobody no arsenic here." The intern looked at Donovan and me and said, "Call your meat wagon, lads. This one is beyond us." He had identification, an Arthur Davis with nothing at all sinister in his wallet. The lab men came in, and there was a lot of activity for an hour or so, and then we padlocked the joint and took the barkeep downtown with us. His on-the-spot story was simple. Davis had come in and ordered a drink. The barkeep served it up. Davis knocked it off. The drink, in turn, knocked Davis off. The barkeep's name was Timothy Garver. He was a middle-aged cork puller who had been in the business most of his life. We ran him through R&I and found him clean. Then we sat him down in the interrogation room and started digging into him. "What did you have against Davis?" Garver looked like a flabby-jowled ghost. His hands shook. "Nothing. So help me, I never seen the guy before." "You think we'll swallow that?" Donovan asked. "You think you're playing with school kids, telling us you poisoned a guy and you never saw him before?" I said, "Maybe he did it for laughs." "I didn't poison him," Garver pleaded. "You've got to believe me." "You mean there wasn't any poison in that bottle?" "Sure there was, if you say so. What I mean is, I didn't put it there. I didn't know it was there. What do you mean is, you planned to get the guy out into the alley after he was dead, and you lost your nerve after he keeled over. No, nothing like that. You had that bottle spiked, waiting for Davis to come in." No, it was just an ordinary bar bottle." "What do you mean by that?" "Every tavern has a brand of whiskey they push. Their bar whiskey. When a customer isn't particular about his brand, we give him the bar liquor." It seemed to me the guy was gaining courage. He wasn't quite as nervous as he'd been. "You served other people out of that same bottle?" I asked. He licked his lips and dropped his eyes before he answered. "Sure I did." "But that was before you put the arsenic in it." I didn't put any poison in that bottle, and you guys can't pin this on me." "What makes you think we can't?" "Because I never knew the fellow, and you can't prove I did. So how are you going to make anybody believe I killed somebody I don't know and had nothing against? You think I'm nuts or something?" "It's a possibility," I said. Donovan narrowed his eyes at Garver and said, "You're holding something back. Come on, out with it." Again that guilty look, as Garver shook his head. But you can't send a guilty look to the chair, and it seemed Garver had us stymied, at least for a while. We jugged him on suspicion, but we knew unless we got something else to strengthen the case, we wouldn't get an indictment against him. There just wasn't enough. Donovan and I chewed it over with the captain, and he couldn't give us any help except the advice to keep plugging. We told him we'd try to come up with something, and went on back to the tavern. The owner had been there and gone, and we still had a patrolman stationed in front. Donovan unlocked the door and released the patrolman for his regular beat, and we went inside. It was very quiet. Naturally, nothing is quieter in this world than an empty bar. I said, "Well, where do we start?" Donovan shrugged. "You got me. And you know damn well nothing's going to happen on this case until it breaks from the outside." That's right. What he meant was a new angle coming from a stoolie, or something opening up while we investigated Davis' background or Garver's. But something new was added right there in the tavern. Very suddenly, a guy popped up from behind the bar and said, "Hello!" We whirled around and looked at him, and Donovan snorted, "Who the hell are you?" "My name is Tennyson Dalrymple." "What kind of a label is that?" The man came around from behind the bar. "I liked it. I took it. If it annoys you, I'm sorry." But you could tell by the sneer on his face that he wasn't sorry at all. He was a medium-sized, unattractive figure of a man, and yet you couldn't put your finger on just where the unattractiveness came from. He wasn't good-looking, but neither was he repulsive. He didn't have a Superman's frame, but neither was he a cripple nor a malformed freak. There was just something about him you took an instant dislike to, and the dislike stayed with you. And Dalrymple seemed to enjoy increasing the antagonism. He wore a habitual sneer, and his voice had a cutting quality to it. I said, "What the hell are you doing in here?" "Going about my business." "Entrance is prohibited. There was a policeman in front. The door was locked." "There's a back door." "That was locked, too." "Locks are silly things. Any fool should be able to handle such feeble devices." Donovan was snarling. "Look, brother, you're talking yourself right into trouble. Now tell us what you're doing here, and tell it quick." "Reading the gas meter." "Why?" "Why would anyone read a gas meter? I work for the gas company. This place is on my route." "I think you're lying." "It will be easy enough to find out." "We'll find out at headquarters." "You're taking me in?" "What do you think?" Dalrymple certainly wasn't afraid of cops. He shook his head in disgust and said, "This is certainly a stupid world you live in. A world of idiots. Really it is." Normally I'm pretty easygoing, but this punk with his talent for rubbing people the wrong way just plain got me. "If you're so damn smart, why are you reading meters for the gas company?" He grinned, and his grin said he was happy at getting a rise out of me. "I just arrived recently. The job will do until I get around to what I'm planning." Donovan vented his hostility by hauling the guy out to the car. Dalrymple made no resistance, but Donovan managed to get mildly rough regardless. This also seemed to make the little intruder happy, as though he took the roughness as a sign he'd got under Donovan's skin too, which he had. He threw a few insults at us while we rode to headquarters, but we held in, knowing if we gave ourselves an inch, we'd take a mile and slug him and have it over with. In the interrogation room, we went at him with all the fixings, a strong light in his eyes, cigarette smoke in his face. Donovan, with a snarl on his puss, said, "All right, Buster, let's cut out the jokes. What were you doing in that tavern?" reading the gas meter. I said cut out the jokes. You've got my identification. What makes you think I had any other reason for going there? I'll ask the questions. Maybe you don't realize what a spot you're in. This is idiotic. This whole procedure emanates from your personal dislike of me. All you have to do is call the company. What do you know about the Davis killing? Only what I heard in the neighborhood. Intriguing little equation, isn't it? I think we'd realized from the beginning that we had nothing on Dalrymple and that we wouldn't be able to involve him. He'd hit it on the nose when he said our motivation was personal dislike. Finally, I went down and called the gas company, realizing we'd delayed doing this because we knew it would lose Dalrymple for us. When I went back and told Donovan, he still hated to let go. You know, he told the sneering little meter reader, we can still throw you in the can. What for? Trespassing, breaking and entering. Oh, yes, but you won't. And why not? Because it would be too small a triumph, and you know you would be acting from spite. It would diminish your stature in your own eyes. Donovan was trying to swallow his helpless wrath when I remembered something Dalrymple had said. Listen, punk, exactly where did you come from? That's right. You made some funny cracks. You said, to quote, this is certainly a stupid world you live in, a world of idiots. You also said, I've just arrived recently. Now it occurs to me that I might have come from a place beyond this planet you call Earth. No, that you're a crackpot, a psycho, and maybe we'd better hold you. He sneered at me and ticked off his replies on his fingers. I did come from a world far away from yours. I'm not a crackpot, not a psycho, and you will not hold me. I looked at Donovan. Donovan looked at me. His voice gentled into a tone of soft contempt. Just where do you come from, punk? From Arva Majoris, and don't bother looking it up. It's a planet in a galaxy beyond the conception of your most brilliant minds, and I use the term brilliant very loosely. And how did you get here? You couldn't possibly understand if I told you. Your elemental mind simply couldn't grasp the mathematical accident that brought me here, nor the 10,000,000 to 1 chance of it ever happening again. Donovan grinned in anticipation. And you actually think we aren't going to turn you over to Psycho? Of course you're not. And for what reason will we refrain from such? Because if you do that, you'll never get your stupid little murder solved. I found myself poised and ready to pounce. Then you have been holding out. If you mean, do I know who killed Davis? No. If you mean, can I find out? Yes. Well, well, Donovan growled. He's a detective, too. Dalrymple split a sneer between us. It's nothing but a mathematical problem. In the world I come from, students corresponding to your first graders are started out on far harder equations. So you can just take a pencil and figure it out, eh? Certainly. I've tried to remember since exactly what my reaction to Dalrymple was at that time. Hatred transcended any other emotion I may have had, but there was something else, a feeling of almost personal discomfort, springing from the certainty that he wanted us to hate him, or at least didn't care whether or not we did. This was a part of my reaction, and wondering why also. There was an element of vague fear, too, and of this, I'm sure, a vague, senseless conviction this crackpot could do all he claimed he could. I remember that when this last came to my conscious mind, I rejected it with indignation. And I knew Donovan was rejecting something, too. He turned from Dalrymple with a sneer and said, We haven't got time to fool with psychos. We've got a murder to solve. Kick this guy out and let the white coats find him all over again. I was sneering, too. I took out a pencil and threw it at him and said, All right, wise guy, there's one. Let's see what you can do. Have you got a piece of paper? Almost savagely, Donovan ripped a page off the calendar. It was blank on the back. He threw it on the table, and all the time I could see his eyes. They were asking, "Why in the hell am I doing this?" and trying to cover the question by showing contempt. We glanced swiftly at each other, and there was guilt in both our faces, like two realists meeting outside a fortune-teller's tent. Then Dalrymple took over. "We have certain facts," he began. "A dead man, the person who admits he went through the physical motions of killing him. We also have the method of producing death, poison, and the setting of the crime." "I think we've had enough of this clowning," Donovan said in a husky voice. Dalrymple ignored the interruption, not even bothering to sneer at Donovan. As every school child on my planet knows, each of these facts must be given a symbol and must become a part of our exploratory equation. I was a little rusty on such things, but it sounded to me about the same way school children on our planet went about solving problems in algebra. I didn't say anything, though. Dalrymple had the pencil racing over the paper, laying out a series of weird symbols the like of which I had never seen. They were neither numbers nor letters, nor the kind of geometric or algebra symbols used on Earth, either. Of that I was sure. The closest I can come is to compare them to Egyptian hieroglyphics, and yet that's far from the mark. But whatever they were, Dalrymple seemed to know exactly what he was doing. After a few minutes, he leaned back and said, "There! The exploratory equation is complete. Now we search it for flaws." Donovan and I had got interested to the point that hostilities were temporarily suspended. Donovan asked, "Search what for which flaws?" "You haven't the mental scope to understand even the basics of what I'm doing, but maybe you can understand this. There is no such thing as chance in a civilization or a culture which is properly based upon mathematics. In such a civilization, lies and evasions are unheard of, because all action and motivation, past, present, or future, can be evaluated and revealed in complete exactitude." We were trying to follow along. I said, "We've got things like that. Robot brains, we call them. They figure out impossible problems." And it came to me at that moment how we were taking for granted, through our conversation, our statements, and even our thinking, that this Dalrymple was exactly what he'd said he was, a man from another world. He said, "I know what you refer to, but they are so childishly conceived as to be almost useless." The old sneer again. Donovan growled, "You talk a lot, but you haven't proved a damn thing." "On the contrary, the flaws in this equation stand out by themselves. For instance, our song is implicated, but must obviously be supplemented in order to balance the ters shading of the exploratory equation." "Are you kidding?" Donovan rasped. "I'll forego the technical terms and translate into realities you can grasp. It amounts to this. The bartender poured the actual poison into the glass, but all unknowing. However, as the dominant factor of the equation, he must be further developed, along the lines of secondary motivation. In other words, a completely unrelated motivation on his part cleared the way for the crime." Dalrymple's fingers were flying. More of the weird symbols were appearing. "The motivation for the weight he bears in the case is made up of two characteristics, habit and greed." "And where does that get us?" I asked. "It reveals the fact that the bartender poured the poison into the bottle, but without knowledge that it was poison, nor with malicious intent." "That's impossible," I said. "Not at all. The whole sequence becomes clear when we strive to complete our equational balance in the first phase. The bartender poured an unconsumed drink back into the bottle after whoever ordered it walked out without drinking it." "Of course." The logic of it hit Donovan and me at the same moment. Donovan said, "How in the hell did you ever think of that?" He meant it as a compliment, but Dalrymple did not take it as such. "I didn't think of it, you fool. I worked it out. Haven't you understood anything I've told you? It's all here in the progression of the equation. Incidentally, that factor is the pivot of the whole sequence. Your stupid logic should carry you on from there." Somebody was trying to poison somebody else, Donovan said. There had to be 2 men, I added. They came in and ordered drinks. One poured poison in the other's drink. Then they left without. Dalrymple was leering at me. How about 1 man and suicide? I swore at myself inwardly for giving him the opening, but he turned back to his symbols and said, By sheer blundering chance you hit it, though. It was 2 men, and attempted murder. Donovan wasn't having much to say. Dalrymple threw down the pencil. I'll be going now. I have more important things to do. Can you give us the names of the 2 men? I asked, and again swore at myself for being overeager. Dalrymple gave me a long, disgusted, clinical look. I can, but I won't. It would take another hour to round out the equation, and I don't feel like doing all your work for you. If you can't take what I've given you and tie up the case, then you'd better both resign. He got up and started to leave. At the door he turned. I live at Crestwood Hotel if you want to get in touch with me again, he sneered. Maybe you'll need help someday in tying your shoes. He left. Neither Donovan nor I made any attempt to stop him. After a long minute, Donovan said, We can't let him go. He's involved in that killing. He's got to be. How else would he know? Are you sure he's involved? Donovan didn't answer. He picked up the pencil and snapped it in 2 with a savage gesture. The sneering little son of a... Besides, we've got no proof he was right in anything he said. Let's go find out. We found out. It didn't take long and we got a citation. We hit Garver with 1 question. Who was in the bar just before Davis entered? And he collapsed right in our laps. We got all he knew, and it wasn't hard to trace down 2 guys named Kinder and Walpole. They were both drunk when they came in, and Walpole had some arsenic with him that he was going to make a bug spray with. He got sore at Kinder for some drunken reason and poured some of the stuff into his drink while Kinder was in the washroom. Then something pulled them back into the street before they had their drinks. Garver heard metal grind and thought that was probably it. Once outside, they probably forgot what tavern they'd been in because they didn't return. Garver was glad to get rid of them. He hadn't seen the poison pouring bit and dumped the shots into the bottle. When Davis keeled over as a result of the next shot out of the bottle, Garver was scared. He could lose his job, and his boss could have lost his license for serving drunks and for pouring the whiskey back. So that was the case. A tragic incident, with Walpole not even remembering what he'd done, and with Davis dead. We would have been better off leaving it there, charging Dalrymple off as a crackpot who had made a lucky guess and taking the credit for breaking the case. We did take the credit, but it was hard to believe once he'd gone that Dalrymple was actually for real. So one afternoon a couple of weeks later, we were passing the Crestwood Hotel. Donovan braked the car and squinted at the building. This is where he said he lived. I knew who Donovan meant. Uh-huh. Let's go up. Why not? We went in and got the room number from the clerk and went on up. We knocked. Dalrymple opened the door. He hadn't changed a bit. There was a sneer on his face, hostility in his voice, when he said, "Ha! The police force! What happened? Somebody steal your squad car?" He turned around before we could answer and went back into the room. We followed him and stood there looking at the layout. He had a big table in the middle of the floor, and there was a huge sheet of paper on it. The sheet was almost completely covered with the funny symbols he used in solving the bar poisoning, or had he solved it? Anyway, he went back to his work as though we hadn't even come, adding more symbols along one edge, and finally Donovan asked, "What in hell are you doing?" Dalrymple looked up as though annoyed at being disturbed. "I'm arranging to stay on your planet. I like it here." "But what's all that got to do with staying?" "I have to have money. The way things are done here, money is vitally necessary." "How are you going to get it?" Dalrymple looked up, and his sneer brightened. "I'm going to steal it." Donovan and I looked at each other in a kind of double-take. Then I said, "I don't suppose you'd care to tell us how and where you're going to do the stealing." "I won't tell you how. That would be silly. I don't mind telling you where." He put down another symbol. "All right, where?" "I'm not quite sure yet. Chicago or New York or Pittsburgh or... This is the master plan. I've almost finished. It involves the principles, the method of operation. There is much more to be done, of course. Assistants will have to be approached, analyzed mathematically as to capabilities." "How much money are you thinking of stealing?" "I figure I'll need about $5 million, Dalrymple said calmly. Donovan and I looked at each other again, and our eyes asked the questions. What should we do about this? Haul the guy in and get laughed at? Or did we have a right to haul him in if we wanted to? Just call him a crackpot and let it go at that? Sure. It was the obvious thing to do, and the easiest. Why stick our necks out? And at that moment I saw Dalrymple smile ever so slightly, as though he knew exactly what was going on in our minds, had made allowances for it on his damned chart. Donovan shrugged. "Let's get away from this creep," he said. We turned and walked out. And we never saw Dalrymple again. In fact, I'd practically forgotten about him when a year later, the date was January 17th, 1951, I came back to the squad room late in the afternoon, and there was a paper lying on the desk Donovan and I used. Its headline read, "Stick-up men get $7 million in Boston." And the story went on to tell of the now famous Brinks hold-up in that city, a hold-up that had not been solved to this day, a seemingly perfect crime. Still nothing for me to get excited about, not until I saw the letter that had been lying under the paper. It was addressed to both Donovan and me, the names and destination printed in lead pencil. There was no return address. I tore it open. A white card fell out. On the card was printed 2 words, nothing else. The words read, "Or Boston." So that's where we sit now. Almost 7 years ago that stick-up occurred. For 7 years, Donovan and I had waited for the law to crack it, so we could quit wondering, so we could tell ourselves that Dalrymple was just another screwball. But the statute of limitations nearly ran out on the great Brinks robbery, and now we're beginning to wonder if it really was solved. Wondering if we could have stopped it by stopping Dalrymple, the brain behind it all. Wondering if he really was a man from another... Oh, hell, it just couldn't be. Or could it? 2 Weeks in August by Frank M. Robinson. I suppose there's a guy like McCleary in every office. Now, I'm not a hard man to get along with, and it usually takes quite a bit more than overly bright remarks from the office boy to bother me. But try as I might, I could never get along with McCleary. To be as disliked as he was, you have to work at it. What kind of guy was he? Well, if you came down to the office one day, proud as punch because it was something little Johnny or Josephine had said, it was a sure cinch that McCleary would horn in with something his little Louie had spouted off that morning. At any rate, when McCleary got through, you felt like taking Johnny to the doctor to find out what made him subnormal. Or maybe you happened to buy a new Super 8 that week and were bragging about the mileage, the terrific pickup, and how quickly she responded to the wheel. Leave it to McCleary to give a quick rundown on his own car that would make you feel like selling yours for junk at the nearest scrap heap. Well, you see what I mean? By far the worst of it was when vacation time rolled around. You could forgive a guy for topping you about how brainy his kids are, and you might even find it in your heart to forget the terrific bargain he drove to work in. But vacation time was when he'd really get on your nerves. You could pack the wife and kids in old Reliable and roll out to the lake for your 2 weeks in August. You might even break the bank and spend the 2 weeks at a poor man's Sun Valley. But no matter where you went, When you came back, you'd have to sit in silence and listen to McCleary's account of his vacation in the Adirondacks, or his tramp in the Canadian wilds, or maybe even the old French Quarter. The trouble was, he always had the photographs, the ticket stubs, and the souvenirs to prove it. Where he got the money, I'll never know. Sometimes I'd tell the wife about it, and she'd sniff and wonder what kind of shabby house they lived in that they could afford all the other things. I never looked him up myself. To tell you the truth, I was afraid I'd find the McClearys lived on Park Avenue. Now you look forward to a vacation all year, but particularly during the latter part of July when, what with the heat and the stuffy office, you begin to feel like a half-done hot dog at a barbecue. I was feeling even worse than usual as I was faced with spending my 2 weeks in my own backyard, most of my vacation dough having gone to pay the doctor. The only thing I minded was having McCleary find out about it, and seeing that phony look of sympathy roll across his fat face while he rambled on about the vacation he was going to have. It was lunchtime, and we had just finished talking about the latest on television and what was wrong with the administration and who'd win the pennant, when Bob Young brought up the subject of vacations. It turned out he was due for a trip to the Ozarks, and Donnelly was going after walleye pike in northern Wisconsin. I could sense McCleary prick up his ears clear across the room. "How about you, Bill?" Donnelly asked me. "Got any plans?" I winked heavily and jerked a thumb warningly toward McCleary, making sure McCleary couldn't see the gesture. "My vacation is really going to be out of the world this time," I said. "Me and the wife are going to Mars. Dry, you know. Even better than Arizona for her sinus." Even with the wink, they were caught off guard for a minute. "Mars?" Donnelly said feebly, edging his chair away. "Yeah, sure. Great place. Never been there myself, though." Young just gaped, then grinned as he caught on. "I understand. It's a wonderful spot," he chipped in. I casually peeled a hard-boiled egg the wife had packed in my lunch bucket and leaned back in my swivel chair. "It's really swell," I said dreamily, but loud enough so McCleary couldn't help but overhear. Drifting down the Grand Canal at evening, the sun a faint golden disk behind the crystal towers of Marsport, I let my voice drift into a long sigh and reached for Donnelly's sack of grapes. About this time, McCleary had gnawed his way through a big pastrami sandwich and waddled over. He stood there expectantly, but we carefully ignored him. "Always wanted to go myself," Donnelly said, in the same tone of voice he would have used to say he'd like to go to California someday. "Pretty expensive, though, isn't it?" "Expensive?" I raised a studiedly surprised eyebrow. "Oh, I suppose a little, but it's worth it. The wife and I got a roomette on the Princess of Mars for $139.50. That's one way, of course." "Mars!" Young sighed wistfully. There was a moment of silence, with all three of us paying silent tribute to the ultimate in vacations. McCleary slowly masticated a leaf of lettuce, his initial look of suspicion giving way to half-belief. "Let's hear some more about it," Young said enthusiastically, suddenly recovering from his reverie. "Oh, there isn't much more," I said indifferently. "We plan to stay at the Red Sands Hotel in Marsport, American plan. Take in Marsport with maybe a side trip to Crystallite. If we have time, we might even take a waterway cruise to the North Pole." I broke off and dug Donnelly in the ribs. "Man, you never fished until you have a Martian flying fish at the end of the line." I grabbed a ruler off the desk and began using it as an imaginary rod and reel. "Talk about a fight! Oh, sorry, Mac." My ruler had amputated part of a floppy lettuce leaf that hung from McCleary's sandwich. I settled down in my chair again and started paying attention to my lunch. "Nothing like it," I added, between mouthfuls of liverwurst. "How about entertainment?" Young winked slyly. "Well, you know the wife will be along," I said. "But some of the places near the Grand Canal, and those Martian mist maidens, brother, if I was unattached." "There ain't any life on Mars," McCleary said, suspicious again. All three of us looked at him in shocked silence. "He says there's no life on Mars," Donnelly repeated. You ever been there, McCleary? I asked sarcastically. No, but just the same. All right, I cut in. Then you don't know whether there is or isn't. So kindly reserve your opinion until you know a little about the subject under discussion. I turned back to Donnelly and Young. Really a wonderful place for your health. Dry, thin air, nice and cool at night, and beautiful. From Marsport you can see low-slung mountains in the distance, dunes of soft red sand stretching out to them. If I were you, Bob, I'd forget all about the Ozarks and sign up on the rocket. There ain't any rockets going to Mars, McCleary said obstinately. Isn't, I corrected. I mean, there is. Besides, McCleary, just because you never heard of something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The government's still working on V2, McCleary said flatly. They haven't even reached the moon yet. I sighed softly, acting disgusted at having to deal with somebody as stupid as McCleary. Mac, that's the government, and besides, they're dealing with military rockets. Did you ever hear of the government perfecting something before private industry? Who perfected the telephone, the radio, television? The government? No. Private industry, of course. Private industry has always been ahead of the government on everything, including rockets. Get on a stick, Mac. McCleary started in on his lettuce leaf again, looking very shrewd. How come I never heard of it before now? He asked, springing the clincher argument. Look, Mac, this is relatively new. The company's just starting. Can't afford to take full-page ads and that sort of thing. Just give 'em time, that's all. Why, a couple of years from now you'll be spending your vacation on Venus or Jupiter or someplace like that. From now on, California and the Bahamas will be strictly old hat. McCleary looked half believing. Where'd you get your tickets? I waved vaguely in the direction of downtown. Oh, there must be at least a couple of agencies downtown. Might even be able to find them in the phone book. Look under Interplanetary Rocket Lines, or something like that. You might have a little difficulty, of course. Like I say, they're not too well advertised. McCleary was about to say something more, but then the 1 o'clock bell rang and we went back to the office grind. Well, McCleary didn't say anything more about it the next day, even though we'd throw in a chance comment about Mars every now and then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, but Mac didn't rise to the bait. We gradually forgot about it. The next couple of weeks came and went, and then my 2 weeks in August. Like I said before, my vacation dough had gone to pay the doctor, so I stayed at home and watered the begonias. The Monday morning after vacation, we were all back in the office, if anything looking more fagged than we had when we left. When lunchtime rolled around, Donnelly and Young and I piled our lunches on Donnelly's desk. His desk was near a window on the north side of the building, so we could get the breeze, and talked about what we had done during vacation. McCleary ambled up, and like it usually does after McCleary comes around, the conversation just naturally died down. After a 2-minute silence, I finally took the hook. Okay, Mac, I said. I know you're just dying to tell us. Where did you go? He almost looked surprised. To Mars, he said, like he might have said Aunt Minnie's. The three of us looked blank for a minute, and then we caught on. It took us a while to recover from laughing, and my sides were still aching when I saw McCleary's face. It definitely had a hurt look on it. You don't think I did, he accused us. Oh, come off it, McCleary, I said crossly. A gag's a gag, but it can be carried too far. Where'd you go? California, Oregon, someplace like that? I said I went to Mars, McCleary repeated hotly, and I can prove it. Sure. Like I can prove the world's flat and it's supported by 4 elephants standing on a turtle's back like the old Greeks. I cut off. McCleary had thrown a couple of pasteboards on the desk, and I picked them up. The printing on it was like you see on a Pullman ticket. It said something about a roomette, first-class passage on the Martian Prince for $154.75. And there was even a place where they had the tax figured. and 2 blanks at the top of the ticket. They had it filled out to E.C. McCleary and wife. The bottom half was torn off, just like they do with train tickets. Very clever, I said, but you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble to have these printed up. McCleary scowled and dropped a little bunch of Kodachrome slides on the desk. I took one and held it up to the light. It showed Mac and his wife mounted on something that looked like a cross between a camel and a zebra. They were at the top of a sand dune, and in the distance you could see the towers of a city. The funny thing was the towers looked a little, but not much, like minarets, and the sand dunes were colored a beautiful pink. I passed it on to Donnelly and Young and started leafing through the rest. They were beautiful slides. McCleary and spouse in front of various structures in a delicately tinted marble and crystal city. McCleary in a pink and black boat on a canal that looked as wide as the Mississippi. McCleary standing on a strangely carved sandstone parapet, admiring a sunset caused by a sun looking half as big as ours. And everywhere were the dunes of pink sand. Pictures can be faked, Mac, I said. He looked hurt and got some things out of his desk, a sateen pillow with scenes like those on his snapshots, an urn filled with pink sand, a tiny boat like a gondola, only different, a letter opener made out of peculiar bubbly pink glass. They were all stamped, "Souvenir of Mars." And that kind of junk you don't have made up for a gag. I know mass-produced articles when I see them. We couldn't afford the first-class tour, McCleary said expansively, but I figure we can cover that next year. He turned to me puzzledly. I asked the passenger agent about the Princess of Mars, and he said he had never heard of the ship. And it's Mars City, not Marsport. Couldn't understand how you made a mistake. It was easy, I said, weakly. I pointed to the pasteboard ducats. Where do you get these, Mac? He waved generously in the direction of downtown. Like you said, there's a couple of agencies downtown. You know, sometimes I think we misjudged McCleary. It takes a while to get to know a guy like Mac. Maybe his Louis is brighter than Johnny, and maybe his Chugmobile is something terrific. For the last few years, all on account of Mac, my 2 weeks in August have really been well spent, beautiful. Why, from Mars City you can see low, slow mountains in the distance, and dunes of soft red sand stretching out to them, and the sunsets when you're standing on the parapets of that delicate crystal city, and man, fishing in the Grand Canal. How do you get to Mars? There's probably a couple of agencies in your own town. You can look them up in your phone book, under Vacation at the Planets of Pleasure, or something like that. They might be a little difficult to find, though. You see, they're not very well advertised yet.
Moonlight and Robots by Jerry Dunham. Chapter 1. Thad Morgan looked around his little room. The 2 deactivated robots and the framework that suspended the limp suit hardly left room for him to move around. At the moment, he felt mildly disgusted with this whole convention. He asked himself why engagements and marriages had to be surrounded with tradition and ridiculous games. But, of course, he had to go through with it. Myrna seemed to have been fulfilled with excitement when they started discussing the final plans for the ceremony. He might as well get started. He glanced at the clock. It was almost 8. He picked up the book of rules and looked at it again. He reread the instructions for operating the mechanism. First, it said, inspect the facsimile and see that it is well groomed and entirely in order. He looked at the 2 lifeless twins of himself. Yes, they looked all right. He decided which one he would use tonight. Then, he read, he was to get into the suit, the book called it a harness, activate the selected facsimile, and set the controls. It went on to say that every movement he made would be duplicated by the robot. Everything the facsimile experienced would be transmitted to the harness, becoming his experiences. Well, he had practiced all that since renting the thing 3 days ago. He turned towards the marriage game rules. The rules dictated 7 situations. That would mean, in his case, 7 evenings for Myrna and him to decide whether they were meeting at each other's robots or their real selves. The book pointed out that the primary or real body had to be used at least once in the first 5 situations. The first contestant to correctly identify the other's real body won the game, and the contest was over. The winner received commendation and was supposed to be the dominant spouse. Of course, the last was mere convention. However, the most important, the most rigid, and to Thad the most fantastic rule in the whole contest was that if the girl won, the couple was required to wait a year before completing the marriage ceremony. That seemed a weightier matter to Morgan. He read on. The first contestant who correctly identified the other as a facsimile won a point. If he failed, the other contestant had the opportunity to make an identification. The situation ended when one contestant made a correct identification or when both failed. Laying the book down, he decided he'd better get started because it was getting late. He climbed into the harness and hung in midair, suspended by his belt. He activated one of his facsimiles and turned his head so he could see himself through the robot's eyes. Thumbing his nose, he watched the creature hanging in the harness do likewise. It gave him an eerie feeling. Even though he knew he was walking in thin air and getting nowhere, it really seemed as if he could feel the floor under his feet and see the room move around him in a very ordinary fashion. As soon as his facsimile left the room, his mind made the adjustment, and it was as if it were really he strolling nonchalantly down the corridor. He drove to a florist's shop and started to purchase a corsage. Abashed, he caught himself. He rushed out of the shop and went home to put a wallet and handkerchief into his pockets. He would have to be more careful, he realized. Slips like that might cost him the contest. With corsage box in hand, he pressed the doorbell and waited. He hoped his plastic flesh was molded perfectly. It looked all right to him, but you never could tell what someone else might notice. Myrna opened the door. Chapter 2. She was lonely, and he took her in his arms. Drawing back, he looked at her dubiously. At least, he thought it was she. His family, her family, and 2 or 3 others, acting as judges and referees in the contest, stood in the living room watching them. They began to laugh as they saw his questioning look. It really was rather funny, he decided. Myrna led him into the room and introduced him to the few he didn't know. He watched her closely as she opened the box. He thought her fingers were fumbling a bit. Everyone in the room watched the 2 of them intently. They didn't know whether the couple were real or robot either. At any moment, she might suddenly try to identify him. Maybe he should take the first chance. She might be fumbling from nervousness, he realized. If it were really she and he called her a robot, she might be offended. Girls were like that, but of course, he would have to take that chance. "You are a robot," he announced suddenly. Myrna looked surprised. "Oh, how did you know?" She was crestfallen. He was congratulated as they all trooped upstairs to help Myrna out of her harness. Later, it was nice to know for sure that it was really her living flesh in his arms. Then he felt guilty as he realized she was not in his living arms. He excused himself hurriedly and returned home. The next evening, he was invited to Myrna's home for dinner. He thought of actually going himself because he knew the food would be good. The apparatus could transmit heat, cold, and pressure, but it didn't do much when it came to taste, and it couldn't make any sensation in one's interior. But he decided it would be too risky. If she identified his facsimile, she would win a point to be sure. But if she identified his real self, well, that would end the contest, and he would have to wait a year to get married. He would have to be careful of the food, though. She might try to trick him with something that looked good but tasted terrible, and his facsimile would eat it just the same. That night, before sending his proxy to Myrna's dinner party, he had his facsimile stick himself with a pin. The sharp pain made him wince. He wondered about the mechanics of the machine. He supposed that his pain was caused by a tiny electrical shock that stimulated a pain nerve. He realized that the more he could find out about his equipment, the better his chances were of winning. That evening, Myrna was very watchful and very cool. He wondered if she had suspected that she had been loved by a robot the evening before. He had hardly seated himself at the table when she called him a robot. The family seemed uproariously amused. He wondered how she had known. He congratulated her politely, and she was allowed to go unidentified since it was her round. When his facsimile was brought back to the room, Thad climbed wearily out of his harness and made himself a cold, uninteresting supper. He felt lonely. Was Myrna really sore at him? Damn this whole business. He wished he didn't have to go through all of this. Chapter 3. The next evening he had a plan worked out. He went himself and greeted her at the door, slammed it shut, and bent towards her to listen. It would take a moment for the reverberation to reach her room. If she were a robot, the sound would come through the primary microphone in the sender, and he might be able to hear the faint echo from her lips. He did, and he immediately announced her as a facsimile. Her congratulations were hardly more than civil. He left with no great feeling of triumph. The next 3 evenings she was very distant. He understood why she didn't meet him at the door anymore, but he couldn't tell why the rest of her behavior was so cold. She was very lucky, too. She identified him correctly as a robot each time before he even had the time to greet the rest of the family. The day went very slowly. Thad left the office early in his uneasiness. Tonight was the 7th and last situation. He hoped it also wouldn't be their last evening together. At this point, he hardly knew what to do. If she won the contest, it would be a whole long year before they could marry. He knew that quite often it spelled the finish of a romance. On the other hand, if he won, it might estrange them immediately. She had such pride. What to do? He decided to forget the robot and go as his real self again. Points were in her favor anyway. He realized that if she were present by facsimile, he couldn't possibly win. He might as well be the first one to guess and be done with it. It wasn't the contest that mattered anyhow. It was Myrna and what she was feeling. When he rang the doorbell that evening, the corsage box under his arm contained orchids. Unexpectedly, it was Myrna that opened the door. "Hello, real Myrna." She hesitated for a moment. "Good evening, Thad. Please come in." He followed her in and greeted the family. She opened the box, and for a moment she seemed impressed. Then she regained her composure. He accepted her formal thanks as the families milled around admiring the gift. Everyone seemed slightly restrained. Thad finally phrased the question that they were all thinking. "Are you real?" "Perhaps you could tell if you kissed me," she said with mocking sweetness. "Myrna, I'm sorry about that first evening, but I forgot that I wasn't really there." He wished the family wasn't there so close. All of them watching and listening made him feel an even greater uneasiness. "Oh," he thought, "the hell with this contest. Myrna, honey, look, I don't care if it's really you or not. Well, that is, His voice faded out. He realized he was getting more confused. Someone snickered. Myrna was watching him with a contemptuous smile curving her lips. The whole thing suddenly made him mad. "Okay, I don't care who wins the contest. I don't care if we do have to wait a year. I don't even care at the moment if there's going to be a wedding or not." He started out of the room dimly aware that he was angrier than he realized. Myrna caught him in the vestibule. "Thad! Thad! Wait! Please, I know I was being spiteful. You won the contest. I'm really me. Please don't go like this. I'd never forgive myself." She looked up at him tearfully. He felt himself relenting finally and smiled. She threw her arms around his neck and he drew her close. After a very long kiss, she looked up at him and said softly, "Thad, let's be sure the robots are all sent back to the agency before our honeymoon."
It was on the first day of the new year that the announcement was made, almost simultaneously from 3 observatories, that the motion of the planet Neptune, the outermost of all the planets that wheeled about the sun, had become erratic. Ogilvy had already called attention to a suspended retardation in its velocity in December. Such a piece of news was scarcely calculated to interest the world, the greater portion of whose inhabitants were unaware of the existence of the planet Neptune. Nor, outside the astronomical profession, did the subsequent discovery of a faint remote speck of light in the region of the perturbed planet cause any great excitement. Scientific people, however, found the intelligence remarkable enough, even before it became known that the new body was rapidly growing larger and brighter, that its motion was quite different from the orderly progress of the planets, and that the deflection of Neptune and its satellite was becoming now of an unprecedented kind. Few people without training in science can realize the huge isolation of the solar system. The sun, with its specks of planets, its dust of planetoids, and its impalpable comets, swim in vacant immensity that almost defeats the imagination. Beyond the orbit of Neptune there is space, vacant so far as human observation has penetrated, without warmth or light or sound, blank emptiness, for 20 billion times a million miles. That is the smallest estimate of the distance to be traversed before the nearest of the stars is attained, and, saving a few comets, more unsubstantial than the thinnest flame, no matter had ever to human knowledge crossed the gulf of space, until early in the 20th century when this wanderer appeared. A vast mass of matter it was, bulky, heavy, rushing without warning out of the black mystery of the sky into the radiance of the sun. By the second day it was clearly visible to any decent instrument as a speck with a barely sensible diameter, in the constellation Leo near Regulus. In a little while an opera glass could attain it. On the third day of the new year, the newspaper readers of 2 hemispheres were made aware for the first time of the real importance of this unusual apparition in the heavens. A planetary collision, one London paper headed the news, and proclaimed Duchenne's opinion that the strange new planet would probably collide with Neptune. The leader writers enlarged upon the topic, so that in most of the capitals of the world on January 3rd there was an expectation, however vague, of some eminent phenomenon in the sky, and as the night followed the sunset round the globe, thousands of men turned their eyes skyward to see the old familiar stars just as they had always been. Until it was dawn in London and Pollux setting, and the stars overhead grown pale. The winter's dawn it was, a sickly filtering accumulation of daylight, and the light of gas and candles shone yellow in the windows to show where people were astir. But the yawning policeman saw the thing, the busy crowds in the market stopped agape, workmen going to their work betimes, milkmen, the drivers of new carts, dissipation going home jaded and pale, homeless wanderers, sentinels on their beats, and in the country laborers trudging afield, poachers slinking home. All over the dusky, quickening country it would be seen, and out at sea by seamen watching for the day, a great white star comes suddenly into the westward sky. Brighter it was than any star in our skies, brighter than the evening star at its brightest. It still glowed out white and large, no mere twinkling spot of light, but a small, round, clear, shining disk, an hour after the day had come. And where science was not reached, men stared and feared, telling one another of the wars and pestilences that are foreshadowed by these fiery signs in the heavens. Sturdy Boers, dusky Hottentots, Gold Coast Negroes, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, stood in the glow of the sunrise watching the setting of this strange new star. And in 100 observatories there had been suppressed excitement, rising almost to shouting pitch as the 2 remote bodies had rushed together. There had been a hurrying to and fro to gather photographic apparatus and spectroscope, to gather this appliance and that, to record the novel astonishing sight, the destruction of a world. For it was a world, a sister planet of our Earth, far greater than our Earth indeed, that had so suddenly flashed into flaming death. Neptune it was which had been struck, fairly and squarely, by the planet from outer space, and the heat of concussion had incontinently turned 2 solid globes into one vast mass of incandescence. Round the world that day, 2 hours before the dawn, went the pallid great white star, fading only as it sank westward and the sun mounted above it. Everywhere man marveled at it, but of all those who saw it, none could have marveled more than those sailors, habitual watchers of the stars, who far away at sea had heard nothing of its advent, and saw it now rise like a pygmy moon, and climb zenithward and hang overhead, and sink westward into the passing of the night. And when it next rose over Europe, everywhere were crowds of watchers on hilly slopes, on house roofs, in open spaces, staring eastward, waiting for the rising of the new star. It rose, with a white glow in front, like the glare of a white fire, and those who had seen it come into existence the night before cried out at the sight of it. "It is larger," they cried. "It is brighter." And indeed the moon, a quarter full and sinking in the west, was in its apparent size beyond comparison. But scarcely in all its breadth had it as much brightness now as the little circle of the strange new star. "It is brighter!" cried people clustering in the streets. But in the dim observatories the watchers held their breath and peered at one another. "It is nearer," they said. "Nearer!" And voice after voice repeated, "It is nearer!" And the clicking telegraph took that up, and it trembled along telephone wires, and in 1,000 cities grimy compositors fingered the type. "It is nearer." Men writing in offices, struck with strange realization, flung down their pens. Men talking in 1,000 places suddenly came upon a grotesque possibility in those words. It is nearer. It hurried along awakening streets, it was shouted down the frost-stilled ways of quiet villages. Men who had read these things from the throbbing tape stood in yellow-lit doorways shouting the news to the passers-by. It is nearer. Pretty women flushed and glittering heard the news told jestingly between dances, and feigned an intelligent interest they did not feel. Nearer! Indeed, how curious! How clever people must be to find out things like that! Lonely tramps ferrying through the wintry night murmured those words in comfort themselves, looking skyward. It has need to be nearer, for the night's as cold as charity. Don't see much warmth from it if it is nearer, all the same. "What is a new star to me?" cried the weeping woman, kneeling beside her dead. The schoolboy, rising early in his examination work, puzzled it out for himself, with the great white star shining broad and bright through the frost flowers of his window. "Centrifugal, centripetal," he said, with his chin on his fist. "Stop a planet in its flight, rob it of its centrifugal force. What then? Centripetal has it, and down it falls into the sun. And this? Do we come in the way? I wonder." The light of that day went the way of its brethren, and with the later watches of the frosty darkness rose the strange star again. And it was now so bright that the waxing moon seemed but a pale yellow ghost itself, rising huge in the sunset hour. In a South African city a great man had married, and the streets were alight to welcome his return with his bride. "Even the skies have illuminated," said the flatterer. Under Capricorn, 2 Negro lovers, daring the wild beasts and evil spirits, for love of one another, crouched together in a canebrake where the fireflies hovered. "That is our star," they whispered, and felt strangely comforted by the sweet brilliancy of its light. The master mathematician sat in his private room and pushed the papers from him. His calculations were already finished. In a small white phial there still remained a little of the drug that had kept him awake and active for 4 long nights. Each day, serene, explicit, patient as ever, he had given his lecture to his students, and then had come back at once to his momentous calculation. His face was grave, a little drawn, and hectic from his drugged activity. For some time he seemed lost in thought. Then he went to the window, and the blind went up with a click. Halfway up the sky, over the clustering roofs, chimneys, and steeples of the city, hung the star. He looked at it as one might look into the eye of a brave enemy. "You may kill me," he said after a silence, "but I can hold you, and all the universe for that matter, in the grip of this little brain. I would not change even now." He looked at the phial. "There will be no need to sleep again," he said. The next day at noon, punctual to the minute, he entered his lecture theatre, put his hat on the end of the table as was his habit, and carefully selected a large piece of chalk. It was a joke among his students that he could not lecture without that piece of chalk to fumble in his fingers, and once he had been stricken to impotence by their hiding his supply. He came and looked under his gray eyebrows at the rising tiers of young, fresh faces, and spoke with his accustomed, studied commonness of phrasing. "Circumstances have arisen, circumstances beyond my control," he said, and paused, "which will debar me from completing the course I had designed. It would seem, gentlemen, if I may put the thing clearly and briefly, that man has lived in vain." The students glanced at one another. Had they heard right? Mad? Raised eyebrows and grinning lips there were, but one or two faces remained intent upon his calm, gray-fringed face. "It will be interesting," he was saying, "to devote this morning to an exposition, so far as I can make it clear to you, of the calculations that have led me to this conclusion. Let us assume—" He turned toward the blackboard, meditating a diagram in the way that was usual to him. "What was that about lived in vain?" whispered one student to another. "Listen," said the other, nodding toward the lecturer. And presently they began to understand. That night the star rose later, for its proper eastward motion had carried it some way across Leo toward Virgo, and its brightness was so great that the sky became a luminous blue as it rose, and every star and planet was hidden save only Jupiter near the zenith, Capella, Aldebaran, Sirius, and the pointers of the Bear. It was white and beautiful. In many parts of the world that night a pallid halo encircled it about. It was perceptibly larger. In the clear refractive sky of the tropics it seemed as if it were nearly a quarter of the size of the moon. The frost was still on the ground in England, but the world was as brightly lit as if it were midsummer moonlight. One could see to read quite ordinary print by that cold, clear light, and in the cities the lamps burnt yellow and wan. And everywhere the world was awake that night, and throughout Christendom a sombre murmur hung in the keen air over the countryside like the buzzing of the bees in the heather, and this murmurous tumult grew to a clangor in the cities. It was the tolling of the bells of 1,000,000 belfry towers and steeples, summoning the people to sleep no more, to sin no more, but to gather in their churches and pray. And overhead, growing larger and brighter, as the earth rolled on its way and the night passed, rose the dazzling star. And the streets and houses were alight in all the cities, the shipyards glared, and whatever roads led to high country were lit and crowded all night long. And in all the seas about the civilized lands, ships with throbbing engines and ships with bellying sails, crowded with men and living creatures, were standing out to ocean and the north. For already the warning of the master mathematician had been telegraphed over the world and translated into 100 tongues. The new planet and Neptune, locked in a fiery embrace, were whirling headlong, ever faster and faster, toward the sun. Already, every second, this blazing mass flew 100 miles, and every second its terrific velocity increased. As it flew its course, it must pass 100,000,000 of miles wide of the earth and scarcely affect it. But near its destined path, as yet only slightly perturbed, spun the mighty planet Jupiter and its moons sweeping splendid around the sun. Every moment now the attraction between the fiery star and the greatest of the planets grew stronger. And the result of that attraction? Inevitably Jupiter would be deflected from its orbit to a new elliptical path, and the burning star, swung by its attraction wide of its sunward rush, would describe a curved path, and perhaps collide with and certainly pass close to our Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic outbreaks, cyclones, sea waves, floods, and a steady rise in temperature to I know not what limit. So prophesied the master mathematician. And overhead, to carry out his words, lonely and cold and livid, blazed the star of coming doom. To many who stared at it that night until their eyes ached, it seemed that it was visibly approaching. And that night, too, the weather changed, and the frost that had gripped all Central Europe and France and England softened towards a thaw. But you must not imagine, because I have spoken of people praying through the night, and people going aboard ships, and people fleeing toward mountainous country, that the whole world was already in a terror because of the star. As a matter of fact, use and wont still ruled the world, and save for the talk of the idle moments and splendor of the night, 9 human beings out of 10 were still busy at their common occupations. In all the cities and the shops, save one here and there, opened and closed at their proper hours, the doctor and the undertaker plied their trades, and workers gathered in the factories, soldiers drilled, scholars studied, lovers sought one another, thieves lurked and fled, politicians planned their schemes. The presses of the newspapers roared through the nights, and many a priest of this church and that would not open his holy building to further what he considered a foolish panic. The newspapers insisted on the lesson of the year 1000, for then, too, people had anticipated the end. The star was no star, mere gas, a comet, and were it a star, it could not possibly strike the earth. There was no precedent for such a thing. Common sense was sturdy everywhere, scornful, jesting, a little inclined to persecute the obdurate fearful. That night, at 7:15 by Greenwich time, the star would be at its nearest to Jupiter. Then the world would see the turn things would take. The master mathematician's grim warnings were treated by many as so much mere elaborate self-advertisement. Common sense, at last, so little heeded by argument, signified its unalterable convictions by going to bed. So, too, barbarism and savagery, already tired of the novelty, went about their nightly business, and save for a howling dog here and there, the beast world left the star unheeded. And yet, when at last the watchers in the European states saw their star rise, an hour later, it is true, but no larger than it had been the night before, there were still plenty awake to laugh at the master mathematician, to take the danger as if it had passed. But hereafter the laughter ceased. The star grew. It grew with a terrible steadiness hour after hour, a little larger each hour, a little nearer the midnight zenith, and brighter until it turned night into day. Had it come straight to the earth instead of in a curved path, had it lost no velocity to Jupiter, it must have leapt the intervening gulf in a day. But as it was, it took 5 days altogether to come by our planet. The next night it had become a third the size of the moon before it set to English eyes, and the thaw was assured. It rose over America nearly the size of the moon, but blinding white to look at, and hot, and a breath of hot wind blew now with its rising and gathering strength, and in Virginia and Brazil, and down the St. Lawrence Valley, it shone intermittently through a driving reek of thunderclouds, flickering violet lightning, and hail unprecedented. In Manitoba were a thaw and devastating floods. Upon the mountains of the earth, the snow and ice began to melt that night, and all the rivers coming out of the high country flowed thick and turbid, and soon, in their upper reaches, with swirling trees and the bodies of beasts and men. They rose steadily in their ghostly brilliance, and came trickling over their banks at last, behind the flying population of their valleys. Along the coast of Argentina and up the South Atlantic, tides were higher than they had ever been in the memory of man, and the storm drove the waters in many cases scores of miles inland, drowning whole cities. And so great grew the heat during the night that the rising of the sun was like the coming of a shadow. Earthquakes began and grew until all down America, from the Arctic Circle to Cape Horn, hillsides were sliding, fissures were opening, and houses and walls crumbling to destruction. China was lit glowing white, but over Japan and Java and all the islands of Eastern Asia, the great star was a ball of dull red fire because of the steam and smoke and ashes the volcanoes were spouting forth to salute its coming. Above were the lava, hot gases, and ash, and below the seething floods, and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake shocks. Soon the immemorial snows of Tibet and the Himalayas were melting and pouring down by 10 million deepening, converging channels upon the plains of Burma and Hindustan. The tangled summits of the Indian jungles were aflame in 1,000 places, and below the hurrying waters around the stems were dark objects that struggled feebly and reflected the blood-red tongues of fire. And in the ungovernable confusion, a multitude of men and women fled down the broad riverways to that one last hope of men, the open sea. Larger grew the star, and larger, hotter, and brighter with a terrible swiftness now. The tropical ocean had lost its phosphorescence, and the whirling steam rose in ghostly wreaths from the black waves that plunged incessantly, speckled with storm-tossed ships. And then came a wonder. It seemed to those in Europe watching for the rising of the star that the world must have ceased its rotation. In 1,000 open spaces of down and upland, the people who had fled thither from the floods and the falling houses and sliding slopes of hill watched for that rising in vain. Hour followed hour through a terrible suspense, and the star rose not. Once again men set their eyes upon the old constellations they had counted lost to them forever. In England it was hot and clear overhead, though the ground quivered perpetually, but in the tropics Sirius and Capella and Aldebaran showed through a veil of steam. And when at last the great star rose, near 10 hours late, the sun rose close upon it, and in the center of its white heart was a disk of black. Over Asia the star had begun to fall behind the movement of the sky, and then suddenly, as if hung over India, its light had been veiled. All the plain of India, from the mouth of the Indus to the mouths of the Ganges, was a shallow waste of shining water that night, out of which rose temples and palaces, mounds and hills, black with people. Every minaret was a clustering mass of people, who fell one by one into the turbid waters as heat and terror overcame them. The whole land seemed a wailing, and suddenly there swept a shadow across that furnace of despair, and a breath of cold wind, and a gathering of clouds out of the cooling air. Men looked up, nearly blinded, at the star, and saw that black disk creeping across the light. It was the moon, coming between the star and the earth. And even as men cried to God at this respite, out of the east, with a strange, inexplicable swiftness, sprang the sun. And then star, sun, and moon rushed together across the heavens. So it was that presently, to the European watchers, star and sun rose close upon each other, drove headlong for a space, and then slower, and at last came to rest. Star and sun merged into one glare of flame at the zenith of the sky. The moon no longer eclipsed the star, but was lost to sight in the brilliance of the sky. And though those who were still alive regarded it for the most part with that dull stupidity that hunger, fatigue, heat, and despair engender, there were still men who could perceive the meaning of these signs. Star and earth had been at their nearest, had swung about one another, and the star had passed. Already it was receding, swifter and swifter in the last stage of its headlong journey downward into the sun. And then the clouds gathered, blotting out the vision of the sky. The thunder and lightning wove a garment around the world. All over the earth was such a downpour of rain as men had never seen before. And where the volcanoes flared red against the cloud canopy, there descended torrents of mud. Everywhere the waters were pouring off the land, leaving mud-stilted ruins, and the earth littered like a storm-worn beach with all that had floated, and the dead bodies of the men and brutes, its children. For days the waters streamed off the land, sweeping away soil and trees and houses in the way, and piling huge dikes and scooping out titanic gullies over the countryside. Those were the days of darkness that followed the star and the heat. All through them, for many weeks and months, the earthquakes continued. But the star had passed, and men, hunger-driven and gathering courage only slowly, might creep back to their ruined cities, buried granaries, and sodden fields. Such few shifts as had escaped the storms of that time came stunned and shattered and sounding their way cautiously through the new marks and shoals of once familiar ports. And as the storms subsided, men perceived that everywhere the days were hotter than of yore, and the sun larger, and the moon, shrunk to 1/3 of its size, now took 80 days between its new and new. But of the new brotherhood that grew presently among men, of the saving of laws and machines, of the strange change that had Iceland and Greenland the shores of Baffin's Bay, so that the sailors coming there presently found them green and gracious, and could scarce believe their eyes, the story does not tell. nor of the movement of mankind, now that the earth was hotter, northward and southward toward the poles of the earth. It concerns itself only with the coming and passing of the star. The Martian astronomers, for there are astronomers on Mars, although they are different beings from men, were naturally profoundly interested by these things. They saw them from their own standpoint, of course. Considering the mass and temperature of the missile that was flung through our solar system into the sun, one wrote, it is astonishing what little damage the Earth, which it missed so narrowly, has sustained. All the familiar continental markings and the masses of the seas remain intact, and indeed the only difference seems to be a shrinking of the white discoloration, supposed to be frozen water, around either pole, which only shows how small the vastest of human catastrophes may seem at a distance of a few million miles.
The Quantum Jump by Robert Wicks. Brandon was looking at the Milky Way. Through his permaglass canopy, he could see it trailing across the black velvet of space like a white bridal veil. Below his SC-9B scout ship stretched the red dust deserts of Sirius III, illuminated by the thin light of 2 ice moons. He looked at the Milky Way. He looked at it as a man looks at a flickering fireplace and thinks of other things. He thought of the sun, 52 trillion miles away, a pinpoint of light, lost in the dazzle of the Milky Way. The Earth, a speck of dust in orbit, just as this planet was to its master, Sirius. 9 light years away. Of course, 13 years had passed on Earth since they had left, because the trip took 4 years by RT, relative time. But even 4 years is a long time to be shut up in Astro 1 with 5 other men, especially when one of them was the imperious Colonel Towers. A quantum jump. That's the way to beat the Reds, the Colonel had said 1,000 times. His well-worn expression had nothing to do with quantum mechanics, the actual change in atomic configuration due to the application of sufficient energy. Rather, it was a slang expression referring to a major advance in interplanetary travel due to a maximum scientific and technological effort. Let 'em have Mars and Venus, the Colonel would say. Let 'em have the whole damn solar system. We'll make a quantum jump. Leapfrog ahead of 'em. We'll be the first men to set foot on a planet of another solar system. 4 years had gone by in the ship, 13 years on Earth. 4 years of Colonel Towers. Military discipline grew more strict each day. Space does funny things to some men. The "we'll be the first men" had turned into "I'll be the first man." But it was Captain Brandon who drew the assignment of scouting Sirius III for a suitable landing place for Astro, of sampling its atmosphere and observing meteorological conditions. Even as Brandon climbed into the scout ship, Towers had cautioned him. Remember, your assignment is to locate a firm landing site with ample protection from the elements. Under no circumstances are you to land yourself. Is that clearly understood? Brandon nodded, was launched, and now was cruising 100,000 feet above the alien planet. Brandon tilted the ship up on one wing and glanced down at the brick-red expanse of desert. Tiny red mists marked the dust storms. Certainly this was no place to set down the full weight of Astro, nor to protect the crew and equipment from abrasive dust. He righted the ship. Far on the horizon was a bank of atmospheric clouds. Perhaps conditions were more promising there. He shoved the power setting to 90%. A fire warning indicator light blinked on. Instantly, Brandon's eyes were on the instrument panel. The tailpipe temperature seemed all right. It could be a false indication. He eased back on the power setting. Maybe the light would go out. But it didn't. Instead, he felt a surging rumble deep in the bowels of the ship. Luminous needles danced and a second red light flashed on. He snapped the video switch and depressed the mic button. Astro 1, this is Brandon. Over. A steady crackling sound filled his earphones. A grid of light and shadow fluttered on the screen. A thought entered his mind. Maybe it put too much power planet curvature between Astro and himself. Astro 1, this is Brandon. Come in, please. A series of muffled explosions rocked the ship. He chopped the power back all the way and listened intensely. Mayday! Mayday! Astro! This is Brandon! Mayday! A faint voice sputtered in his ear. The face of Reinhardt, the radio man, appeared before him. Brandon, this is Astro 1. What's your position? Over. Brandon's voice sounded strange and distant as he talked to his oxygen mask. Heading 180, approximately 600 miles from you. Altitude 100,000 feet. What is the nature of your trouble, Brandon? Before Brandon could answer, the face of Colonel Towers appeared beside the radio man's. Brandon, what are you trying to pull? Engine trouble, sir. Losing altitude fast. Do you know the nature of the trouble? Negative. Might have thrown a compressor blade. Got a fire indication, then a compressor surge. Chopped off the power. Towers frowned. Why didn't you use straight rocket power? Well, sir, never mind now. You may have encountered oxygen or hydrogen-rich atmosphere. Melted your compressor blades. Try an air start on straight rocket. I want that ship back, Brandon. Repeat, I want that ship back. I may be able to write it down, get it on the deck intact. Try an air start, Brandon. Towers leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Brandon. I don't want you to set foot on that planet. Get me? But there wasn't time to try anything. The cabin was filling with fumes. Brandon looked down. A fringe of blue flame crept along between the floor and the bottom of the pilot's capsule. A cold ache filled the cavity of his stomach. Too late! I'm on fire! Capsuling out! Repeat, capsuling out! Brandon! The colonel's glaring face flicked off as Brandon pushed the pre-ejection lever into the lock position, severing all connections between the ship and the pilot's capsule. Brandon had a strange, detached feeling as he pushed the ejection button. There was an explosion, and the pilot's capsule shot up like a wet bar of soap squeezed out of a giant's hand. The ship turned into a torch and sank beneath him. Brandon closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he was staring at the Milky Way, then the desert as he tumbled over and over. He talked to the Milky Way. 10 seconds. Should wait at least 10 seconds before releasing the drogue chute so I'll clear the ship. Then he spoke to the desert. And maybe another 10 to give the capsule time to slow down. He counted, then pulled the chute release. Nylon streamed out behind him and snapped open with a tremendous jar. A moment later, bundles of metal ribbons floated out and billowed into a giant umbrella. The last thing he remembered was the taste of blood on his lips. When Brandon opened his eyes, he was staring at the silvery disks of the twin moons. They were high in the sky, obscuring the center of the Milky Way. Funny he should be laying on his back looking at the sky, he thought. Then he remembered. The capsule was on its back, and Brandon was still strapped securely to the seat. His whole body ached. Tendons had been pulled, muscles strained from the force of the ejection. His oxygen mask was still in place, but his helmet hung partly loose. He adjusted it automatically, then unbuckled the seat straps. He took a deep breath. Under the oxygen mask, he was aware of dried blood clotted in his nostrils, caked around the corners of his lips. With an effort, he sat up on the seat back and looked through the permaglass. A tangle of cord stretched out to the nylon of the main chute draped over a dust dune. Beyond it, he could see the gleaming metal ribbons of the drogue chute. Ahead of him, behind some low hills, he could see a dull red glow. The ship, he thought. Astro may already be hovering over it. He dragged the survival kit from behind the seat and pulled out some rations, a first aid kit, finally a teletalkie. Raising the antenna, he plugged in the mic cord from his mask and held down the talk key with his thumb. Astro 1, this is Brandon. Come in. As he talked, a picture flickered on screen. It was the radio room on Astro 1. Colonel Towers was pacing back and forth in front of the radio man. Shall I keep trying to raise him? He heard Reinhardt ask. Damn fool stunt, Towers sputtered. Know what I think? I think he went down deliberately, just to be the first human being to walk the ground of a planet of another solar system. Astro, this is Brandon. Come in, please. Towers continued to pace and talk. He did it to spite me. But we can't raise him, sir, the radio operator said. Maybe he didn't get out of it alive. Colonel Towers, can you hear me? Brandon yelled into his oxygen mask. He got out all right, the colonel said. He's just stalling to make it look good. We aren't going to give up the search, are we, sir? Asked the radio man. It would serve his soul right. The colonel stopped pacing and faced the radio man. Keep trying to raise him, Reinhardt. I'm going to bring us down to 40,000 feet and search the area where he went down. Hell of a waste of rocket fuel tooling around in the atmosphere, he muttered, disappearing through a bulkhead door. Wait! Colonel Towers! Brandon called, but he knew it was no use. Obviously he could pick up Astro, but they could neither see nor hear him. Captain Brandon, this is Astro calling. Over. The radio man repeated the phrase a dozen times, and each time Brandon acknowledged. swore, and acknowledged again. Finally, in desperation, he switched off the teletalkie. He snapped open the back of the unit and studied the maze of transistors, resistors, and capacitors. If there was something wrong, it would be subtle, like a burned-out resistor or a shorted condenser. Whatever it was beyond emergency repair. He dropped the teletalkie behind the seat and examined the gauge on his oxygen tank. There was enough to last the night, but not much more. He sat down in the capsule to think. The first thing they'd locate is the burning ship, he decided. Then they would probably start searching in ever-widening circles. But would they see him in the faint light of the ice moons? He looked back at the nylon chute again. Another thought ran through his mind. Suppose they don't spot me in the dark. When the sun, Sirius, comes up, there's a good chance they'll spot the parachute and search for him. He slid the canopy open and looked down at the red soil of Sirius 3. He hesitated for a moment, then swung his feet over the side and dropped to the ground. At least I'll have that satisfaction, he said, grinning under his oxygen mask. Very much aware of gravity after years of weightlessness, he walked to the canopy of the chute and spread it out on the flat ground in a full circle. It billowed in the wind. He searched around, found some glassy black rocks, and anchored down the chute. Then he looked at the orange glow that marked the funeral pyre of the ship. He had a decision to make. Stay here with the capsule, or head for the fire. Couldn't be more than 1,000 yards away, he decided. Charging a walk-around oxygen bottle, he transferred his oxygen hose to it. He snapped a survival kit to his belt and picked up the teletalkie. The ship was more than 1,000 yards away. The first mile was across flat desert. He picked up his way cautiously, his boots churning up clouds of powdering dust. He remembered the Russian reports of the weird and deadly creatures they had encountered in the Martian deserts. But aside from a few gray patches of brush, there seemed to be no sign of life. After all, he thought, the Earth held no life for the better part of its existence, and Towers had selected this planet because it bore relatively the same relationship to the brighter, hotter Sirius as did the Earth to the Sun. While farther away, it should have approximately the same conditions as did the Earth. And it had seas, not as large as on Earth, but seas nevertheless. Yet there was a fallacy in the argument. Presumably all of the stars in the outer arms of the Milky Way and their planets were about the same age. With similar conditions as the Earth, life must have been born and walked out of the seas of Sirius 3, just as it did on Earth. Something scurried into a wisp of brush, as if to bear out Brandon's realization. He froze, his eyes on the brush, his hand reaching for his hydrostatic shock pistol. He could hear nothing but the wind howling in his ears. He stood for a long moment, then cautiously skirted the brush, and continued on toward the burning ship. There was an odd clicking sound, and he stopped. It sounded again. Brandon realized he was perspiring despite the chill of the desert night. Again he moved on, the sound fading in the distance behind him. The next mile brought him to a great sheet of ancient lava laid bare by the elements. He climbed to the top. The fire still seemed to be about 1,000 yards ahead, beyond a ridge of low hills. A distant flare lit up the sky ahead of him. It glowed for a few moments and died. They found the ship, he thought. After 4 years, I had completely forgotten about the store of photoflash flares. He watched for a while, but saw no more flares. Finally, he scrambled down the other side of the lava sheet and continued on toward the wreck, moving slowly but steadily. The third mile brought him to the scene of the crash. A smoking cylinder of fused metal lay in a gully. Parts were strewn along the bottom. A wing, untouched by the fire, was leaning tip down against the edge of another lava sheet some distance away. He sat down. Another flare flashed in the sky behind him, silhouetting a row of grotesque trees. "I'm over here, you fools," he thought. He watched until the flare flickered out, then turned his head back toward the remains of the ship. There wasn't much of a glow to it now. It would be hard to see unless Astra was right on top of it. He raised the antenna on the teletalkie and snapped it on. The screen glowed into life. Towers was stepping through the bulkhead door into the radio room. Just like a television playing installments, Brandon thought. Scene 2 coming up. "No sign of him at the scene of the crash," Towers told Reinhardt. "If he got out," observed Reinhardt, "he could be 100 miles away or more." "If he got out," Towers said in a tone that irritated Brandon. "I got out," Brandon said, And right now, I'm walking around your precious planet like a Boy Scout. Damn this teletalkie. I'd give a year's pay if you could see me now, Towers. We may yet spot the escape capsule, Reinhardt was saying. We're still continuing the search, put in Towers, but I don't mind telling you I'm not wasting much more fuel. The radio operator started to say something, hesitated, and finally settled for, "Yes, sir." Brandon swore and snapped off the set. He looked at his walk-around bottle. "Can't stay here any longer," he muttered. He couldn't find the capsule. He walked 3, perhaps 4 miles. He stopped and blotted his moist brow with his sleeve. He wasn't going to find it. Before him stretched an endless carpet of red dust. The light from the 2 moons was growing dim, as each settled toward different horizons. He sat down. A cloud of powdery dust settled over his legs. The lightness in his head told him that his oxygen was running out. The weakness in his muscles reminded him that it had been a long time since he had walked in the planet's gravity. A distant flare lit up the horizon. He choked off a sob and beat his fist in the red dust. A wave of nausea swept over him. Bitter stomach juices welled up in his throat, but he swallowed them down again. Desperately, he turned on the teletalkie. "Astro, this is Brandon," he said. "Brandon, this is Astro," Reinhardt said. Brandon's body tensed. "Thank God I finally got through to you. Listen, Reinhardt, I must be about 3... "Brandon, this is Astro," said Reinhardt in a monotone. He said it again and again and again. Brandon fell back on the ground. His breathing was short, strained. His face was bathed in perspiration. The oxygen, he realized, was giving out. What are the odds that the air of Sirius 3 is breathable, he wondered. 1 in 100? The planet has water in both animal and plant life. Certainly it has sufficient gravity to hold its oxygen. But what other elements? Noxious gases might be present. Maybe the odds are closer to 1 in 50, he decided. But it's no gamble when you have nothing to lose, he told the Milky Way. Ripping off his oxygen mask, he took a deep breath of the alien atmosphere. The dust choked him, his ears rang. Black spots danced before his eyes, then melted into solid blackness. Brandon could hear Towers' voice in a vortex of darkness. "Let's face it, Brandon is dead. Must have burned with the ship. At least that's the way the report will read. Get me, Reinhardt?" "Yes, sir," the disembodied voice of Reinhardt replied quietly. "We're going to set her down on a solid piece of ground near one of the oceans." There was a pause, and Brandon could almost see Colonel Towers drawing up to his full height. "I'm going to be the first man to set foot on a planet of another solar system. Know what that means, Reinhardt?" "A quantum jump, sir?" "Right. Leapfrogging ahead of the Reds. Wait till they read the name Colonel John Towers. Maybe General John Towers. General!" Brandon opened his eyes. Sirius was turning the sky to gray, trimming a few scattered clouds with gold. As he stared at the sky, Sirius rose with a brassy glare. Near it, he could see its white hot dwarf star companion. It was going to be a real scorcher, he decided. Worse than any desert on Earth. He sat up stiffly. On the teletalkie screen, Reinhardt, alone in the radio room, was calling quietly for Brandon. The bulkhead door swung open, and Towers poked his head through. "Knock that off," said Towers sternly, "and take your landing station." As Reinhardt rose to his feet, Brandon reached over and turned off the set. Brandon took a deep breath. His head spun, and for the first time, he realized that he was still alive. He gazed across the shimmering desert to a ridge of scrubby hills. Blue mountains rose up beyond them. Great flows of black lava had rolled down onto the desert floor at some distant time. They were spotted with clumps of gray grass, even as was the desert. The hills were studded with weird trees standing stiff, branches outstretched, like an army of scarecrows. The air of Sirius 3 was doing strange things to him. 2 of the trees seemed to be moving. He swayed and sat heavily. As he watched through a haze of red dust whipped up by the morning breeze, the 2 trees came closer, turned into men wearing desert uniforms, and leaned over him. "Are you okay?" one of them asked. Brandon said nothing. "We saw you from our observation station over on the hill," the other said, pointing. They helped Brandon to his feet and gave him a swig of cool, sweet water from a canteen. "I'm Captain Brandon, of the Astro 1. "Astro 1? The man removed his pith helmet to wipe his brow, and Brandon noticed the gleaming U.S. insignia on the front of the helmet. The Astro 1 left Earth 13 years ago, the man said. Only 4 years by RT, Brandon said. The man smiled and put his helmet back on his head. A lot of things have happened since you left. There was a war which we won, and I guess you guys were almost forgotten. There was a lot of technological development. You mean you had a quantum jump? Asked Brandon, parodying Colonel Towers' favorite expression. Odd you would know that, replied the second man. It was through quantum mechanics that we learned to approximate the speed of light. While 9 years pass on Earth when we make the trip, our RT is mere moments. Good Lord, Brandon said. You must have passed us up. Been on this planet for nearly a year, the first man said. Got men on dozens of planetary systems throughout the Milky Way. One ship went 1,000 light years out. By the time they come back, civilization on Earth will be 2,000 years older. Have you got a teletalkie? Brandon asked. Sure, said the first man, producing a set 1/3 the size of Brandon's. Could you tune it to 28.6 microcycles? Sure, the man said again. He turned a dial with his thumb and handed the unit to Brandon. Brandon depressed the talk button. A crystal-clear image of Colonel Towers, putting the finishing touches on his full-dress uniform, appeared on the screen. This is an historic occasion, Colonel Towers was announcing to his crew. Open the hatch, and, Reinhardt, be sure to stand by with the motion picture camera. Excuse me, Colonel Towers, said Brandon quietly. Towers swung around and looked out at Brandon. The colonel's face paled. I have something to tell you, said Brandon, grinning, about the quantum jump.
The Terror from the Depths by Sewell Peaslee Wright. Good afternoon, sir, nodded Corey as I entered the navigating room. He glanced down at the 2 glowing 3-dimensional navigating charts and drummed restlessly on the heavy frames. Afternoon, Mr. Corey. Anything of interest to report? Not a thing, sir, growled my fire-eating first officer. I'm about ready to quit the service and get a job on one of the passenger liners, just on the off chance that something exciting might eventually happen. You were born a few centuries too late, I chuckled. Corey loved to fight more than any man I ever knew. The universe has become pretty well quieted down. Oh, it isn't that. It's just this infernal routine. Just one routine patrol after another. They should call it the Routine Patrol Service. That's what the silver sleeves at the base are making of it, sir. At the moment, Corey meant every word he said. Even old-timers develop a case of nerves now and then on long tours of duty in small ships like the Ertak, particularly men like Corey, whose bodies crave physical action. There wasn't much opportunity for physical activity on the Ertak. She was primarily a fighting ship, small and fast, with every inch of space devoted to some utilitarian use. I knew just how Corey felt, because I'd felt the same way a great many times. I was young then, one of the youngest commanders the Special Patrol Service had ever had, and I recognized Corey's symptoms in a twinkling. We'll be re-outfitting at the Arpin sub-base in a couple of days, I said carelessly. Give us a chance to stretch our legs. Have you seen anything of the liner that spoke to us yesterday? I was just making conversation to get his mind out of its unhealthy channel. The Cabot? Yes, sir. We passed her early this morning, lumbering along like the big fat pig that she is. A pig, I should explain, is a food animal of Earth, a fat and ill-looking creature of low intelligence. The old Ertak went by her as though she were standing still. She'll be a week or more arriving at Arpin. Look, you can just barely make her out on the charts. I glanced down at the twin charts Corey had indicated. In the center of each, the red spark that represented the Ertak glowed like a coal of fire. All around were the green pinpricks of light that showed the position of other bodies around us. The Cabot, while comparatively close, was just barely visible. Her bulk was so small that it only faintly activated the super radio reflex plates upon the ship's hull. We're showing her a pretty pair of heels, I nodded, studying our position in both dimensions. Arpin isn't registering yet, I see. Who's this over here? Hydrot? Right, sir, replied Corey. Most useless world in the universe, I guess. No good even for an emergency base. She's not very valuable, certainly, I admitted. Just a ball of water whirling through space. But she does serve one good purpose, She's a signpost it's impossible to mistake. Idly, I picked up Hydra in the television disc, gradually increasing the size of the image until I had her full in the field, at maximum magnification. Hydra was a sizable sphere, somewhat larger than Earth, my natural standard of comparison, and utterly devoid of visible land. She was, as I had said, just a ball of water swinging along uselessly through space, although no doubt there was land of some kind under that vast, unending stretch of gray water. For various observers had reported in times past bursts of volcanic steam issuing from the water. Indeed, as I looked, I saw one such jet of steam shooting into space from a spot not far from the equator of the strange world. In the television disc, it looked like a tiny wisp of white, barely visible against the gray water, but in reality it must have been a mighty roaring column of smoke and steam and erupted material. "There's life in the old girl, anyway," I commented, indicating the image in the disc. "See her spout?" We bent over the disc together, watching the white feather of steam. "First time I've ever seen that," said Corey. "I know volcanic activity has been reported before, but look, sir, there's another, 2 more." Undoubtedly, things were happening deep in the bowels of Hydrot. There were now 3 wisps of steam rising from the water, 2 of them fairly close together, the other a considerable distance away, arranged to form a very long pointed triangle, the short base of which ran close to the equator, its longer sides reaching toward one of the poles, the North Pole, as we happened to view the image. The columns of steam seemed to increase in size. Certainly they mounted higher into the air. I could imagine the terrific roar of them as they blasted their way through the sullen water and hurled it in steaming spray around their bases, while huge stones fell hissing into the water on all sides. The eruption must have shaken the entire sphere. The gushing of those vomiting throats was a cataclysm of such magnitude that I could not guess its effect. Corey and I watched tensely, hardly breathing. I think we both felt that something was about to happen. A pent-up force had been released, and it was raging. We could almost hear the rumble of the volcanic explosions and the ear-splitting hiss of the escaping steam. Suddenly, Corey clutched my arm. "Look," he whispered. "Look." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I could see the water crawling inside the triangle formed by the 3 wisps of steam, crawling in white, foaming waves like tiny scraps of thread as it rushed headlong in mighty tidal waves away from the center of that triangle. The columns of steam flared up with fresh strength, darkening as though with smoke. Here and there within the triangle black specks appeared, grew larger, and ran together in crooked lines that widened continually. A new continent, sir," said Corey almost reverently. "We've seen a new continent born." Corey had put my thoughts into words. We had seen a new continent born. On the gray surface of Hydrot there was now a great, irregular black blotch from which mounted 3 waving pillars of smoke and steam. Around the shores of the new continent the waters raged, white and angry, and little threads of white crawled outward from those shores, the crests of tidal waves that must have towered into the air twice the Ertak's length. Slowly, the shoreline changed form as fresh portions arose, and others, newly risen, sank again beneath the gray water. The wisps of steam darkened still more and seemed to shrivel up, as though the fires that fed them had been exhausted by the travail of a new continent. "Think, sir," breathed Corey, "what we might find if we landed there on that new continent, still dripping with the water from which it sprang. A part of the ocean's bed, thrust above the surface to be examined at will. Couldn't we leave our course long enough to look her over?" I confess I was tempted. Young John Hanson, commander of the special patrol ship Ertak, had his good share of natural curiosity, the spirit of adventure, and the explorer's urge. But at the same time, the service had a discipline that is as rigid and relentless as the passing of time itself. Hydrit lay off to starboard of our course. Arpin, where we were to re-outfit, was ahead and to port, and we were already swinging in that direction. The Ertak was working on a close schedule that gave us no latitude. "I'm afraid it can't be done, Mr. Corey," I said, shaking my head. "We'll report it immediately, of course, and perhaps we'll get orders to make an investigation. In that case—" "Not the Ertak," interrupted Corey passionately. "They'll send a crew of bug-eyed scientists there, and a score or so of laboratory men to analyze this and run a test on that, and the whole mess of them will write millions of words apiece about the expedition that nobody will ever read. I know." "Well, we'll hope you're wrong," I said, knowing in my heart that he was perfectly right. "Keep her on our present course, Mr. Corey." "Present course it is, sir," snapped Corey. Then we bent together over the old-fashioned hooded television disc, staring down silently and regretfully at the continent we had seen born, and which, with all its promise of interest and adventure, we must leave behind in favor of a routine stop at the sub-base on Arpin. I think both of us would have gladly given years of our lives to turn the Ertak's blunt nose toward Hydrot, but we had our orders, and in the service, as it was in those days, an officer did not question his orders. Corey mooned around the Arpin sub-base like a fractious child. Kincaid and I endeavored to cheer him up, and Hendricks, the Ertak's young third officer, tried in vain to induce Corey to take in the sights. "All I want to know," Corey insisted, "is whether there's any change in orders. You got the news through to base, didn't you, sir?" "Right." All that came back was the usual confirmed, no comment. Corey muttered under his breath and wandered off to glare at the Arpanians who were working on the Ertak. Kincaid shrugged and shook his head. "He's spoiling for action, sir," he commented. Kincaid was my second officer, a cool-headed, quick-witted fighting man, and as fine an officer as ever wore the blue and silver uniform of the service. "I only hope— Message for you, sir." He indicated an Arpanian orderly who had come up from behind and was standing at attention. "You're wanted immediately in the radio room, sir," said the orderly, saluting. "Very well," I nodded, returning the salute and glancing at Kincaid. "Perhaps we will get a change in orders after all." I hurried after the orderly, following him down the broad corridors of the administration building to the radio room. The commander of the Arpin sub-base was waiting there, talking gravely with the operator. "Bad news, Commander," he said as I entered the room. "We've just received a report from the passenger liner Cabot, and she's in desperate straits. At the insistence of the passengers, the ship made contact with Hydrot and is unable to leave. She has been attacked by some strange monster, or several of them. The message is badly confused. I thought perhaps you'd like to report the matter to base yourself." "Yes, thank you, sir. Operator, please raise base immediately." The Cabot? That was the big liner we had spoken to the day before Corey and I had seen the new continent rise above the boundless waters of Hydrot. I knew the ship. She carried about 1,800 passengers and a crew of 75 men and officers. Beside her, the Ertak was a pygmy. That the larger ship, so large and powerful, could be in trouble seemed impossible. Yet— "Base, sir," said the operator, holding a radio menore toward me. I placed the instrument on my head. "John Hansen, commander of the Special Patrol Ship Ertak emanating. Special report for Chief of Command." "Report, Commander Hansen," emanated the base operator automatically. "Word has just been received at Arpin Subbase that passenger liner Cabot made contact with Hydrot, landing somewhere on the new continent, previously reported by the Ertak. Liner Cabot reports itself in serious difficulties, exact nature undetermined, but apparently due to hostile activity from without. Will await instructions." "Confirmed. Commander Hansen's report will be put through to Chief of Command immediately. Stand by." I removed the radio menore, motioning to the operator to resume his watch. Radio communication in those days was in its infancy. Several persons who have been good enough to comment upon my previous chronicles of the Special Patrol Service have asked, "But Commander Hansen, why didn't you just radio for assistance?" Forgetting, as young persons do, that things have not always been as they are today. The Ertak's sending apparatus, for example, could reach out at best no more than a day's journey in any direction, and then only imperfectly. Transmission of thought by radio instead of symbols or words had been introduced but a few years before I entered the service. It must be remembered that I am an old man, writing of things that happened before most of the present population of the universe was born. That I am writing of men who, for the larger part, have long since embarked upon the greatest adventure. "Base, sir," said the operator after a moment, and I hastily slipped on the radio menore. "Commander John Hanson standing by," I shot at the operator at base. "Have you orders?" "Orders for Captain John Hanson, commander of the Special Patrol Ship Ertak," emanated the operator in a sort of mental drone. "Chief of Command directs that the Ertak proceed immediately to the scene of the reported difficulty and take any necessary steps to relieve same. I will repeat the orders." And he droned through them a second time. "Orders are understood. The results of our operations will be reported to base as soon as possible." I tore off the radio menore and hurried from the room, explaining to the sub-base commander as I went. Corey was standing beside the Ertak talking to Kincaid, and as I approached, they both looked around quickly and hopefully. "What's up, sir?" asked Corey, reading news in my face. "A change in orders?" "Correct. That big liner, the Cabot, landed on Hydra, and she's in some sort of mysterious trouble. Orders from the chief himself are to proceed there immediately. Are any men away from the ship on leave?" "If there are, we can do without them," shouted Corey. "I'll stand a double watch." "The crew is on duty, sir," said Kincaid quietly. "Mr. Hendricks is aboard directing the taking on of supplies. We can leave any time you order, sir." "We leave immediately, gentlemen," I said. "Mr. Corey, will you give the necessary orders?" "Yes, sir," grinned Corey, his eyes dancing like a schoolboy's. He was in the navigating room jabbing attention signals and snapping orders into the microphone before Kincaid and I, moving more leisurely, had entered the ship. Hurtling through space at maximum speed, it took us 2 days Earth time to come close enough to Hydra so that we could locate the unfortunate Cabot. She had landed on a level plain near the shore of the new continent, where she lay just a tiny bright speck even under the maximum power of our television disc. "It's an odd thing, sir, that we can't raise her by radio," commented Hendricks, who was on duty. "Have we tried recently?" "We've been trying constantly, at intervals of but a few minutes," I replied grimly. "Several times, the operator reports, he has been able to get a muffled and garbled response, utterly unintelligible. He says that the signals sound as though the radio emanation plates in her outer hull were damaged or grounded. We'll just have to wait until we get there. As soon as we are near enough, please make an analysis of her atmosphere so that we can break out masks if necessary." Hendricks, while young and rather too impulsive, was a good, rough-and-ready scientist, as well as a courageous and dependable officer. "When Mr. Corey relieves you, please inform him that I am taking a watch below should he need me." Hydra was looming up in the television disc, and I wished to be rested and ready for action when we landed. I was awakened by an uncomfortable warmth, and when I glanced at my watch, the explanation was obvious. We had penetrated the outer gaseous envelope of the world that had so recently given birth to a continent, and Corey was driving the Ertak through at reckless speed. When I entered the navigating room, Corey glanced up guiltily at the surface temperature gauge and then hastily saluted. "We're reducing speed, sir," he said. "Atmosphere is rather denser than I had expected. Hendricks reports the air breathable with a humidity of 100. And, tell me, sir, what do you make of the appearance of the Cabot now?" I bent over the hooded television disc anxiously. The Cabot was in the center of the field, and the image was perhaps a third of the disc's diameter and length. Instead of a tiny bright speck, I could see now the fat bulk of the ship, its bright metal gleaming. But across or around the ship were broad spiral bands of black or dark green, as sharp as though they had been painted there. "What are the bands, Mr. Corey?" I asked sharply. "Have you formed any opinion?" "I have, sir, but I'd rather not offer it at this time," said my first officer gravely. "Look about the ship in the immediate vicinity, and see if you find anything of interest. My eyes may be playing me tricks." I glanced curiously at Corey, and then bent my attention on the image in the disc. It was impossible to make out any details of the background, save that the country round seemed to be fairly level, with great pools of gray water standing here and there, and a litter, as of gigantic wilted vegetation, spread over everything. And then, as I looked, it seemed to me that the Cabot shifted position slightly. At the same time, the spiral bands seemed to move, and upon the ground around the ship there was movement also. I looked up from the disk, feeling Corey's eyes upon me. We stared at each other, neither wishing to speak, hardly daring to speak. There are some things too monstrous to put into words. You saw it, sir?" asked Corey at last, his voice scarcely more than a whisper. "I don't know. I think I saw something like a snake. Is that what you mean?" "Yes, something like a snake. A snake that has wrapped itself around the cabin, holding it helpless. A serpent." He gestured helplessly, a sort of horror in his eyes. I think he had convinced himself he had only imagined the serpent, until I had seen the same thing. "Have you stopped to think, Mr. Corey," I asked slowly, "how long the creature would have to be to wrap itself like that around a liner the size of the cabin? It can't be." "I know it, sir," nodded Corey. "I know it. And still, I saw it. And you saw it." "Yes," I muttered. "I saw it. I saw it move." We maintained a speed that kept the surface temperature gauge dangerously close to maximum permissible reading, and despite the forced ventilation of the ship, we were dripping with perspiration. Atmospheric speeds are maddeningly low after the reckless hurtling speed of space travel, but our vaunted scientists haven't yet found a way of eliminating friction, and we had to make the best of it. With maddening slowness, the image in the television disc grew larger and clearer, relentlessly confirming our original conclusion. The Cabot was wrapped in the coils of a mighty serpent, a monster that must have been the height of a man in diameter and whose length I could not even guess. 4 coils were looped tightly about the Cabot, and we could now see the terrible tail of the thing and its head. I have always been glad that the details of that ghastly head became visible gradually. Viewed suddenly, in full relief, it was a sight that might well have threatened the reason of any man. The serpent's mouth was lined with a triple row of long, fang-like teeth, tilted gulletward at a sharp angle, and the breathing holes were elevated to form warty excrudescences near the end of the snoutish upper jaw. Long, colorless tentacles fringed the horrible mouth, barbels that writhed incessantly as though they sought food for the rapacious jaws they guarded. From a point slightly above and to the rear of the tiny ruby eyes, 2 slim and graceful antennae, iridescent and incongruously beautiful, rose twice the height of a man. Like the antennae of a butterfly, they were surmounted by tiny knobs and were in constant motion. The whole head was armored with great plates or scales dark green in color and apparently of tremendous thickness. A short distance behind the head were 2 tremendous reddish-brown fins with strong supporting spines that seemed to terminate in retractile claws. In the water, these fins would undoubtedly be of tremendous value in swimming and in fighting, but on land they seemed rather useless. Aside from a rudimentary dorsal fin, a series of black stubby spines connected by a barely visible webbing, the thing had no other external evidence of its marine origin. "You've been restless for action, Mr. Corey," I commented grimly. "I believe this chap will give us all you could desire." Corey, still staring down into the disk, fascinated by the terrible details there, shook his head. "It shouldn't be such a stiff battle, sir," he said. "The ray will make quick work of him once we're within distance." "Yes, and of the Cabot and all on board," I reminded him. "If he has the strength his size would indicate, he would crush the liner in his death agonies, or, failing that, would heave it about so violently that those within would be maimed or killed outright. This is a case for cunning, and not might." "I think, sir, both cunning and might will be needed," said Corey soberly, looking up from the disk. "Cunning alone will not dispose of that lad. Have you any plans?" "Rough plans only. We'll have to develop them as we go along. We don't know what we'll be up against. We'll land a safe distance away, and a small expeditionary force will attack as it sees fit, probably dividing itself into 2 or 3 units. The Ertak will be manned by a skeleton crew and ready to take any necessary action to protect itself, or, if possible, to aid any of the expeditionary parties. "What weapons, sir?" asked Corey, his eyes gleaming. "I'll give the orders now." "It's too soon for that. It'll be an hour at least before we land. But I believe every man, including officers, should be armed with pistols, at least 6 atomic bombs, and there should be a field disintegrator ray unit for each party. And each member must be equipped with a menore. Communication will be by menore only. You might call Mr. Kincaid and Mr. Hendricks, and we'll hold a little council of war." "Right, sir," said Corey, and picked up the microphone. Kincaid and Hendricks were in the room almost within the minute. We laid our plans as best we could, but they weren't very definite. Only a few things were certain. Somehow, we must induce the monster to release his grasp on the Cabot. We could take no action against the Serpent until the big liner and her passengers were safe. It was a desperate mission, an enterprise not of the Ertak, but of individuals. "One thing is certain, sir," commented Corey, taking over by visual navigation and reducing speed still more. "You must remain in charge of the ship. You will be needed—" "I understand your motives, Mr. Corey," I interrupted, "but I do not agree with you. As commander of the Ertak, I shall command the activities of her men. You will have charge of one landing force, and Mr. Hendricks of another. You, Mr. Kincaid, I shall ask to remain in charge of the ship." "Very well, sir," nodded Kincaid, swallowing his disappointment. I should have liked to have Kincaid with me, for he was level-headed and cool in an emergency. But it was because of these very things that I wanted him in charge of the Ertak. "We're close enough now, sir, to select a landing place," put in Corey. "There's a likely spot, a safe distance away, and apparently level, almost on the shore. Shall I set her down there?" "Use your own judgment, Mr. Corey. You may order the landing force to arm and report at the exit port. As soon as you have made contact, you and Mr. Hendricks will report to me there. Mr. Kincaid, you will remain on duty here. I am leaving the conduct of the ship entirely to your judgment, asking you to remember only that the rescue of the Cabot and her nearly 2,000 souls is the object of this expedition, and the safety of our own personnel cannot be given primary consideration." "I understand, sir," nodded Kincaid gravely. He held out his hand in that familiar gesture of Earth, which may mean so much more than men ever dare put into words, and we shook hands silently. There were to be 3 landing parties of 5 men and 1 officer each, 18 men against a creature that held a mighty passenger liner in its coils. "I wish, sir, that I were going in your place," said Kincaid softly. "I know that, but waiting here will be the hardest job of all. I'm leaving that for you." I turned and hurried out of the room to make my entries in the log, perhaps my last entries, and secure my equipment. There are times, setting down these old tales of the Special Patrol Service as it was before they tacked a retired after my name and title, that I wish I had been a bit more studious during my youth. I find myself in need of words and possessed only of memories. I wish I could think of words that would describe the sight that confronted us when we emerged from the Ertak and set foot upon the soil of that newly born continent of Hydra, but I find I cannot. I have tried many times, and I find my descriptions fall short of the picture I still carry in my mind. The ground was a vast littered floor of wilted marine growths, some already rotting away, while others, more hardy or with roots reaching into as yet undried ooze, retained a sort of freshness. Crab-like creatures scuttled in all directions, apparently feasting upon the plentiful carrion. The stench was terrible, almost overpowering at first, but after a few minutes we became accustomed to it, and, in the intensity of the work we had undertaken, it was forgotten. Progress was not possible on the ground. Sheltered from the sun by the thick growths it supported, it was still treacherously soft. But the giant marine vegetation that had retained something of its vigor provided a highway, difficult and dangerous and uncertain, but passable. I remained with the party taking the most direct route to the unfortunate Cabot, while Corey and Hendricks led parties to my left and right respectively. We kept in constant touch with each other by means of our menores. "I believe," emanated Corey, "that the beast sees us. I had a good view of him a few seconds back, and his head was elevated and pointed this way." "It's possible," I replied. "Be careful, however, to do nothing to alarm or excite him. All men must keep under cover, and proceed with as little noise and commotion as possible. I'm going to see now if I can get in touch with anyone on the Cabot. With full power, communication might be possible, even through the cabin's grounded hull. It's worth trying, agreed Hendricks. These new Menors are powerful. I adjusted the little atomic generator to maximum and replaced the instrument on my head. On board the cabin, I emanated, trying by sheer mental effort to drive the thought over that stinking waste and through the massive double hull of the liner. Ahoy the cabin! This is Captain Goal, flashed back the answer instantly. Captain Goal of the passenger liner Cabot. You are from the Ertak? Commander Hansen of the Ertak emanating. How are conditions on the Cabot? Ghastly. I could sense the feeling in the word faintly as it smote upon my consciousness. My officers are keeping the crew under some sort of control, but the passengers are unmanageable. They are frantic, insane with terror. 2 or 3 have already gone mad. I am on the verge of insanity myself. Have you seen the thing that has us trapped? Yes, we are coming to your aid. Tell your passengers to calm themselves. We'll find a way out of this somehow. You know the motto of our service. Yes, nothing less than complete success. I have already issued a bulletin to the effect that I am in contact with your ship. I think it has had a good effect. The clamor is quieting somewhat. You don't know what a terrible strain this has been, sir. I could well imagine his mental state. The captain of the Cabot was a Zenian, and the Zenians are too high-strung to stand up under a severe strain. It may help us if you'll tell us very briefly the history of your experience here, I suggested. We're going up against something we know nothing about. Perhaps you can give us some valuable information. I doubt it, for there's very little to tell. Undoubtedly you have the report which I managed to get through to Arpin before our radio emanation plates were put out of commission. Against my better judgment, we sat down here upon the insistence of the passengers. The television instruments revealed nothing more dangerous than the small life in the marine growths left stranded by the receding water. I unsealed one of the exit ports, and a small party of the more curious passengers, under the escort of my second officer and 6 men, ventured forth on a little tour of exploration. A goodly portion of the remaining passengers huddled close to the ship, contenting themselves with souvenir hunting close by. Suddenly, there was a great sound of shouting from the exploring party. Not knowing the danger, but realizing that something was wrong, the passengers rushed into the ship. Helplessly, for we are utterly defenseless, I watched the fleeing party of explorers. For a moment, I could not see why they fled. I could only see them scrambling desperately toward the ship and casting frightened glances behind them. Then I saw the thing's head rear itself from the slimy tangle of vegetation, and behind it the wilting growths were lashed to shreds. The head drove forward. My second officer, courageously bringing up the rear, was the first victim. Perhaps his bright uniform attracted the beast's attention. I don't know. They were close now, very close. I knew that we were in danger, and yet I could not bear to seal the port in the faces of those helpless men racing towards the ship. I waited. Twice more the terrible head shot out, and both times a man was picked from the fleeing ranks. It was terrible, ghastly. The rest of them reached the ship, and as the last man came reeling through the port, the door swung shut and began spinning upon its threads. Almost instantly, I gave the order for vertical ascent at emergency speed, but before the order could be obeyed, the ship lurched suddenly, rolled half over, and swung back with a jolt. As the power was applied, the ship rose at a crazy angle, hung there trembling for a moment, and then sank back to the ground. The load was too great. I knew then that we were in the power of the thing that had come wriggling out of that sea of rotting weeds. I got the message off to Arpin before our radio emanation plates were grounded or destroyed by the coils of the monster. At intervals, I've tried to pull away, but each time the thing tightens its coils angrily until the fabric of the ship groans under the strain. We have heard you calling us, faintly and faultily. I have been waiting for you to reach me with the Menor. You have come at last, and I am at your orders. If you cannot help us, we are lost, for we shall all go mad. We'll have you in the clear very soon, I assured him with a confidence I did not feel. Stand by for further communications, and... Are your generators working? Yes, they're in perfect order. If only the beast would uncoil himself. We'll see to that very shortly. Stand by. I reduced power and asked Corey and Hendricks if they had both followed the conversation. They had, and had now reduced power as I had done. We all realized that our counsels might not be reassuring to Captain Goal. As I see it, gentlemen, the first thing we must do is to induce the beast to leave the cabin, and the only way that can be accomplished is by bait. Exactly, snapped Corey. He's hungry. He knows there's food in the cabin. If we can get him to leave the liner and come after us, the problem's solved. But he can run faster than we. I can hardly crawl over this slimy mess, objected Hendricks. I'm ready to try everything, but remember, we've got to lead him away far enough to make him release the cabin. I've got it, emanated Corey suddenly, his enthusiasm making the vibrations from the manure fairly hammer into my brain. I'll cut a long, narrow swath with one of the portable disintegrator rays, long enough to take him far away from the cabin and just wide enough to pass a man. I'll run along this deep groove just below the reach of the monster. I can make good time. The serpent'll have to slash and wriggle his way over or through this slimy growth. How's that for an idea? It was daring enough to have some hope of success, but its dangers were obvious. What happens when you reach the end of the path the ray cuts? I asked grimly. You and Hendricks, with your men, will be on both sides of the path, not opposite each other. When he passes, you'll let go your disintegrator rays and the atomic bombs. He'll be in a dozen pieces before we reach the end of the path. Spread out here before me in all its wordy detail, it would seem that a long time must have elapsed while Captain Goal related his story, and my officers and myself laid our plans. As a matter of fact, communicating as we were by manure, it was only a minute or so since Corey had emanated his first comment. I believe the beast sees us. His head was elevated and pointed this way. And now Hendricks, who was peering over the ruffled edge of an undulating, rubbery leaf of seaweed, turned and waved both arms. Disobeying my strictest orders, he fairly screamed his frantic warning. He sees us! He sees us! He's coming! I ran up the twisted concave surface of a giant stem of some kind. To my left, I could hear the shrill whine of Corey's disintegrator ray generator, already in action and protesting against a maximum load. To the right, Hendricks and his men were scrambling into position. Before me was the enemy. Slowly, deliberately, as though he did not doubt his terrible ability, he unwrapped his coils from the cabin. His head, with its graceful antennae searching the air, and the tentacles around his mouth writhing hungrily, reared itself 10 times a man's height from the ground. His small red eyes flashed like precious stones. Beyond, the mighty greenish coils slashed the rotting weed as he unwrapped them from the cabin. I snatched off my manure and adjusted it again for maximum power. Captain Goal! Yes, what's happening? Tell me. We're rolling and pitching. In a moment you'll be free. When I signal rise, ascend as quickly as possible to a safe distance. Stand by. Hendricks, be ready to follow Corey's plan. It's our only chance. In a second now. The last coil moved, slipped from the blunt nose of the liner. Rise, I ordered. Rise! I saw the ship rock suddenly and roar hollowly toward the sky. I felt the rush of wind made by her passing. Then, head still elevated and swaying, the 2 great reddish-brown fins fanning the air like grotesque wings, the serpent lashed out towards us, coming at amazing speed. Corey, sure that he was observed by the serpent, leaped down from the huge leaf upon which he had been standing. Hendricks and I, followed by our men, scrambled desperately toward the deep path or lane that Corey's ray had cut through the tangled, stinking growth. Corey's plan had given some promise of success, had we had time to put it into proper operation. As it was, neither Hendricks or I had had time to get into position. Hendricks, on my right, was working his way as rapidly as possible toward the path, but he had a long way to go. Unless a miracle happened, he would be too late to help. The portable ray machines would be helpless against such a mighty bulk, except at close range. I reached the path and glanced hastily to the right, the direction from which the great serpent was sweeping down on us. He was less than Ertak's length away. Hide, men, I ordered. Under the vegetation, in the muck, anywhere. I glanced down the lane to the left and saw, to my relief, that Corey and his men were a goodly distance away and still far from the end of the swath their ray had cut for them. Then, with the monster towering almost over my head, I darted behind a spongy, spotted growth, listening above the pounding of my heart to the rapid slithering of the serpent's ponderous body. Of a sudden the sound stopped. I was conscious of an excited warning from Hendricks. "He's stopped, sir! Run! He's seen you! Startled, I glanced up, directly into the hideous face of the snake. It seemed to me he was grinning. His mouth was partially open, and the pale, writhing barbels that surrounded his mouth seemed to reach out toward me. The long and graceful antennae were bent downward inquiringly, quivering tensely, and his small eyes glowed like wind-fanned coals of fire. The brownish fins were rigid as metal, the retractile claws unsheathed and cruelly curved. He was so close that I could hear the air rushing through his crater-like breathing holes. For an instant we stared at each other, he with confident gloating, myself too startled and horrified to move. Then, as his head shot downward, I leaped aside. The scaly head raked the clothes from one side of my body and sent me, sprawling and breathless, into the welter of sagging weeds. I heard the sharp whine of my ray generator going into action, but I took no chances on the accuracy of my men. They were working under tremendous difficulties. As I fell, I snatched an atomic bomb from my belt, and, as the horrid head drew back to strike again, I threw the bomb with all my strength. I had thrown from an exceedingly awkward position, and the bomb exploded harmlessly some distance away, showering us with muck and slimy vegetation. Evidently, however, the explosion startled the serpent, for his head slewed around nervously, and I felt the ground tremble under me as his mighty coils lashed the ground in anger. Scrambling to my feet, I seized the projector tube of the disintegrator ray and swept the beam upward until it beat upon that terrible head. The thing screamed, a high, thin sound almost past the range of audibility. Reddish dust sifted down around me, the heavy dust of disintegration. In the distance, I could hear the slashing of the tail as it tore through the rubbery growth of weeds. With half his head eroded by the ray, the serpent struck again, but this time his aim was wild. The mighty head half buried itself in the muck beside me, and I swung the projector tube down so that the full force of the ray tore into the region above and behind the eyes, where I imagined the brain to be. The heavy reddish dust fairly pelted from the ugly head. Corey had come running back. Dimly I could hear him shouting. "Look out!" I warned him. "Keep back, Corey. Keep the men back. I've got him, but he'll die hard." As though to prove my words true, the head, a ghastly thing eroded into a shapeless mass, was jerked from the mud, and two tremendous loops of tortured body came hurtling over my head. One of the huge fins swung by like a sail, its hooked talons ripping one of Corey's men into bloody shreds. Corey himself, caught in a desperate endeavor to save the unfortunate man, was knocked 20 feet. For one terrible instant, I thought the beast had killed Corey also. Gasping, Corey rose to his feet, and I ran to assist him. "Back, men!" I shouted. "Hendricks, get away as far and as fast as you can. Back! Back!" Half dragging Corey, who was still breathless from the blow, I hurried after the men. Behind us, shaking the earth in his death agonies, the monstrous serpent beat the plain about him into a veritable sea of slime. From a point of vantage, atop the Ertak, we watched for the end. "I have never," said Corey in an awed voice, "seen anything take so long to die." "You have never before," I commented grimly, "seen a snake so large. It took ages to grow that mighty body. It is but natural that, even with the brain disintegrated into dust, the body would not die immediately." "Undoubtedly he has a high decentralized nervous system," nodded Hendricks, who was, as I have said, something of a practical scientific man, although no laboratory worker or sniveling scientist. "And instinct is directing him back toward the sea from which, all unwillingly, he came. Look, he's almost in the water." "I don't care where he goes," said Corey savagely, "so he goes there as carrion. Clark was a good man, sir." Clark was the man the serpent had killed. "True," I said, making the entry of that loss would hurt, even though the discipline of the service is, or at least used to be, very rigid. Officers get rather close to their men during the course of many tours of duty in the confines of a little ship like the Ertak. But the Cabot, with her nearly 2,000 souls, is safe. We all looked up. The Cabot was no longer visible. Battered, but still spaceworthy, she had gone on her way. "I suppose," grinned Corey, "that we'll be thanked by radio." The grin was real. Corey had had action enough to make him happy for a time. The nervous tension was gone. "Probably. But watch our friend. He's in the water at last. I imagine that's the last we'll see of him." Half of the tremendous body was already in the water, lashing it into white foam. The rest of the great length slid, twitching down the shore. The water boiled and seethed. Dark loops flipped above the surface and disappeared. And then, as though the giant serpent had found peace at last, the waters subsided, and only the wreaths of white foam upon the surface showed where he had sunk to the ooze that had given him birth. "Finish," I commented. "All that's left is for the scientists to flock here to admire his bones. They'll probably condemn us for ruining his skull. It took them a good many thousand years to find the remains of a sea serpent on Earth, you remember." "Sometime in the 22nd century, wasn't it, sir?" asked Hendricks. "I think my memory serves me well. I wouldn't swear to it. I know that sailors reported them for ages, but that wouldn't do for the laboratory men and the scientists. They had to have the bones right before them, subject to tests and measurements. That's the trouble with scientists, I've found. Their ability to believe is atrophied. They can't see beyond their laboratory tables. Of course, I'm just an old man, and perhaps I'm bitter with the drying sap of age. That's what I've been told. Old John Hanson, they call me, and smile as if to say that explains everything. Old? Of course I'm old. But the years behind me are not empty years. I didn't spend them bending over little instruments or compiling rows of figures. And I was right about the scientists. They did put in a protest concerning our thoughtlessness in ruining the head of the serpent. They could only estimate the capacity of the brain pan, argue about the cephalic index, and guess at the frontal angle. It was a terrible blow to science. Bitter old John Hanson.
Queen of the Black Coast by Robert E. Howard. 1. Conan joins the pirates. Believe green buds awaken in the spring, that autumn paints the leaves with somber fire. Believe I held my heart inviolate, to lavish on one man my hot desire. The Song of Balit. Hoofs drummed down the street that sloped to the wharfs. The folk that yelled and scattered had only a fleeting glimpse of a mailed figure on a black stallion, a wide scarlet cloak flowing out on the wind. Far up the street came the shout and clatter of pursuit, but the horseman did not look back. He swept out onto the wharfs and jerked the plunging stallion back on its haunches at the very lip of the pier. Seamen gaped up at him as they stood to the sweep and striped sail of a high-prowed, broad-waisted galley. The master, sturdy and black-bearded, stood in the bows, easing her away from the piles with a boat-hook. He yelled angrily as the horseman sprang from his saddle and with a long leap landed squarely on the mid-deck. "Who invited you aboard?" "Get under way," roared the intruder with a fierce gesture that spattered red drops from his broadsword. "But we're bound for the coast of Kush," expostulated the master. "Then I'm for Kush. Push off, I tell you." The other cast a quick glance up the street, along which a squad of horsemen were galloping. Far behind them toiled a group of archers, crossbows on their shoulders. "Can you pay for your passage?" demanded the master. "I pay my way with steel," roared the man in armor, brandishing the great sword that glittered bluely in the sun. "By Crom, man, if you don't get under way, I'll drench this galley in the blood of its crew." The shipmaster was a good judge of men. One glance at the dark, scarred face of the swordsman hardened with passion, and he shouted a quick order, thrusting strongly against the piles. The galley wallowed out into clear water. The oars began to clack rhythmically. Then a puff of wind filled the shimmering sail. The light ship heeled to the gust, then took to her course like a swan, gathering headway as she skimmed along. On the wharfs the riders were shaking their swords and shouting threats and commands that the ship put about, and yelling for the bowmen to hasten before the craft was out of arbalest range. "Let them rave," grinned the swordsman heartily. "Do you keep her on her course, Master Steersman." The master descended from the small deck between the bows, made his way between the roars of oarsmen, and mounted the middeck. The stranger stood there with his back to the mast, eyes narrowly averted, sword ready. The shipman eyed him steadily, careful not to make any move toward the long knife in his belt. He saw a tall, powerfully built figure in the black scale-mail hauberk, burnished greaves, and a blue steel helmet from which jutted bull's horns highly polished. From the mailed shoulders fell the scarlet cloak, blowing in the sea wind. A broad shagreen belt with a golden buckle held the scabbard of the broadsword he bore. Under the horned helmet, a square-cut black mane contrasted with smoldering blue eyes. "If we must travel together," said the master, "we may as well be at peace with each other. My name is Tito, licensed master shipman of the ports of Argos. I am bound for Kush to trade beads and silks and sugar and brass-hilted swords to the Black Kings for ivory, copra, copper ore, slaves, and pearls." The swordsman glanced back at the rapidly receding docks, where the figure still gesticulated helplessly, evidently having trouble in finding a boat swift enough to overhaul the fast-sailing galley. "I am Conan, a Cimmerian," he answered. "I came into Argos seeking employment, but with no wars forward there is nothing to which I might turn my hand." "Why did the guardsmen pursue you?" asked Tito. "Not that it's any of my business, but I thought perhaps—" "I've nothing to conceal," replied the Cimmerian. "By crom, though I've spent considerable time among you civilized people, your ways are still beyond my comprehension. Well, last night in a tavern, a captain in the king's guard offered violence to the sweetheart of a young soldier, who naturally ran him through. But it seems there is some cursed law against killing guardsmen, and the boy and his girl fled away. It was bruited about that I was seen with them, and so today I was haled into court, and a judge asked me where the lad had gone. I replied that since he was a friend of mine I could not betray him. Then the court waxed wrath, and the judge talked a great deal about my duty to the state and society and other things I did not understand, and bade me tell where my friend had flown. By this time I was becoming wrathful myself, for I had explained my position. But I choked my ire and held my peace, and the judge squalled that I had shown contempt for the court, and that I should be hurled into a dungeon to rot until I betrayed my friend. So then, seeing they were all mad, I drew my sword and cleft the judge's skull. Then I cut my way out of the court, and seeing the high constable's stallion tied nearby, I rode for the wharfs, where I thought to find a ship bound for foreign parts. Well, said Tito heartily, the courts have fleeced me too often in suits with rich merchants for me to owe them any love. I'll have questions to answer if I ever anchor in that port again, but I can prove I acted under compulsion. You may as well put up your sword. We're peaceable sailors and have nothing against you. Besides, it's as well to have a fighting man like yourself on board. Come up to the poop deck and we'll have a tankard of ale. Good enough, readily replied the Cimmerian, sheathing his sword. The Argus was a small, sturdy ship, typical of those trading craft which ply between the ports of Zingara and Argos and the southern coasts, hugging the shoreline and seldom venturing far into the open ocean. It was high of stern, with a tall, curving prow, broad in the waist, sloping beautifully to stem and stern. It was guided by the long sweep from the poop, and propulsion was furnished mainly by the broad striped silk sail, aided by a jibsail. The oars were for use in tacking out of creeks and bays and during calms. There were 10 to the side, 5 fore and 5 aft of the small middeck. The most precious part of the cargo was lashed under this deck and under the foredeck. The men slipped on deck or between the rowers' benches, protected in bad weather by canopies. With 20 men at the oars, 3 at the sweep, and the shipmaster, the crew was complete. So the Argus pushed steadily southward, with consistently fair weather. The sun beat down from day to day with fiercer heat, and the canopies were run up, striped silken cloths that matched the shimmering sail and the shining goldwork on the prow and along the gunwales. They sighted the coast of Shem, long rolling meadowlands with the white crowns of the towers of cities in the distance, and horsemen with blue-black beards and hooked noses who sat their steeds along the shore and eyed the galley with suspicion. She did not put in. There was scant profit in trade with the sons of Shem. Nor did Master Tito pull into the broad bay where the Styx River emptied its gigantic flood into the ocean, and the massive black castles of Camille loomed over the blue waters. Ships did not put unasked into this port, where dusky sorcerers wove awful spells in the murk of sacrificial smoke mounting eternally from blood-stained altars where naked women screamed, and where Set, the old serpent, arch-demon of the Hyborians but god of the Stygians, was said to writhe his shining coils among his worshippers. Master Tito gave that dreamy glass-floored bay a wide berth, Even when a serpent-prowed gondola shot from behind a castellated point of land, and naked, dusky women with great red blossoms in their hair stood and called to his sailors, and posed and postured brazenly. Now no more shining towers rose inland. They had passed the southern shores of Stygia and were cruising along the coasts of Kush. The sea and the ways of the sea were never-ending mysteries to Conan, whose homeland was among the high hills of the northern uplands. The wanderer was of no less interest to the sturdy seamen, few of whom had ever seen one of his race. They were characteristic Argosian sailors, short and stockily built. Conan towered above them, and no two of them could match his strength. They were hardy and robust, but his was the endurance and vitality of a wolf, his thews steeled and his nerves whetted by the hardness of his life in the world's wastelands. He was quick to laugh, quick and terrible in his wrath. He was a valiant trencherman, and strong drink was a passion and a weakness with him. Naive as a child in many ways, unfamiliar with the sophistry of civilization, he was naturally intelligent, jealous of his rights, and dangerous as a hungry tiger. Young in years, he was hardened in warfare and wandering, and his sojourns in many lands were evident in his apparel. His horned helmet was such as worn by the golden-haired Aesir of Nordheim. His hauberk and greaves were of the finest workmanship of Koth. The fine ring-mail which sheathed his arms and legs was of Nemedia. The blade at his girdle was a great Aquilonian broadsword, and his gorgeous scarlet cloak could have been spun nowhere but in Ophir. So they beat southward, and Master Tito began to look for the high-walled villages of the black people, but they found only smoking ruins on the shore of a bay, littered with naked black bodies. Tito swore. "I had good trade here 4 times. This is the work of pirates. And if we meet them?" Conan loosened his great blade in its scabbard. "Mine is no warship. We run, not fight. Yet if it came to a pinch, we have beaten off reivers before, and might do so again, unless it were Belit's tigress." Who is Belit? The wildest she-devil unhanged. Unless I read the signs wrong, it was her butchers who destroyed that village on the bay. May I some day see her dangling from the yard-arm. She is called the Queen of the Black Coast. She is a Shemite woman who leads black raiders. They harry the shipping and have sent many a good tradesman to the bottom. From under the poop deck Tito brought out quilted jerkins, steel caps, bows and arrows. "Little use to resist if we're run down," he grunted, "but it rasps the soul to give up life without a struggle." It was just at sunrise when the lookout shouted a warning. Along the long point of an island off the starboard bow glided a long, lethal shape, a slender serpentine galley with a raised deck that ran from stem to stern. 40 oars on each side drove her swiftly through the water, and the low rail swarmed with naked blacks that chanted and clashed spears and oval shields. From the masthead floated a long crimson pennon. "Belit!" yelled Tito, paling. "Yare, put her about, into that creek mouth. If we can beach her before they run us down, we have a chance to escape with our lives." So, veering sharply, the Argus ran for the line of surf that boomed along the palm-fringed shore, Tito striding back and forth, exhorting the panting rowers to greater efforts. The master's black beard bristled, his eyes glared. "Give me a bow," requested Conan. "It is not my idea of a manly weapon, but I learned archery among the Hyrcanians, and it will go hard if I can't feather a man or so on yonder deck." Standing on the poop, he watched the serpent-like ship skimming lightly over the waters, and landsman though he was, it was evident to him that the Argus would never win that race. Already arrows, arching from the pirate's deck, were falling with a hiss into the sea not 20 paces astern. "We'd best stand to it," growled the Cimmerian, "else we'll all die with shafts in our backs and not a blow dealt." "Bend to it, dogs!" roared Tito with a passionate gesture of his brawny fist. The bearded rowers grunted, heaved at the oars, while their muscles coiled and knotted, and sweat started out on their hides. The timbers of the stout little galley creaked and groaned as the men fairly ripped her through the water. The wind had fallen. The sail hung limp. Nearer crept the inexorable raiders, and they were still a good mile from the surf when one of the steersmen fell, gagging across a sweep, a long arrow through his neck. Tito sprang to take his place, and Conan, bracing his feet wide on the heaving poop deck, lifted his bow. He could see the details of the pirate plainly now. The rowers were protected by a line of raised mantelets along the sides, but the warriors dancing on the narrow deck were in full view. These were painted and plumed and mostly naked, brandishing spears and spotted shields. On the raised platform in the bows stood a slim figure whose white skin glistened in dazzling contrast to the glossy ebon hides about it. Belit, without a doubt. Conan drew the shaft to his ear. Then some whim or qualm stayed his hand, and sent the arrow through the body of a tall, plumed spearman beside her. Hand over hand the pirate galley was overhauling the lighter ship. Arrows fell in a rain about the Argus, and men cried out. All the steersmen were down, pin-cushioned, and Tito was handling the massive sweep alone, gasping black curses, his braced legs knots of straining thews. Then with a sob he sank down, a long shaft quivering in his sturdy heart. The Argus lost headway and rolled in the swell. The men shouted in confusion, and Conan took command in characteristic fashion. "Up, lads!" he roared, loosing with a vicious twang of cord. "Grab your steel and give these dogs a few knocks before they cut our throats. Useless to bend your backs any more. They'll board us ere we can row another 50 paces." In desperation the sailors abandoned their oars and snatched up their weapons. It was valiant, but useless. They had time for one flight of arrows before the pirate was upon them. With no one at the sweep, the Argus rolled broadside, and the steel-baked prow of the raider crashed into her amidships. Grappling irons crunched into the side. From the lofty gunwales the black pirates drove down a volley of shafts that tore through the quilted jackets of the doomed sailormen, then sprang down, spear in hand, to complete the slaughter. On the deck of the pirate lay half a dozen bodies, in earnest of Conan's archery. The fight on the Argus was short and bloody. The stocky sailors, no match for the tall barbarians, were cut down to a man. Elsewhere the battle had taken a peculiar turn. Conan, on the high-pitched poop, was on a level with the pirate's deck. As a steel prow slashed into the Argus, he braced himself and kept his feet under the shock, casting away his bow. A tall corsair, bounding over the rail, was met in mid-air by the Cimmerian's great sword, which sheared him cleanly through the torso, so that his body fell one way and his legs another. Then, with a burst of fury that left a heap of mangled corpses along the gunwales, Conan was over the rail and on the deck of the Tigris. In an instant he was the center of a hurricane of stabbing spears and lashing clubs, but he moved in a blinding blur of steel. Spears bent on his armor or swished empty air, and his sword sang its death song. The fighting madness of his race was upon him, and with a red mist of unreasoning fury wavering before his blazing eyes, he cleft skulls, smashed breast, severed limbs, ripped out entrails, and littered the deck like a shambles with a ghastly harvest of brains and blood. Invulnerable in his armor, his back against the mast, he heaped mangled corpses at his feet until his enemies gave back, panting, in rage and fear. Then, as they lifted their spears to cast them, and he tensed himself to leap and die in the midst of them, a shrill cry froze the lifted arms. They stood like statues, the black giants poised for the spear casts, the mailed swordsman with his dripping blade. Belit sprang before the blacks, beating down their spears. She turned toward Conan, her bosom heaving, her eyes flashing. Fierce fingers of wonder caught at his heart. She was slender, yet formed like a goddess, at once lithe and voluptuous. Her only garment was a broad silken girdle. Her white ivory limbs and the ivory globes of her breast drove a beat of fierce passion through the Cimmerian's pulse, even in the panting fury of battle. Her rich black hair, black as a Stygian night, fell in rippling, burnished clusters down her supple back. Her dark eyes burned on the Cimmerian. She was untamed as a desert wind, supple and dangerous as a she-panther. She came close to him, heedless of his great blade dripping with blood of her warriors. Her supple thigh brushed against it, so close she came to the tall warrior. Her red lips parted as she stared up into his somber, menacing eyes. "Who are you?" she demanded. "By Ishtar, I have never seen your like, though I have ranged the sea from the coasts of Zingara to the fires of the ultimate south. Whence come you?" "From Argus," he answered shortly, alert for treachery. Let her slim hand move toward the jeweled dagger in her girdle, and a buffet of his open hand would stretch her senseless on the deck. Yet in his heart he did not fear. He had held too many women, civilized or barbaric, in his iron-thewed arms, not to recognize the light that burned in the eyes of this one. "You are no soft Hyborian," she exclaimed. "You are fierce and hard as a gray wolf. Those eyes were never dimmed by city lights. Those thews were never softened by life amid marble walls." "I am Conan, a Cimmerian," he answered. To the people of the exotic climes, the north was a mazy, half-mythical realm, peopled with ferocious blue-eyed giants who occasionally descended from their icy fastnesses with torch and sword. Their raids had never taken them as far south as Shem, and this daughter of Shem made no distinction between Aesir, Vanir, or Cimmerian. With the unerring instinct of the elemental feminine, she knew she had found her lover, and his race meant naught, save as it invested him with the glamour of far lands. "And I am Belit," she cried, as one might say, "I am queen. Look at me, Conan." She threw wide her arms. "I am Belit, queen of the Black Coast. O tiger of the north, you are cold as the snowy mountains which bred you. Take me and crush me with your fierce love. Go with me to the ends of the earth and the ends of the sea. I am a queen by fire and steel and slaughter. Be thou my king. His eyes swept the blood-stained ranks, seeking expressions of wrath or jealousy. He saw none. The fury was gone from their ebon faces. He realized that to these men Belit was more than a woman, a goddess whose will was unquestioned. He glanced at the Argus, wallowing in the crimson sea-wash, heeling far over, her decks awash, held up by the grappling irons. He glanced at the blue-fringed shore, at the far green hazes of the ocean, at the vibrant figure which stood before him, and his barbaric soul stirred within him. To quest these shining blue realms with that white-skinned young tiger-cat, to love, laugh, wander, and pillage. "I'll sail with you," he grunted, shaking the red drops from his blade. "Ho, Nyaga!" her voice twanged like a bowstring. "Fetch herbs and dress your master's wounds. The rest of you, aboard the plunder and cast off." As Conan sat with his back against the poop rail, while the old shaman attended to the cuts on his hands and limbs, the cargo of the ill-fated Argus was quickly shifted aboard the Tigris and stored in small cabins below deck. Bodies of the crew and of fallen pirates were cast overboard to the swarming sharks, while wounded blacks were laid in the waist to be bandaged. Then the grappling irons were cast off, and as the Argus sank silently into the blood-flecked waters, the Tigris moved off southward to the rhythmic clack of the oars. As they moved out over the glassy blue deep, Belit came to the poop. Her eyes were burning like those of a she-panther in the dark as she tore off her ornaments, her sandals, and her silken girdle, and cast them at his feet. Rising on tiptoe, arms stretched upward, a quivering line of naked white, she cried to the desperate horde, "Wolves of the blue sea, behold ye now the dance, the mating dance of Belit, whose fathers were kings of Ascalon." And she danced, like the spin of a desert whirlwind, like the leaping of a quenchless flame, like the urge of creation and the urge of death. Her white feet spurned the blood-stained deck, and dying men forgot death as they gazed frozen at her. Then, as the white stars glimmered through the blue velvet dusk, making her whirling body a blur of ivory fire, with a wild cry she threw herself at Conan's feet, and the blind flood of the Cimmerian's desire swept all else away as he crushed her panting form against the black plates of his corsleted breast. 2. The Black Lotus. In that dead citadel of crumbling stone her eyes were snared by that unholy sheen, and curious madness took me by the throat, as of a rival lover thrust between. The Song of Belit. The Tigris ranged the sea, and the black villages shuddered. Tom-toms beat in the night with the tale that the she-devil of the sea had found a mate, an iron man whose wrath was that of a wounded lion, and survivors of butchered Stygian ships named Belit with curses, and a white warrior with fierce blue eyes. So the Stygian princes remembered this man, long and long, and their memory was a bitter tree which bore a crimson fruit in the years to come. But heedless as a vagrant wind, the Tigris cruised the southern coasts until she anchored at the mouth of a broad southern river whose banks were jungle-clouded walls of mystery. "This is the river Zarkeba, which is death," said Belit. "Its waters are poisonous. See how dark and murky they run? Only venomous reptiles live in that river. The black people shun it. Once a Stygian galley, fleeing from me, fled up the river and vanished. I anchored in this very spot, and days later the galley came floating down the dark waters, its decks blood-stained and deserted. Only one man was aboard, and he was mad and died gibbering. The cargo was intact, but the crew had vanished into silence and mystery. My lover, I believe there is a city somewhere on that river. I have heard tales of giant towers and walls glimpsed afar off by sailors who dared go part way up the river. We fear nothing. Conan, let us go and sack that city." Conan agreed. He generally agreed to her plans. Hers was the mind that directed their raids, his the arm that carried out her ideas. It mattered little to him where they sailed or whom they fought, so long as they sailed and fought. He found the life good. Battle and raid had thinned their crew. Only some 80 spearmen remained, scarcely enough to work the long galley, but Belit would not take the time to make the long cruise southward to the island kingdoms where she recruited her buccaneers. So the Tigris swung into the river mouth. The oarsmen pulled strongly as she breasted the broad current. They rounded the mysterious bend that shut out the sight of the sea, and sunset found them forging steadily against the sluggish flow, avoiding sandbars where strange reptiles coiled. Not even a crocodile did they see, nor any four-legged beast or winged bird coming down to the water's edge to drink. On through the blackness that preceded moonrise they drove, between banks that were solid palisades of darkness, whence came mysterious rustlings and stealthy footfalls and the gleam of grim eyes. And once an inhuman voice was lifted in awful mockery. The cry of an ape, Belit said, adding that the souls of evil men were imprisoned in these man-like animals as punishment for past crimes. But Conan doubted, For once in a gold-barred cage in a Hyrcanian city, he had seen an abysmal, sad-eyed beast which men told him was an ape, and there had been about it naught of the demoniac malevolence which vibrated in the shrieking laughter that echoed from the black jungle. Then the moon rose. A splash of blood, ebony-barred, and the jungle awoke in horrific bedlam to greet it. Roars and howls and yells set the black warriors to trembling, but all this noise, Conan noted, came from farther back in the jungle, as if the beasts, no less than men, shunned the black waters of Zarkeba. Rising above the black denseness of the trees, and above the waving fronds, the moon silvered the river, and their wake became a rippling scintillation of phosphorescent bubbles that widened like a shining road of bursting jewels. The oars dipped into the shining water and came up sheathed in frosty silver. The plumes on the warrior's headpiece nodded in the wind, and the gems on sword hilts and harness sparkled frostily. The cold light struck icy fire from the jewels in Belit's clustered black locks as she stretched her lithe figure on a leopard skin thrown on the deck. Supported on her elbows, her chin resting on her slim hands, she gazed up into the face of Conan, who lounged beside her, his black mane stirring in the faint breeze. Belit's eyes were dark jewels burning in the moonlight. "Mystery and terror are about us, Conan, and we glide into the realm of horror and death," she said. "Are you afraid?" A shrug of his mailed shoulders was his only answer. "I am not afraid either," she said meditatively. "I was never afraid. I have looked into the naked fangs of death too often. Conan, do you fear the gods?" "I would not tread on their shadow," answered the barbarian conservatively. "Some gods are strong to harm, others to aid. At least so say their priests. Mitra of the Hyborians must be a strong god because his people have builded their cities over the world. But even the Hyborians fear Set, and Bel, god of thieves, is a good god. When I was a thief in Zamora, I learned of him." "What of your own gods?" "I have never heard you call on them. Their chief is Crom. He dwells on a great mountain. What use to call on him? Little he cares if men live or die. Better to be silent than to call his attention to you. He will send you dooms, not fortune. He is grim and loveless, but at birth he breathes power to strive and slay into a man's soul. What else shall men ask of the gods?" "But what of the worlds beyond the river of death?" she persisted. "There is no hope, here or hereafter, in the cult of my people," answered Conan. "In this world men struggle and suffer vainly, finding pleasure only in the bright madness of battle. Dying, their souls enter a gray, misty realm of clouds and icy winds, to wander cheerlessly throughout eternity." Belit shuddered. "Life, bad as it is better than such a destiny. What do you believe, Conan?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I have known many gods. He who denies them is as blind as he who trusts them too deeply. I seek not beyond death. It may be the blackness averred by the Nemedian skeptics, or Crom's land of ice and cloud, or the snowy plains and vaulted halls of the Nordheimers' Valhalla. I know not, nor do I care. Let me live deep while I live. Let me know the rich juices of red meat and stinging wine on my palate, the hot embrace of white arms, the mad exultation of battle when the blue blades flame and crimson, and I am content. Let teachers and priests and philosophers brood over questions of reality and illusion. I know this: if life is illusion, then I am no less an illusion, and being thus, the illusion is real to me. I live, I burn with life, I love, I slay, and am content. But the gods are real," she said, pursuing her own line of thought, "and above all are the gods of the Shemites, Ishtar, Ashtoreth, and Darketo, and Adonis. Bel, too, is Shemitish, for he was born in ancient Shumir long, long ago, and went forth laughing, with curled beard and impish wise eyes, to steal the gems of the kings of old times. There is life beyond death, I know, and I know this too, Conan of Cimmeria." She rose lithely to her knees and caught him in a pantherish embrace. "My love is stronger than any death. I have lain in your arms, panting with the violence of our love. You have held and crushed and conquered me, drawing my soul to your lips with the fierceness of your bruising kisses. My heart is welded to your heart. My soul is part of your soul. Were I in death, and you fighting for life, I would come back from the abyss to aid you. Aye, whether my spirit floated with the purple sails on the crystal sea of paradise, or rifed in the molten flames of hell, I am yours, and all the gods and all their eternities shall not sever us." A scream rang from the lookout in the bows. Thrusting Belit aside, Conan bounded up, his sword a long silver glitter in the moonlight, his hair bristling at what he saw. The black warrior dangled above the deck, supported by what seemed a dark, pliant tree trunk arching over the rail. Then he realized that it was a gigantic serpent which had writhed its glistening length up the side of the bow and gripped the luckless warrior in its jaws. His dripping scales shone leprously in the moonlight as it reared his form high above the deck, while the stricken man screamed and writhed like a mouse in the fangs of a python. Conan rushed into the bows and, swinging his great sword, hewed nearly through the giant trunk, which was thicker than a man's body. Blood drenched the rails as the dying monster swayed far out, still gripping its victim, and sank into the river, coil by coil, lashing the water to bloody foam, in which man and reptile vanished together. Thereafter Conan kept the lookout watch himself, but no other horror came crawling up from the murky depths, and as dawn whitened over the jungle, he sighted the black fangs of towers jutting up among the trees. He called Belit, who was asleep on the deck, wrapped in his scarlet cloak, and she sprang to his side, eyes blazing. Her lips were parted to call orders to her warriors to take up bows and spears. Then her lovely eyes widened. It was but the ghost of a city on which they looked, when they cleared a jutting, jungle-clad point and swung in toward the incurving shore. Weeds and rank river grass grew between the stones of broken piers and shattered paves that had once been streets and spacious plazas and broad courts. From all sides except that toward the river, the jungle crept in, masking fallen columns and crumbling mounds with poisonous green. Here and there buckling towers reeled drunkenly against the morning sky, and broken pillars jutted up among the decaying walls. In the center space a marble pyramid was spired by a slim column, and on its pinnacle sat or squatted something that Conan supposed to be an image, until his keen eyes detected life in it. "It is a great bird," said one of the warriors standing in the bows. "It is a monster bat," insisted another. "It is an ape," said Belit. Just then the creature spread broad wings and flapped off into the jungle. "A winged ape," said old Nayaga uneasily. "Better we had cut our throats than come to this place. It is haunted." Belit mocked at his superstitions and ordered the galley run inshore and tied to the crumbling wharfs. She was the first to spring ashore, closely followed by Conan, and after them trooped the ebon-skinned pirates, white plumes waving in the morning wind, spears ready, eyes rolling dubiously at the surrounding jungle. Over all brooded a silence as sinister as that of a sleeping serpent. Belit posed picturesquely among the ruins, the vibrant life in her lithe figure contrasting strangely with the desolation and decay about her. The sun flamed up slowly, sullenly above the jungle, flooding the towers with a dull gold that left shadows lurking beneath the tottering walls. Belit pointed to a slim, round tower that reeled on its rotting base. A broad expanse of cracked, green-grown slabs led up to it, flanked by fallen columns, and before it stood a massive altar. Belit went swiftly along the ancient floor and stood before it. "This was a temple of the old ones," she said. "Look, you can see the channels for the blood along the sides of the altar, and the rains of 10,000 years have not washed the dark stains from them. The walls have all fallen away, but this stone block defies time and the elements." "But who were these old ones?" demanded Conan. She spread her slim hands helplessly. "Not even in legend is this city mentioned. But look at the handholds at either side of the altar. Priests often conceal their treasures beneath the altars. 4 of you lay hold and see if you can lift it." She stepped back to make room for them, glancing up at the tower which loomed drunkenly above them. 3 of the strongest blacks had gripped the handholds cut into the stone, curiously unsuited to human hands. When Belit sprang back with a sharp cry, they froze in their places, and Conan, bending to aid them, wheeled with a startled curse. "A snake in the grass," she said, backing away. "Come and slay it. The rest of you bend your backs to the stone." Conan came quickly toward her, another taking his place. As he impatiently scanned the grass for the reptile, the giant blacks braced their feet, grunted, and heaved with their huge muscles, coiling and straining under their ebon skin. The altar did not come off the ground, but it revolved suddenly on its side, and simultaneously there was a grinding rumble above, and the tower came crashing down, covering the 4 black men with broken masonry. A cry of horror rose from their comrades. Belit's slim figures dug into Conan's arm muscles. "There was no serpent," she whispered. "It was but a ruse to call you away. I feared. The old ones guarded their treasure well. Let us clear away the stones." With Herculean effort they did so, and lifted out the mangled bodies of the 4 men. And under them, stained with their blood, the pirates found a crypt carved in the solid stone. The altar, hinged curiously with stone rods and sockets on one side, had served as its lid. And at first glance the crypt seemed brimming with liquid fire, catching the early light with a million blazing facets. Undreamable wealth lay before the eyes of the gaping pirates. Diamonds, rubies, bloodstones, sapphires, turquoises, moonstones, opals, emeralds, amethysts, unknown gems that shone like the eyes of evil women. The crypt was filled to the brim with bright stones that the morning sun struck into lambent flame. With a cry, Belit dropped to her knees among the blood-stained rubble on the brink and thrust her white arms shoulder-deep into that pool of splendor. She withdrew them, clutching something that brought up another cry to her lips, a long string of crimson stones that were like clots of frozen blood strung on a thick gold wire. In their glow, the golden sunlight changed to bloody haze. Belit's eyes were like a woman's in a trance. The Shemite soul finds a bright drunkenness in riches and material splendor, and the sight of this treasure might have shaken the soul of a sated emperor of Shushan. "Take up the jewels, dogs!" Her voice was shrill with her emotions. "Look!" A muscular black arm stabbed toward the tigress, and Belit wheeled, her crimson lips asnarl, as she expected to see a rival corsair sweeping in to despoil her of her plunder. But from the gunwales of the ship a dark shape rose, soaring away over the jungle. "The devil ape has been investigating the ship," muttered the blacks uneasily. "What matter?" cried Belit with a curse, raking back a rebellious lock with an impatient hand. "Make a litter of spears and mantles to bear these jewels. Where the devil are you going?" "To look to the galley," grunted Conan. "That bat thing might have knocked a hole in the bottom for all we know." He ran swiftly down the cracked wharf and sprang aboard. A moment's swift examination below decks, and he swore heartily, casting a clouded glance in the direction the bat being had vanished. He returned hastily to Belit, superintending the plunder of the crypt. She had looped the necklace about her neck, and on her naked white bosom the red clots glimmered darkly. A huge naked black stood crotch-deep in the jewel-brimming crypt, scooping up great handfuls of splendor to pass them to eager hands above. Strings of frozen iridescence hung between his dusky fingers. Drops of red fire dripped from his hands, piled high with starlight and rainbow. It was as if a black Titan stood straddle-legged in the bright pits of hell, his lifted hands full of stars. "That flying devil has staved in the water casks," said Conan. "If we hadn't been so dazed by these stones, we'd have heard the noise. We were fools not to have left a man on guard. We can't drink this river water. I'll take 20 men and search for fresh water in the jungle." She looked at him vaguely, in her eyes the blank blaze of her strange passion, her fingers working at the gems on her breast. "Very well," she said absently, hardly heeding him. "I'll get the loot aboard." The jungle closed quickly about them, changing the light from gold to gray. From the arching green branches creepers dangled like pythons. The warriors fell into single file, creeping through the primordial twilights like black phantoms following a white ghost. Underbrush was not so thick as Conan had anticipated. The ground was spongy but not slushy. Away from the river it sloped gradually upward. Deeper and deeper they plunged into the green, waving depths, and still there was no sign of water, either running stream or stagnant pool. Conan halted suddenly, his warriors freezing into basaltic statues. In the tense silence that followed, the Cimmerian shook his head irritably. "Go ahead," he grunted to a sub-chief, Nagora. "March straight on till you can no longer see me. Then stop and wait for me. I believe we're being followed. I heard something." The blacks shuffled their feet uneasily, but did as they were told. As they swung onward, Conan stepped quickly behind a great tree, glaring back along the way they had come. From that leafy fastness anything might emerge. Nothing occurred. The faint sounds of the marching spearmen faded into the distance. Conan suddenly realized that the air was impregnated with an alien and exotic scent. Something gently brushed his temple. He turned quickly. From a cluster of green, curiously leafed stalks, great black blossoms nodded at him. One of these had touched him. They seemed to beckon him, to arch their pliant stems toward him. They spread and rustled, though no wind blew. He recoiled, recognizing the black lotus whose juice was death and whose scent brought dream-haunted slumber. But already he felt a subtle lethargy stealing over him. He sought to lift his sword, to hew down the serpentine stalks, but his arm hung lifeless at his side. He opened his mouth to shout to his warriors, but only a faint rattle issued. The next instant, with appalling suddenness, the jungle waved and dimmed out before his eyes. He did not hear the screams that burst out awfully not far away as his knees collapsed, letting him pitch limply to the earth. Above his prostrate form the great black blossoms nodded in the windless air. 3. The Horror in the Jungle. Was it a dream the nighted lotus brought? Then cursed the dream that brought my sluggish life, and cursed each laggard hour that does not see hot blood drip blackly from the crimsoned knife. The Song of Belit. First there was the blackness of an utter void, with the cold winds of cosmic space blowing through it. Then shapes, vague, monstrous, and evanescent, rolled in dim panorama through the expanse of nothingness, as if the darkness were taking material form. The winds blew, and a vortex formed, a whirling pyramid of roaring blackness. From it grew shape and dimension. Then suddenly, like clouds dispersing, the darkness rolled away on either hand, and a huge city of dark green stone rose on the bank of a wide river, flowing through an illimitable plain. Through this city moved beings of alien configuration. Cast in the mold of humanity, they were distinctly not men. They were winged and of heroic proportions, not a branch on the mysterious stalk of evolution that culminated in man, but the ripe blossom on an alien tree, separate and apart from that stalk. Aside from their wings, in physical appearance they resembled man only as man in his highest form resembles the great apes. In spiritual, aesthetic, and intellectual development, they were superior to man as man is superior to the gorilla. But when they reared their colossal city, man's primal ancestors had not yet risen from the slime of the primordial seas. These beings were mortal, as are all things built of flesh and blood. They lived, loved, and died, though the individual span of life was enormous. Then, after uncounted millions of years, the change began. The vista shimmered and waved, like a picture thrown on a wind-blown curtain. Over the city and the land the ages flowed as waves flow over a beach, and each wave brought alterations. Somewhere on the planet the magnetic centers were shifting. The great glaciers and ice fields were withdrawing toward the new poles. The littoral of the great river altered. Plains turned into swamps that stank with reptilian life. Where fertile meadows had rolled, forests reared up, growing into dank jungles. The changing ages wrought on the inhabitants of the city as well. They did not migrate to fresher lands. Reasons inexplicable to humanity held them to the ancient city and their doom. And as that once rich and mighty land sank deeper and deeper into the black mire of the sunless jungle, so into the chaos of squalling jungle life sank the people of the city. Terrific convulsion shook the earth. The nights were lurid with spouting volcanoes that fringed the dark horizons with red pillars. After an earthquake that shook down the outer walls and the highest towers of the city, and caused the river to run black for days with some lethal substance spewed up from the subterranean depths, a frightful chemical change became apparent in the waters the folk had drunk for millenniums uncountable. Many died who drank of it, and in those who lived, the drinking wrought change, subtle, gradual, and grisly. In adapting themselves to the changing conditions, they had sunk far below their original level, but the lethal waters altered them even more horribly, from generation to more bestial generation. They who had been winged gods became pinioned demons, and all that remained of their ancestors' vast knowledge distorted and perverted and twisted into ghastly paths. As they had risen higher than mankind might dream, so they sank lower than man's maddest nightmares reach. They died fast, by cannibalism and horrible feuds fought out in the murk of the midnight jungle, and at last, among the lichen-grown ruins of their city, only a single shape lurked, the stunted, abhorrent perversion of nature. Then, for the first time, humans appeared, dark-skinned, hawk-faced men in copper and leather harness, bearing bows, the warriors of prehistoric Stygia. There were only 50 of them, and they were haggard and gaunt with starvation and prolonged effort, stained and scratched with jungle wandering, with blood-crusted bandages that told of fierce fighting. In their minds was a tale of warfare and defeat, and flight before a stronger tribe which drove them ever southward until they lost themselves in the green ocean of jungle and river. Exhausted, they lay down among the ruins where red blossoms that bloom but once in a century waved in the full moon, and sleep fell upon them. And as they slept, a hideous shape crept red-eyed from the shadows and performed weird and awful rites about and above each sleeper. The moon hung in the shadowy sky, painting the jungle red and black. Above the sleepers glimmered the crimson blossoms, like splashes of blood. Then the moon went down, and the eyes of the necromancer were red jewels set in the ebony of night. When dawn spread its white veil over the river, there were no men to be seen, only a hairy, winged horror that squatted in the center of a ring of 50 great spotted hyenas that pointed quivering muzzles to the ghastly sky and howled like souls in hell. Then scene followed scene so swiftly that each tripped over the heels of its predecessor. There was a confusion of movement, a writhing and melting of lights and shadows against a background of black jungle, green stone ruins, and murky river. Black men came up to the river in long boats with skulls grinning on the prows, or stole stooping through the trees, spear in hand. They fled screaming through the dark from red eyes and slavering fangs. Howls of dying men shook the shadows. Stealthy feet padded through the gloom. Vampire eyes blazed redly. There were grisly feasts beneath the moon, across whose red disk a bat-like shadow incessantly swept. Then, abruptly, etched clearly in contrast to these impressionistic glimpses, around the jungled point in the whitening dawn swept a long galley, thronged with shining ebon figures, and in the bow stood a white-skinned ghost in blue steel. It was at this point that Conan first realized that he was dreaming. Until that instant he had no consciousness of individual existence, but as he saw himself treading the boards of the Tigris, he recognized both the existence and the dream, although he did not awaken. Even as he wondered, the scene shifted abruptly to a jungle glade where Angora and 19 black spearmen stood, as if awaiting someone. Even as he realized that it was he for whom they waited, a horror swooped down from the skies, and their stolidity was broken by yells of fear. Like men maddened by terror, they threw away their weapons and raced wildly through the jungle, pressed close to the slavering monstrosity that flapped its wings above them. Chaos and confusion followed this vision, during which Conan feebly struggled to awake. Dimly he seemed to see himself lying under a nodding cluster of black blossoms, while from the bushes a hideous shape crept toward him. With a savage effort he broke the unseen bonds which held him to his dreams and started upright. Bewilderment was in the glare he cast about him. Near him swayed the dusky lotus, and he hastened to draw away from it. In the spongy soil nearby there was a track, as if an animal had put out a foot, preparatory to emerging from the bushes, then had withdrawn it. It looked like the spoor of an unbelievably large hyena. He yelled for Angora. Primordial silence brooded over the jungle, in which his yells sounded brittle and hollow as mockery. He could not see the sun, but his wilderness-trained instinct told him the day was near its end. A panic rose in him at the thought that he had lain senseless for hours. He hastily followed the tracks of the spearmen, which lay plain in the damp loam before him. They ran in single file, and he soon emerged into a glade, to stop short, the skin crawling between his shoulders as he recognized it as the glade he had seen in his lotus-drugged dream. Shields and spears lay scattered about as if dropped in headlong flight. And from the tracks which led out of the glade and deeper into the fastnesses, Conan knew that the spearmen had fled, wildly. The footprints overlay one another, they weaved blindly among the trees, and with startling suddenness the hastening Cimmerian came out of the jungle and onto a hill-like rock, which sloped steeply, to break off abruptly in a sheer precipice 40 feet high, and something crouched on the brink. At first Conan thought it to be a great black gorilla. Then he saw that it was a giant black man that crouched ape-like, long arms dangling, froth dripping from the loose lips. It was not until, with a sobbing cry, the creature lifted huge hands and rushed toward him, that Conan recognized Angora. The black man gave no heed to Conan's shout as he charged, eyes rolled up to display the white, teeth gleaming, face an inhuman mask. With his skin crawling with the horror that madness always instills in the sane, Conan passed his sword through the black man's body. Then, avoiding the hooked hands that clawed at him as Angora sank down, he strode to the edge of the cliff. For an instant he stood looking down into the jagged rocks below, where lay Angora's spearmen, in limp, distorted attitudes that told of crushed limbs and splintered bones. Not one moved. A cloud of huge black flies buzzed loudly above the blood-splashed stones. The ants had already begun to gnaw at the corpses. On the trees about sat birds of prey, and a jackal, looking up and seeing the men on the cliff, slunk furtively away. For a little space Conan stood motionless. Then he wheeled and ran back the way he had come, flinging himself with reckless haste through the tall grasses and bushes, hurdling creepers that sprawled snake-like across his path. His sword swung low in his right hand, and an unaccustomed pallor tinged his dark face. The silence that reigned in the jungle was not broken. The sun had set, and great shadows rushed upward from the slime of the black earth. Through the gigantic shades of lurking death and grim desolation, Conan was a speeding glimmer of scarlet and blue steel. No sound in all the solitude was heard except his own quick panting as he burst from the shadows into the dim twilight of the river shore. He saw the galley shouldering the rotten wharf, the ruins reeling drunkenly in the gray half-light. And here and there among the stones were spots of raw, bright color, as if a careless hand had splashed with a crimson brush. Again Conan looked on death and destruction. Before him lay his spearmen, nor did they rise to salute him. From the jungle edge to the river bank, among the rotting pillars and along the broken piers they lay, torn and mangled and half devoured, chewed travesties of men. All about the bodies and pieces of bodies were swarms of huge footprints like those of hyenas. Conan came silently upon the pier, approaching the galley, above whose deck was suspended something that glimmered ivory white in the faint twilight. Speechless, the Cimmerian looked on the queen of the Black Coast as she hung from the yard-arm of her own galley. Between the yard and her white throat stretched a line of crimson clots that shone like blood on the grey light. 4. The attack from the air. The shadows were black around him, the dripping jaws gaped wide, thicker than rain the red drops fell. But my love was fiercer than death's black spell, nor all the iron walls of hell could keep me from his side. The Song of Belit. Jungle was a black colossus that locked the ruin-littered glade in ebon arms. The moon had not risen. The stars were flecks of hot amber in a breathless sky that reeked of death. On the pyramid among the fallen towers sat Conan the Cimmerian like an iron statue, chin propped on massive fists. Out in the black shadows stealthy feet padded and red eyes glimmered. The dead lay as they had fallen. But on the deck of the Tigris, on a pyre of broken benches, spear shafts, and leopard skins, lay the queen of the Black Coast in her last sleep, wrapped in Conan's scarlet cloak. Like a true queen she lay, with her plunder heaped high about her, silks, cloth of gold, silver braid, casks of gems and golden coins, silver ingots, jeweled daggers, and teocallis of gold wedges. But of the plunder of the accursed city, only the sullen waters of Zarkeba could tell where Conan had thrown it with a heathen curse. Now he sat grimly on the pyramid, waiting for his unseen foes. The black fury in his soul drove out all fear. What shapes would emerge from the blackness he knew not, nor did he care. He no longer doubted the visions of the Black Lotus. He understood that while waiting for him in the glade, Ngora and his comrades had been terror-stricken by the winged monsters swooping upon them from the sky, and fleeing in blind panic had fallen over the cliff, all except their chief, who had somehow escaped their fate, though not madness. Meanwhile, or immediately after, or perhaps before, the destruction of those on the river bank had been accomplished. Conan did not doubt that the slaughter along the river had been the massacre rather than a battle. Already unmanned by their superstitious fears, the blacks might well have died without striking a blow in their own defense when attacked by their inhuman foes. Why he had been spared so long he did not understand, unless the malign entity which ruled the river meant to keep him alive, to torture him with grief and fear. All pointed to a human or superhuman intelligence. The breaking of the water casks to divide the forces, the driving of the blacks over the cliff, and last and greatest the grim jest of the crimson necklace knotted like a hangman's noose about Belit's white neck. Having apparently saved the Cimmerian for the choicest victim, and extracted the last ounce of exquisite mental torture, it was likely that the unknown enemy would conclude the drama by sending him after the other victims. No smile bent Conan's grim lips at the thought, but his eyes were lit with iron laughter. The moon rose, striking fire from the Cimmerian's horned helmet. No call awoke the echoes, yet suddenly the night grew tense, and the jungle held its breath. Instinctively Conan loosened the great sword in its sheath. A pyramid on which he rested was four-sided, one, the side toward the jungle, carved in broad steps. In his hand was a Shemite bow, such as Belit had taught her pirates to use. A heap of arrows lay at his feet, feathered ends toward him as he rested on one knee. Something moved in the blackness under the trees. Etched abruptly in the rising moon, Conan saw a darkly blocked-out head and shoulders, brutish in outline, and now from the shadows dark shapes came silently, swiftly, running low. 20 great spotted hyenas, their slavering fangs flashed in the moonlight, their eyes blazed as no true beast's eyes ever blazed. 20. Then the spears of the pirates had taken toll of the pack after all. Even as he thought this, Conan drew nock to ear, and at the twang of the string a flame-eyed shadow bounded high and fell writhing. The rest did not falter. On they came, and like a rain of death among them fell the arrows of the Cimmerian, driven with all the force and accuracy of steely thews, backed by a hate hot as the slag heaps of hell. In his berserk fury he did not miss. The air was filled with feathered destruction. The havoc wrought among the onrushing pack was breathtaking. Less than half of them reached the foot of the pyramid. Others dropped upon the broad steps. Glaring down into the blazing eyes, Conan knew these creatures were not beasts. It was not merely in their unnatural size that he sensed a blasphemous difference. They exuded an aura tangible as the black mist rising from a corpse-littered swamp. By what godless alchemy these beings had been brought into existence he could not guess, but he knew he faced diabolism blacker than the well of Skelos. Springing to his feet, he bent his bow powerfully and drove his last shaft point-blank at a great hairy shape that soared up at his throat. The arrow was a flying beam of moonlight that flashed onward with but a blur in its course. but the weir-beast plunged convulsively in mid-air and crashed headlong, shot through and through. Then the rest were on him in a nightmare rush of blazing eyes and dripping fangs. His fiercely driven sword shore the first asunder, then the desperate impact of the others bore him down. He crushed a narrow skull with the pommel of his hilt, feeling the bones splinter and blood and brains gush over his hand. Then, dropping the sword, useless at such deadly close quarters, he caught at the throats of the two horrors which were ripping and tearing at him in silent fury. A foul, acrid scent almost stifled him. His own sweat blinded him. Only his mail saved him from being ripped to ribbons in an instant. The next, his naked right hand locked on a hairy throat and tore it open. His left hand, missing the throat of the other beast, caught and broke its foreleg. A short yelp, the only cry in that grim battle, and hideously human-like, burst from the maimed beast. At the sick horror of that cry from a bestial throat, Conan involuntarily relaxed his grip. One, blood gushing from its torn jugular, lunged at him in a last spasm of ferocity, and fastened his fangs on his throat, to fall back dead, even as Conan felt the tearing agony of its grip. The other, springing forward on three legs, was slashing at his belly as a wolf slashes, actually rending the links of his mail. Flinging aside the dying beast, Conan grappled the crippled horror, and with a muscular effort that brought a groan from his blood-flecked lips, he heaved upright, gripping the struggling, tearing fiend in his arms. An instant he reeled off balance, its fetid breath hot in his nostrils, its jaws snapping at his neck. Then he hurled it from him to crash with bone-splintering force down the marble steps. As he reeled on wide-braced legs, sobbing for breath, the jungle and the moon swimming bloodily onto his sight, the thrash of bat wings was loud in his ears. Stooping, he groped for his sword, and swaying upright, braced his feet drunkenly and heaved the great blade above his head with both hands, shaking the blood from his eyes as he sought the air above him for his foe. Instead of attack from the air, the pyramid staggered suddenly and awfully beneath his feet. He heard a rumbling crackle and saw the tall column above him wave like a wand. Stung to galvanized life, he bounded far out. His feet hit a step halfway down which rocked beneath him, and his next desperate leap carried him clear. But even as his heels hit the earth, with a shattering crash like a breaking mountain, the pyramid crumbled. The column came thundering down in bursting fragments. For a blind, cataclysmic instant the sky seemed to rain shards of marble. Then a rubble of shattered stone lay whitely under the moon. Conan stirred, throwing off the splinters that half covered him. A glancing blow had knocked off his helmet and momentarily stunned him. Across his legs lay a great piece of the column, pinning him down. He was not sure that his legs were unbroken. His black locks were plastered with sweat. Blood trickled from his wounds in his throat and hands. He hitched up on one arm, struggling with the debris that prisoned him. Then something swept down across the stars and struck the sward near him. Twisting about, he saw it, the winged one. With fearful speed it was rushing upon him, and in that instant Conan had only a confused impression of a gigantic, man-like shape hurtling along on bowed and stunted legs, of huge, hairy arms outstretching misshapen, black-nailed paws, of a malformed head in whose broad face the only recognizable features as such were a pair of blood-red eyes. It was a thing neither man, beast, nor devil, imbued with characteristics subhuman as well as characteristics superhuman. But Conan had no time for conscious, consecutive thought. He threw himself toward the fallen sword, and his clawing fingers missed it by inches. Desperately he grasped the shard which pinned his legs, and the veins swelled in his temples as he strove to thrust it off him. It gave slowly, but he knew that before he could free himself the monster would be upon him, and he knew that those black-taloned hands were death. The headlong rush of the winged one had not wavered. It towered over the prostrate Cimmerian like a black shadow, arms thrown wide. A glimmer of white flashed between it and its victim. In one mad instant she was there, a tense white shape, vibrant with love, fierce as a she-panther's. The dazed Cimmerian saw between him and the onrushing death her lithe figure, shimmering like ivory beneath the moon. He saw the blaze of her dark eyes, the thick cluster of her burnished hair. Her bosom heaved, her red lips were parted. She cried out sharp and ringing at the ring of steel as she thrust at the winged monster's breast. "Belit!" screamed Conan. She flashed a quick glance at him, and in her dark eyes he saw her love flaming, a naked elemental thing of raw fire and molten lava. Then she was gone, and the Cimmerian saw only the winged fiend which had staggered back in unwonted fear, arms lifted as if to fend off attack. And he knew that Belit in truth lay on her pyre on the Tigress's deck. In his ears rang her passionate cry, "Were I still in death, and you fighting for light, I would come back from the abyss." With that terrible cry he heaved upward, hurling the stone aside. The winged one came on again, and Conan sprang to meet it, his veins on fire with madness. The thews started out like cords on his forearms as he swung his great sword, pivoting on his heel with the force of the sweeping arc. Just above the hips it caught the hurtling shape, and the knotted legs fell to one side, the torso another, as the blade sheared clear through its hairy body. Conan stood in the moonlit silence, the dripping sword sagging in his hand, staring down at the remnants of his enemy. The red eyes glared up at him with awful life, then glazed and set. The great hands nodded spasmodically and stiffened, and the oldest race in the world was extinct. Conan lifted his head, mechanically searching for the beast things that had been its slaves and executioners. None met his gaze. The bodies he saw littering the moon-splashed grass were of men, not beasts. Hawk-faced, dark-skinned men, naked, transfixed by arrows or mangled by sword strokes, and they were crumbling into dust before his eyes. Why had not the winged master come to the aid of its slaves when he struggled with them? Had it feared to come within reach of fangs that might turn and rend it? Craft and caution had lurked in that misshapen skull, but had not availed in the end. Turning on his heel, the Cimmerian strode down the rotting wharfs and stepped aboard the galley. A few strokes of his sword cut her adrift, and he went to the sweephead. The Tigris rocked slowly in the sullen water, sliding out sluggishly toward the middle of the river, until the broad current caught her. Conan leaned on the sweep, his somber gaze fixed on the cloak-wrapped shape that lay in state on the pyre, the richness of which was equal to the ransom of an empress. 5. The funeral pyre. Now we are done with roaming evermore. No more the oars, the windy harp's refrain, nor crimson pennon frights the dusky shore. Blue girdle of the world, receive again her whom thou gavest me. The Song of Belit. Again dawn tinged the ocean. A redder glow lit the river mouth. Conan of Cimmeria leaned on his great sword upon the white beach, watching the Tigris swinging out on her last voyage. There was no light in his eyes that contemplated the glassy swells. Out of the rolling blue wastes all glory and wonder had gone. A fierce revulsion shook him as he gazed at the green surges that deepened into purple hazes of mystery. Belit had been of the sea. She had lent it splendor and allure. Without her it rolled a barren, dreary, and desolate waste from pole to pole. She belonged to the sea. To its everlasting mystery he returned her. He could do no more. For himself, its glittering blue splendor was more repellent than the leafy fronds which rustled and whispered behind him of vast mysterious wilds beyond them, and into which he must plunge. No hand was at the sweep of the Tigris. No oars drove her through the green water. But a clean, tanging wind bellied her silken sail, and as a wild swan cleaves the sky to her nest, she sped seaward, flames mounting higher and higher from her deck to lick at the mast and envelop the figure that lay lapped in scarlet on the shining pyre. So passed the queen of the black coast, and leaning on his red-stained sword, Conan stood silently until the red glow had faded far out in the blue hazes, and dawn splashed its rose and gold over the ocean.
The Big Tomorrow by Paul Lorman. There are certain rare individuals in this world who seem bereft of all common sense. These are the people who set their eyes upon an objective and immediately all intelligence, logic, good advice, unsolvable problems, and insurmountable obstacles go completely by the boards. The characters we refer to are obviously just plain stupid. What they want to do just can't be done. The objectives they have in mind are unachievable, and anyone with an ounce of brains can tell them so and give them good reasons. They are usually pretty sad cases and often land in the funny house. But then again, some of them go out and discover new worlds. He hadn't gotten any work done that morning. He'd spent most of the time pacing the floor of his small back office, and the rest of it at the window, hands clasped behind his somewhat bowed back, staring up into the cloudless sky. At 10:40, the intercom buzzed. He snapped the switch. "Yes?" "I've got those figures, Mr. Lake. We have nine—" "Maybe you'd better come in and tell me personally, Lucy." "All right, Mr. Lake." The intercom snapped off, and a few moments later a girl entered the office, if the prim little wisp that was Lucy Crane could be so generously classified. Joshua Lake stared at the elongated bun of black hair on the top of her head as she came toward his desk. There was an odd streak of rich imagination in Joshua Lake, and he always felt Lucy Crane's bun was a symbol of disapproval. "Sit down, Lucy. You use up too much energy." "I tried to do my job, Mr. Lake." "You do that, and more. What are the figures, Lucy?" "We're in desperate shape. We have $9,420 in the payroll account. That leaves it over $5,000 short. There's only about $2,000 in general disbursements, but that isn't enough to cover invoices due tomorrow. I'm afraid—" "Don't be afraid, Lucy. That's negative. If we waste our time sitting around shivering, we won't make any progress at all." "I didn't mean it that way, Mr. Lake. I'm not shivering. I was merely stating that we haven't got enough money." "Then I'll go to the bank and get some more." "Of course, Mr. Lake. Is that all?" "Yes, that's all, Lucy. You run on to lunch." "You aren't going out?" "No, I'm not hungry today." Her bun bobbed in disapproval as she left the office. Joshua Lake stared at the closed door and sighed. Lucy knew exactly how things were. She wasn't one to be fooled. But Joshua hoped the rest of the personnel were not so perceptive. The engineers and the draftsmen particularly. They could all walk out at noon and be working somewhere else by 1 o'clock, what with the huge current industrial demand. He walked again to the window. An old man, bone-weary, with the weight of his 60-odd years bending his shoulders like a brick-carrier's hod. "Then I'll go to the bank and get some more." He hadn't even fooled himself this time. His chances at the bank were nil, less than nil. His very presence there could tip the balance of their decision. Loans could be called, the doors locked before nightfall. At the window, he lowered his eyes from the sky and looked to the gate that led into the horseshoe sweep of low buildings and back to the great, bulking hangar where precious work was being done. A man in his dream, Lake mused. He could see only the back of the sign hanging over the gate, but he was quite familiar with the other side. Lake Interstellar Enterprises in bold, brave letters. And in the lower right-hand corner, barely discernible, Joshua Lake, President. A visitor looking closely at the sign could see that it had been done over, that a discarded legend lay beneath a coat of white paint. The old name of the firm was still faintly visible, Lake & Gorman, Castings and Extrusions. It wasn't difficult for Joshua to conjure up Lee Gorman's craggy, hostile face, nor his words. Lee had a voice like gravel being ground to powder, a voice to remember. "Of course I won't go along with this damn fool idea of yours. Turn a perfectly sound and trench business into a blue-sky factory? You've gone crazy, Joshua." "But it's feasible, Lee. Entirely feasible. All we need is a little imagination. I've investigated. I've hired the best brains in the world. I have all the necessary preliminary data. A rocket can be built that will take 3 men to the moon and bring them back." "That's idiocy, Joshua." "Don't you believe it can be done?" "I don't care whether it can be done or not." "But open your eyes, man. This is an age of development, an era of movement. We're on the threshold of the big tomorrow, and we can't let it pass us by. We can't let the honor and the glory go to others while we sit on our hands and hoot from the gallery. Come alive, Lee. The world is passing us." "I don't want honor and glory. All I want is a sound-going business. Suppose we could put a rocket on the moon and bring it back. Where would that leave us? Broken famous, and laughed at probably in the bargain." "Nothing of the kind. We could write our own ticket. We'd control the gateway to the greatest mineral deposits within reach of man. Think of it, Lee. Use your imagination." "I won't go along with you, Joshua. That's all there is to it." More of the same, days of it, and finally, "You can have the customers then, Lee. I'll keep the plant, the physical properties." "But that's not fair." "Perhaps not, but it's legal." "How can I service them? From my basement?" "I offered you an alternative only a fool would have turned down." "That only a fool would accept." "So now I'm going ahead and nothing can stop me. I've got a dream, man, a dream of a big tomorrow. I'm going to make that dream come true." "Name it right, Joshua. You've got an obsession." The end of Lake Gorman. Joshua turned from the window, then paused and looked again into the sky. The moon was up, a round, white will-o'-the-wisp in the clear blue afternoon sky. He stared at it, and the old feeling of affinity swept over him stronger than ever. The moon was, for him, both a goal and a tonic. Sight of its elusive form could always sweep away his doubts, straighten his shoulders. The intercom buzzed. Joshua went over and snapped it. "Yes?" "Mr. Coving to see you, sir." "Send him in." Rayburn Coving was probably the best rocket fuel man in the world. He had a little of his sandy hair left, not much, and his forehead was permanently creased from frowning. "I'm afraid that new benzoic derivative is a failure, Chief. It piles up corrosion in the tubes too fast. They'd be clogged halfway through the trip." $120,000 up the spout. Joshua sighed. Well, I suppose the chance of success was worth it. The added power and relatively smaller space would have solved so many other problems. "I'm sorry it failed." Joshua smiled. "To paraphrase a certain American inventor, we're finding any number of ways you can't go to the moon. What now, Coving?" "Back to the old method. And the other problems. None of them are insurmountable, though. A little more time." "Yes, a little more time." Joshua grimaced inwardly. He was talking to Coving as though they had years, not as though their time had run out. He was even in debt for Coving's labor, overdrawn on it without enough money to pay. The moment of weakness, of deep-down weariness, passed. Joshua Lake stiffened as he had stiffened so many times before, as he had stiffened when Zornoff's alloys had flunked out and the first trip to the bank had been made necessary. The first trip to the bank. Joshua smiled wryly. The bank people had been cordial then, even servile. Later it had been different. Now, "You were saying, Mr. Lake?" Have you seen Morton lately? What's the latest on the radar relay equipment?" "No major bugs, I think. It's coming along famously." "Good. For 200,000 it certainly should," Joshua felt. "Let me know how you make out, Coving." "I will, Chief. I'll get the order in for the new chemicals immediately." Oh, yes, do that, by all means." Coving left. Joshua Lake put his head against the backrest of the chair and closed his eyes. He dozed, drifting into a haze from weariness. It's been so long, so very long. 7 years, 8, 10. 10 years. Good heavens, was it possible? It didn't seem that long. 10 years to make a dream succeed or fail. Joshua slept, and again, as in the past, his rest was plagued with visions. The torment of his days took many forms in an alert subconscious too taut to relax. He had seen before him mountains too steep to cross, chasms too deep and wide to bridge. Often, when a great problem was solved, he would look back, nights later, to see the mountain or the chasm from the other side. Now his vision was different. No mountain before him, but a face, the stern, craggy face of an obstacle in his path. Lee Gorman. The face was of clay, yet it lived. The eyes were cold, disdainful, and a weird green creation of Joshua's own mind was sketching Gorman in the numbers, signs, and symbols of a rocket that would never reach the moon. Joshua awoke with a start and found Lucy bending over him. "You didn't answer the buzzer, Mr. Lake. I was worried." "Oh, I must have dozed off, Lucy. Sorry." "I'm going home now, if there's nothing else." "Nothing else. I'm going home myself. Good night." Joshua paused beside his car in the parking lot to stare at the lighted windows of the big hangar. The second shift had come on. They would work all night, then tomorrow they would line up with the others at the pay window. But there wouldn't be any money. The next night the hangar windows would be dark. He got into the car and drove home. Myra was waiting for him. She took his hat. After he kissed her, she said, "Your eyes are so red, dear. You've been working much too hard. Shall we have dinner in the patio?" "That would be nice." Joshua had little to say during the meal, and Myra was quiet also, adjusting herself, as she had always done, to his mood. Finally she said, "That will be all, Bertha. Leave the coffee pot." The maid left. A slight chill was coming in off the desert. Joshua shivered and said, "We're through, Myra." "Through? I don't understand." "The moon trip. I can't swing it. The money's run out. There's no place I can raise another dime." "But you've worked so hard and so long, and you are so close to success." "We've made a lot of progress, but the rocket isn't ready yet. Now it's too late." They were silent for a time. Then Myra said, "In a way, I'm glad. You should have stopped long ago. You aren't strong enough to stand this pace forever. Now we can go away, get a small place somewhere. That moon rocket was killing you, Joshua." Joshua pondered the point. "Killing me? No, I don't think so. I think it has been keeping me alive." "Don't say that, dear. You make it sound so brutal. Year in and year out, fighting disappointment, failure, aging before my eyes while I sit here night after night." Fighting disappointment, failure. Yes, that was the kind of fight it had been. How many failures? The first big one had come 6 years before. "Acceleration, monsieur, must be achieved in the first 2,000 miles of flight. After that, the speed of the ship remains constant. You follow me?" Tardot, the half-mad French genius, had explained it so logically, and Joshua had believed in him. That's where you made your big gamble in a project of this kind. You selected your men and then believed in them. Others dissented, of course. There are always dissenters, and always points that could not be proven or disproven on the drawing boards or in the test pits. "I follow you, Henri. The booster units will be in 3 sections." "Exactly, monsieur. The primary booster, as you say, breaks free at 12 miles. That one and the secondary we control with radar. We touch a button and voila, they are free." "In case of the men in the ship blacking out, I think you said." "Exactly. But the third will be disengaged from within the ship, and she will be free as a bird to fly to your most elusive moon." "And the return?" "There we have a much lighter ship, monsieur. The smaller boosters will lift her easily. The return trip will be slower, much slower, but she will return." Michael Bernard was the dissenter. "The Frenchman's crazy, mad as a hatter, chief." "You think it won't work, then?" "Too damn complicated. A dozen units of time and mechanism have to mesh perfectly. The odds are against that happening. After all, you've got to remember, what we're attempting has never been done before. But if it did work, it would be a beauty." "Better than your idea of a single booster?" "If it worked, yes. The weight problem would be solved. 5 men could ride the rocket, but—" "Let's try it, Mike. Let's believe in our destiny." "Okay, you're the boss. But destiny's a hard thing to lay out and analyze on a drawing board." A man in his dream. The radar equipment had failed. Burdened with the weight of exhausted booster sections, the rocket curved back into the clutches of gravity. It crashed on the fringe of the Amazon jungles. 5 moon pioneers dead. 3 uninsured, dependent families. Joshua provided for them, but the critical newspapers overlooked that point. One editorial observed that Joshua Lake would get a rocket to the moon and back if it took every able-bodied man in the country. The project would have died right there if Joshua had needed money. No bank in the nation would have loaned him a dime. Fortunately, he was not yet broke. He started over. Fortunately? At times he had wondered. But always his faith had returned to buoy him up. Joshua reached out and took Myra's hand. He looked up into the sky. "You may be wrong, my dear. Possibly it's the other way. A man's ambition." He smiled. "Lee called it an obsession once. A man's dream can keep him alive." "But why does it have to be so hard? Why can't one of the big corporations help you? They'll profit from your success." "At least I had no competition in the fulfillment of my dream." They were silent for a time. Then Myra said, "But now you can rest. We'll go away. We don't need much money. We'll have a garden. You can lie in the sun." He laughed softly, not with humor, rather from a quiet, new-welling courage. "We're talking as though it were all over, finished, done with. That isn't right." She glanced at him quickly. "But you just said—" "I know, but I didn't really mean it that way. We aren't through yet." "You know where you can raise more money?" "I know where it is. I'm going to see Lee Gorman tomorrow." "Lee Gorman? You aren't serious." "There's no place else to go." "You'll be wasting your time, Joshua. He'll humiliate you." "He probably will, and I may not get the money, but there's no place else to go." Tears came into Myra's eyes. "Don't do it, Joshua. Please don't do it." "It won't be as bad as you think, dear. I guess Lee is entitled to crow a little." Lee Gorman looked at the intercom on his desk as though it had snapped at him. "Who?" he barked. But there had been no mistake. Gorman sat in puzzled silence for a few moments. Then he said, "All right, show me in." Joshua Lake entered the office with his hat in one hand and a briefcase in the other. He paused halfway to Gorman's desk. "You haven't changed much, Lee." "You have," Gorman answered. "You look like the devil." "I've been working hard." Joshua Lake covered the intervening distance and stood before the desk. Gorman surveyed him coldly, up and down. Joshua looked around the office as Gorman sat silent, not inviting him to sit down. "You've done very well, Lee. This is the first time I've seen your plant." "I've expanded a little since my basement days. You remember my basement days, don't you, Joshua?" Joshua winced. "Yes, I remember." "And now you might tell me the purpose of this visit." "I came to you because I need money." Gorman's eyes snapped open, wide. He opened his mouth to speak. He failed, tightened his throat, and tried again. "You came here after what?" "Money. I'm broke, Lee. I haven't enough to meet my payroll." "You expect me to bail you out, clean up your debts, put you clear?" "I came after more than that. Merely bailing me out wouldn't help a bit. I need $300,000 to put my rocket in the air." Gorman collapsed gently back into his chair like a balloon mercifully relieved of some of its content. When he spoke, it was with a slow, controlled viciousness. "I've heard of guts, Joshua. I've heard of gall. Plain, unmitigated nerve. But this tops anything. Why, man, you threw me out. You robbed me. You left me standing in the street with a book full of names and addresses under my arm, nothing more. Now you come here and ask for money." "I'm glad you've done well, Lee. There was nothing personal in what I did. I'm glad you've gone on to even bigger things than we would have achieved together." "You're glad I've done well? Why, you pious hypocrite, I ought to have you thrown through the window instead of merely ordering you out." "There's no reason why I should expect any better treatment, Lee. But I had to come here. You were my last hope. I had to ask." Joshua turned slowly from the desk. He had taken but 3 steps when Lee Gorman said, "Wait a minute. I'm curious. Are you really still at it? beating your brains out against that stone wall. It's my dream, Lee. I've got to be the first man to put a rocket on the moon. But now you're broke, washed up. What's with the dream now? I guess it's finished. Joshua turned and took another step, but Gorman was loath to let him go. Tell me, Gorman said. What have you got in that briefcase? Progress reports, plans. I wanted to show them to you. Gorman grinned. All right, I've got a few minutes. Come and do it. Joshua Lake retraced his steps. He sat down in a chair next to Gorman's desk. He laid his hat on the desk and snapped open the case. No, Gorman said. Stand here by my elbow. The chair is for people I meet on even terms. Joshua got obediently to his feet and placed himself as directed. And your hat, Gorman added. You better hold that. You might forget it when you leave. Of course, Lee. It was a ludicrous, pitiful sight, but, withal, a grim note ran through the scene. Joshua, supporting the case against his thigh, got out a sheaf of papers. These are the progress reports to date. These, the projected plans. And when these plans are carried out, you expect success? Yes, great foresight has been used. They will carry us through. And you expect me to loan you money on the strength of this daydreaming on paper? It's far more than that, Lee. You'll find the plans sound. Lee Gorman didn't give a tinker's hoot for the plans. He was only enjoying an interview, a vengeance he was loath to terminate. You haven't even begun to show me what I'd need before I even considered loaning you a dime. I'll bring you anything you want. Even if I promise to turn you down after I've gone over it. You're calling the dance, Lee. All right, I'll call it. Bring me your payroll records, your cost sheets, the background reports on the key men in your organization. As soon as I can get them. I need some money immediately to meet my payroll. Then what are you waiting for? I'll be back this afternoon. Joshua was halfway out the door when Lee Gorman called. And bring the deeds to your plant, the bills of sale to your machinery and equipment. Certainly. Joshua left, and Lee Gorman sat motionless, staring at the surface of his desk. There was a Mona Lisa smile on his rugged face. It's not worth it, Joshua, Myra said hotly. You won't be able to take his browbeating and badgering day after day, and that's his intention. That's what he's giving you the money for the pleasure of humiliating you day after day. Of course, my dear. I'm fortunate that Lee is that kind of a man. He wants his revenge, and he's willing to pay for it. I was hoping it would be that way, praying for it. It was my last weapon, the last weapon I had with which to beat the moon. A man and his dream. I want you to sign these papers, Joshua. Lee Gorman held out a pen and pushed the papers across the desk. Certainly, Lee. 4 copies. Joshua pushed the papers back, looked at them, and smiled. You know what you signed. A power of attorney, I believe, and I've signed the plant over to you. There is a large mortgage against it, however. Lee Gorman sat back, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the wizened little man with the giant obsession. Joshua, I think you've worked beyond your time. You've slipped your gears completely. Do you realize that with these papers I can put you in the street? That all I have to do is raise my hand and you're done? I realize that, Lee. Then why on earth did you sign them? I had no alternative. But what kind of an alternative is this, giving away everything you've got? Joshua sighed. You haven't raised your hand yet, Lee. I can surmount my difficulties only as I come to them. I'll think about that one when it gets here. Well, I've got news for you. The time to think about it is... Gorman stopped in mid-sentence. He studied Joshua Lake for a long minute. Then he took a checkbook from his desk and wrote rapidly. There's money to meet your payroll. The exact amount. Take it to the bank. Then I want you in this office every day at 4:30 with a complete report of what's gone on. Don't overlook a thing. And bring any bills with you that want paying, together with material orders and projected costs. Is that clear? I understand, Lee. At the door, Joshua Lake turned for a moment. "And thank you. Thank you very much." After Joshua had left, Lee Gorman pondered one of those last words. If they contained any bitterness, it was well hidden. "A strange man," Gorman muttered. "A very strange man." If that constituted a weak moment on the part of Lee Gorman, his dikes were repaired well in time to present a hostile front. "This 12,000 American Chemical, what are you doing? Running an experimental laboratory on the side. I won't pay it." "I've never questioned Coving's judgment in these matters, Lee. He's done brilliant work for us. The man has to have materials to work with." "Well, you certainly should have questioned him. He's been satisfying every whim of curiosity that pops into his mind. Send the stuff back." "But that would be fatal to the project. The fuel must be power-charged to safely handle the weight and time quotients. Coving can't work with salt and baking soda." "I don't care what he works with. Cut 3,000 off that bill." "Very well, Lee. A man in his dream." "This payroll's out of all reason. Cut 15 men off immediately." "I'll see what I can do." "Cut 15 men off immediately." "Of course." "Here's a check for the interest on the last note. Take it over to the bank." "Yes, Lee." Joshua came and went as directed. He stood with his hat in his hand, took orders, carried them out. His shoulders drooped a little more. His face became more pinched. He retreated deeper and deeper into himself. But as the days went on, his eyes brightened, and there was a breathlessness in his expression when he turned his face to the sky. Some 3 months after the day Joshua walked into Lee's office, the latter said, "The 4 men who are going with the rocket, you've selected them?" "Yes. They're waiting for the day. It was a long, slow process, selecting the best equipped men." "Bring them here tomorrow afternoon." "I'll check with them. If they all can't make it, would a later date—" "I said tomorrow. See to it they can make it." "Yes, Lee." Joshua brought the 4 young men to Lee Gorman's office the following day. Lee had a buffet table set up. He was the smiling, genial, expansive host. "Sit down, gentlemen. I'm glad of this opportunity to meet you." There were 5 chairs in the room. Gordon had already seated himself. The young men hesitated. "Sit down, sit down." They dropped into the chairs, glancing uneasily at Joshua Lake. Joshua turned and started toward the door. "Don't go, Lake. I'm sure the boys would like a drink. You'll find the fixings on the buffet. Why don't you take their orders?" The crowning insult, Joshua wondered. The last crude insult? Lee Gorman's wounds must have been deep indeed. Joshua served drinks, brought sandwiches. Lee Gorman's geniality kept the awkwardness of the situation from bringing it to a complete standstill. "Well, Thursday's the day, I understand. How do you feel about it, rocketing off into space? Becoming a part of the big tomorrow?" Gorman's eyes caught those of Joshua Lake as he spoke the last sentence. There was laughter behind them. The crew of the moon rocket left shortly afterward. Joshua was the last to walk from the room. Just as he was going through the door, Lee Gorman whispered into his ear, "You can't be sure there'll be a rocket flight. I might stop it at the last minute. I haven't made up my mind yet." Joshua turned and looked at his tormentor in silence. The others had gone on down the hall. Gorman laughed and said, "I suppose that's a problem you'll face when you come to it?" "Yes, when I come to it." Alone in his office, Lee Gorman strode angrily to the buffet. With a sweep of his arm, he knocked a liquor bottle across the room. The motivation of the act was hard to determine, however, from Gorman's outward appearance. It could have been bitter disappointment or a fierce joy. Joshua Lake walked into Lee Gorman's office, removed his hat, and said, "With your permission, this is the day." "What time?" "It translates into 4:07 and 30 seconds Greenwich time." Gorman scowled. "I suppose you've arranged quite a party." "Nothing too spectacular. We'll leave for the blasting pits at 3 o'clock. I'd be honored if you'd ride with me." "Do you still own a car?" A small one. Its value is negligible. We'll go on one of mine. Be here at 5 minutes to 3. Certainly. Joshua put his hat on and walked out. They rode across the Nevada desert in a black Cadillac with the chauffeur sitting at attention and staring straight ahead. Joshua stared straight ahead also. He asked, "Are you going to stop the flight?" Beside him, leaning forward, clutching with both hands the silver knob on a black mahogany cane, Gorman replied, "I haven't made up my mind yet." A dot on the desert expanded into a pit, a tower, and some small buildings. The car followed the ruts of the tractors that had hauled the rocket to the launching site and came to a halt. "That small, glass-encased platform," Joshua said. "We'll view the proceedings from there." Gorman snorted. "I'll view them from where I please." They were standing beside the car, Joshua slightly behind his benefactor. "From the platform." Gorman scowled and half-turned. "What are you doing?" "I'm holding a gun against your back. It is a very small gun. No one can see it, and it probably wouldn't kill you. Then again, it might. We will walk to the platform and stand together to watch the blast-off." "You'd actually kill to get that ship into the air?" "If I committed murder, I would certainly regret it the rest of my life, but the rocket must be launched." They stood in the glass enclosure on the platform, and no one came near them. Several people veered close and waved. Joshua waved back with his free hand, and the people went on their way. An hour passed. There was vast activity on the field. Gorman said, "I'm tired. I want to sit down." "Oh, it was thoughtless of me. I should have provided chairs. It won't be long now." It wasn't long. 5 minutes later there was a roar, an explosion of color, and a silver rocket flashed up into the sky almost faster than the eye could follow. Gorman slammed the heel of his hand against the side of his head in order to restore hearing. "You can put that gun away." "Of course, and you'll want to call the police." Gorman growled like an annoyed bull. He jerked open the door and strode away. 3 hours later, Joshua and Myra Lake were seated in the small patio beside their home. They were seated very close together, and Myra was stroking Joshua's hand. "It's been a long time, dear, a very long time." "Yes. Are you happy?" "I'm, well, satisfied, at least partially. We've passed a big milestone, but it isn't over yet." "You're sure this time, though?" "Very sure." "Thank heaven we won't have much longer to wait." The wait was slightly less than 10 minutes. Then Lee Gorman strode into the patio. Joshua sprang to his feet. "Any news?" "Yes." "Then they should have phoned me. I left word to be called." "No one could get up the courage. The rocket crashed in Canada." Joshua swayed. When he looked at Lee, his eyes were filled with a mute plea. "That is the truth?" "It's the truth. The first flash said it appears the tail broke off in high space." Joshua sank into his chair. "The crew died?" "4 more men sacrificed to your—" Gorman stopped and did not use the word obsession. There was too much agony in Joshua's face. "I'm taking the plant. I'm taking everything. I've got to. I've paid for them." Lee Gorman walked from the patio. His steps echoed and died. Joshua and Myra sat for a long time in silence. Myra was holding his hand. Finally she spoke. "Well, at least it's over. Now you can rest. Successful or not, you've earned it." Joshua turned and looked into her face, looked at her as though she had just entered. "Oh, no, my dear. You certainly don't expect me to—" "Joshua!" "Why, I'm only 63. I never felt better in my life. I have a lot of good, productive years ahead." "Joshua, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to be the first man to send a rocket to the moon."
The Chronic Argonauts by H. G. Wells. Section 1, being the account of Dr. Nebo Gipfel's sojourn in Shethuth, about half a mile outside the village of Shethuth, by the road that goes up over the eastern flank of the mountain called Pennapush to Rustog, is a large farm building known as the Manse. It derives this title from the fact that it was at one time the residence of the minister of the Calvinistic Methodists. It is a quaint, low, irregular erection, lying back some 100 yards from the railway, and now fast passing into a ruinous state. Since its construction in the latter half of the last century, this house has undergone many changes of fortune, having been abandoned long since by the farmer of the surrounding acres for less pretentious and more commodious headquarters. Among others, Miss Carno, the Gallic Sappho, at one time made it her home, and later on an old man named Williams became its occupier. The foul murder of this tenant by his 2 sons was the cause of its remaining for some considerable period uninhabited, with the inevitable consequence of its undergoing very extensive dilapidation. The house had got a bad name, and adolescent man and nature combined to bring swift desolation upon it. The fear of the Williamses, which kept the Shethuth lads from gratifying their propensity to invade its deserted interior, manifested itself in unusually destructive resentment against its external breakables. The missiles with which they at once confessed and defied their spiritual dread left scarcely a splinter of glass, and only battered relics of the old-fashioned leaden frames in its narrow windows, while numberless shattered tiles about the house, and 4 or 5 black apertures yawning behind the naked rafters in the roof, also witnessed vividly to the energy of their rejection. Rain and wind thus had free way to enter the empty rooms and work their will there, old time aiding and abetting. Alternately soaked and desiccated, the planks of flooring and wainscot warped apart strangely, split here and there, and tore themselves away in paroxysms of rheumatic pain from the rust-devoured nails that had once held them firm. The plaster of walls and ceiling, growing green-black with a rain-fed crust of lowly life, parted slowly from the fermenting laths, and large fragments thereof falling down inexplicably in tranquil hours, with loud concussion and clatter, gave strength to the popular superstition that old Williams and his sons were fated to reenact their fearful tragedy until the final judgment. White roses and dædal creepers that Miss Carno had first adorned the walls with, spread now luxuriantly over the lichen-filmed tiles of the roof, and in slender, graceful sprays timidly invaded the ghostly cobweb-draped apartments. Fungi, sickly pale, began to displace and uplift the bricks in the cellar floor, while on the rotting wood everywhere they clustered, in all the glory of the purple and mottled crimson, yellow-brown and hepatite. Wood-lice and ants, beetles and moths, winged and creeping things innumerable, found each day a more congenial home among the ruins. And after them, in ever-increasing multitudes, swarmed the blotchy toads. Swallows and martins built every year more thickly in the silent, airy upper chambers. Bats and owls struggled for the crepuscular corners of the lower rooms. Thus, in the spring of the year 1887, was nature taking over, gradually but certainly, the tenancy of the old manse. The house was falling into decay, as men who do not appreciate the application of human derelicts to other beings' use would say, surely and swiftly. But it was destined, nevertheless, to shelter another human tenant before its final dissolution. There was no intelligence of the advent of a new inhabitant in quiet Shethuth. He came without a solitary premonition out of the vast unknown into the sphere of minute village observation and gossip. He fell into the Shethuth world, as it were, like a thunderbolt falling in the daytime. Suddenly, out of nothingness, he was. Rumour, indeed, vaguely averred that he was seen to arrive by a certain train from London, and to walk straight without hesitation to the old manse, giving neither explanatory word nor sign to mortal as to his purpose there. But then the same fertile source of information also hinted that he was first beheld skimming down the slopes of steep Pennapush with exceeding swiftness, riding, as it appeared to the intelligent observer, upon an instrument not unlike a sieve, and that he entered the house by the chimney. Of these conflicting reports, the former was the first to be generally circulated, But the latter, in view of the bizarre presence and eccentric ways of the newest inhabitant, obtained wider credence. By whatever means he arrived, there can be no doubt that he was in, and in possession of the manse, on the 1st of May, because on the morning of that day he was inspected by Mrs. Morgan ap Lloyd-Jones, and subsequently by the numerous persons her report brought up the mountain slope, engaged in the curious occupation of nailing sheet tin across the void window sockets of his new domicile, blinding his house, as Mrs. Morgan ap Lloyd-Jones not inaptly termed it. He was a small-bodied, sallow-faced little man, clad in a close-fitting garment of some stiff, dark material, which Mr. Perry Davies, the Sheffield shoemaker, opined was leather. His aquiline nose, thin lips, high cheek ridges, and pointed chin were all small and mutually well proportioned, but the bones and muscles of his face were rendered excessively prominent and distinct by his extreme leanness. The same cause contributed to the sunken appearance of the large, eager-looking grey eyes that gazed forth from under his phenomenally wide and high forehead. It was this latter feature that most powerfully attracted the attention of an observer. It seemed to be great beyond all preconceived ratio to the rest of his countenance. Dimensions, corrugations, wrinkled venation were all abnormally exaggerated. Below it, his eyes glowed like lights in some cave at cliff's foot. It so overpowered and suppressed the rest of his face as to give an unhuman appearance almost, to what would otherwise have been an unquestionably handsome profile. The lank black hair that hung unkempt before his eyes served to increase rather than conceal this effect, by adding to the unnatural altitude a suggestion of hydrocephalic projection, and the idea of something ultra-human was furthermore accentuated by the temporal arteries that pulsated visibly through his transparent yellow skin. No wonder, in view even of these things, that among the highly and overly poetical Sirmic of Sheffield, the sieve theory of arrival found considerable favour. It was his bearing and actions, however, much more than his personality, that won over believers to the warlock notion of matters. In almost every circumstance of life, the observant villagers soon found his ways were not only not their ways, but altogether inexplicable upon any theory of motives they could conceive. Thus, in a small matter at the beginning, when Arthur Price Williams, eminent and famous in every tavern in Caernarvonshire for his social gifts, endeavoured, in choicest Welsh and even choicer English, to inveigle the stranger into conversation over the sheet tin performance, he failed utterly. Inquisitional supposition, straightforward enquiry, offer of assistance, suggestion of method, sarcasm, irony, abuse, and at last, gage of battle, though shouted with much effort from the road hedge, went unanswered and apparently unheard. Missile weapons, Arthur Price Williams found, were equally unavailing for the purpose of introduction, and the gathered crowd dispersed with unappeased curiosity and suspicion. Later in the day, the swarth apparition was seen striding down the mountain road towards the village, hatless, and with such swift width of step and set resolution of countenance, that Arthur Price Williams, beholding him from afar from the Pig and Whistle doorway, was seized with dire consternation, and hid behind the Dutch oven in the kitchen till he was past. Wild panic also smote the schoolhouse, as the children were coming out, and drove them indoors like leaves before a gale. He was merely seeking the provision shop, however, and erupted thenceform after a prolonged stay, loaded with a various armful of blue parcels, a loaf, herrings, pig's trotters, salt pork, and a black bottle, with which he returned in the same swift projectile gait to the manse. His way of shopping was to name, and to name simply, without solitary other word of explanation, civility, or request, the article he required. The shopkeeper's crude meteorological superstitions and inquisitive commonplaces he seemed not to hear, and he might have been esteemed deaf if he had not evinced the promptest attention to the faintest relevant remark. Consequently, it was speedily rumoured that he was determined to avoid all but the most necessary human intercourse. He lived altogether mysteriously, in the decaying manse, without mortal service or companionship, presumably sleeping on planks or litter, and either preparing his own food or eating it raw. This, coupled with the popular conception of the haunting patricides, did much to strengthen the popular superstition of some vast gulf between the newcomer and common humanity. The only thing that was inharmonious with this idea of severance from mankind was a constant flux of crates filled with grotesquely contorted glassware, cases of brazen and steel instruments, huge coils of wire, vast iron and fire-clay implements of inconceivable purpose, jars and phials labeled in black and scarlet, poison, huge packages of books, and gargantuan rolls of cartridge paper, which set in towards his Shathath quarters from the outer world. The apparently hieroglyphic inscriptions on these various consignments revealed, at the profound scrutiny of Pug Jones, that the style and title of the new inhabitant was Dr. Moses Nebo-Giffel, Ph.D., F.R.S., N.W.R., paid, at which discovery much edification was felt, especially among the purely Welsh-speaking community. Further than this, these arrivals, by their evident unfitness for any allowable mortal use, and inferential diabolicalness, filled the neighbourhood with a vague horror and lively curiosity, which were greatly augmented by the extraordinary phenomena, and still more extraordinary accounts thereof, that followed their reception in the manse. The first of these was on Wednesday, the 15th of May, when the Calvinistic Methodists of Shathath had their annual commemoration festival, on which occasion, in accordance with custom, dwellers in the surrounding parishes of Rustog, Pendigarin, Caergyshath, St. Erith, and even distant Llanrwst, flocked into the village. Popular thanks to Providence were materialized in the usual way, by means of plum bread and butter, mixed tea, terza, consecrated flirtations, kiss in the ring, rough-and-tumble football, and vituperative political speech-making. About 8:30 the fun began to tarnish, and the assembly to break up, and by 9 numerous couples and occasional groups were wending their way in the darkling along the hilly Shathath and Rustog road. It was a calm, warm night, one of those nights when lamps, gas, and heavy sleep seem stupid ingratitude to the Creator. The zenith sky was an ineffable deep lucent blue, and the evening star hung golden in the liquid darkness of the west. In the north-northwest a faint phosphorescence marked the sunken day. The moon was just rising, pallid and gibbous over the huge haze-dimmed shoulder of the Penipus. Against the wan eastern sky, from the vague outline of the mountain slope, the manse stood out black, clear, and solitary. The stillness of the twilight had hushed the myriad murmurs of the day. Only the sounds of footsteps and voices and laughter that came fitfully rising and falling from the roadway, and an intermittent hammering in the darkened dwelling broke the silence. Suddenly a strange whizzing, buzzing whir filled the night air, and a bright flicker glanced across the dim path of the wayfarers. All eyes were turned in astonishment to the old manse. The house no longer loomed a black, featureless block, but was filled to overflowing with light. From the gaping holes in the roof, from chinks and fissures amid tiles and brickwork, from every gap which nature or man had pierced in the crumbling old shell, a blinding blue-white glare was streaming, beside which the rising moon seemed a disk of opaque sulphur. The thin mist of the dewy night had caught the violet glow, and hung, unearthly smoke, over the colourless blaze. A strange turmoil and outcrying in the old manse now began, and grew ever more audible to the clustering spectators, and therewith came clanging loud impacts against the window-guarding tin. Then from the gleaming roof-gaps of the house suddenly vomited forth a wondrous swarm of heteromerous living things, swallows, sparrows, martins, owls, bats, insects in visible multitudes, to hang for many minutes, a noisy, gyring, spreading cloud over the black gables and chimneys, and then slowly to thin out and vanish away in the night. As this tumult died away, the throbbing humming that had first arrested attention grew once more in the listener's hearing, until at last it was the only sound in the long stillness. Presently, however, the road gradually awoke again to the beating and shuffling of feet, as the knots of Rustog people, one by one, turned their blinking eyes from the dazzling whiteness, and, pondering deeply, continued their homeward way. The cultivated reader will have already discerned that this phenomena, which sowed a whole crop of uncanny thoughts in the minds of these worthy folk, was simply the installation of the electric light in the manse. Truly, this last vicissitude of the old house was its strangest one. Its revival to mortal life was like the raising of Lazarus. From that hour forth, by night and day, behind the tin-blinded windows, The tamed lightning illuminated every corner of its quickly changing interior. The almost frenzied energy of the lank-haired, leather-clad little doctor swept away into obscure holes and corners, and common destruction, creeper sprays, toadstools, rose leaves, birds' nests, birds' eggs, cobwebs, and all the coatings and lovingly fanciful trimmings with which that maternal old daughter, Dame Nature, had tricked out the decaying house for its lying-in state. The magneto-electric apparatus whirred incessantly amid the vestiges of the wainscoted dining-room, where once the 18th century tenant had piously read morning prayer and eaten his Sunday dinner. And in the place of his sacred symbolic sideboard was a nasty heap of coke. The oven of the bakehouse supplied substratum and the material for a forge, whose snorting, panting bellows and intermittent ruddy sparklight and blast made the benighted but Bible-lit Welsh women murmur in liquid cermic as they hurried by. Whose breath kindleth coals, and out of his mouth is a flame of fire. For the idea these good people formed of it was that a tame but occasionally restive Leviathan had been added to the terrors of the haunted house. The constantly increasing accumulation of pieces of machinery, big brass castings, block tin, casks, crates, and packages of innumerable articles, by their demands for space, necessitated the sacrifice of most of the slighter partitions of the house, and the beams and flooring of the upper chambers were also mercilessly sawn away by the tireless scientist, in such a way as to convert them into mere shelves and corner brackets of the arterial space between the cellars and rafters. Some of the sounder planking was utilized in the making of a rude, broad table, upon which files and heaps of geometrical diagrams speedily accumulated. The production of these latter seemed to be the object upon which the mind of Dr. Nebelgifel was so inflexibly set. All other circumstances of his life were made entirely subsidiary to this one occupation. Strangely complicated traceries of lines they were, plans, elevations, sections by surfaces and solids, that, with the help of logarithmic mechanical apparatus and involved curvigraphical machines, spread swiftly under his expert hands over yard after yard of paper. Some of these symbolized shapes he dispatched to London, and they presently returned, realized in forms of brass and ivory and nickel and mahogany. Some of them he himself translated into solid models of metal and wood, occasionally casting the metallic ones in molds of sand, but often laboriously hewing them out of the block for greater precision of dimension. In this second process, among other appliances, he employed a steel circular saw set with diamond powder, and made to rotate with extraordinary swiftness by means of steam and multiplying gear. It was this latter thing, more than all else, that filled Shethfuth with a sickly loathing of the doctor as a man of blood and darkness. Often in the silence of midnight, for the newest inhabitant heeded the sun but little in his incessant research, the awakened dwellers around Pennapush would hear what was at first a complaining murmur, like the groaning of a wounded man, grrr, rising by slow gradations in pitch and intensity to the likeness of a voice in despairing, passionate protest, and at last ending abruptly in a sharp, piercing shriek that rang in the ears for hours afterward, and begot numberless gruesome dreams. The mystery of all these unearthly noises and inexplicable phenomena, the doctor's inhumanly brusque bearing, and evident uneasiness when away from his absorbing occupation, his entire and jealous seclusion, and his terrifying behavior to certain officious intruders, roused popular resentment and curiosity to the highest, and a plot was already on foot to make some sort of popular inquisition, probably accompanied by an experimental ducking, into his proceedings when the sudden death of the hunchback Hughes in a fit brought matters to an unexpected crisis. It happened in broad daylight, in the roadway just opposite the manse. 6 people witnessed it. The unfortunate creature was seen to fall suddenly and roll about on the pathway, struggling violently, as it appeared to the spectators, with some invisible assailant. When assistance reached him, he was purple in the face, and his blue lips were covered with glary foam. He died almost as soon as they laid hands on him. Owen Thomas, the general practitioner, vainly assured the excited crowd which speedily gathered outside the Pig and Whistle, whither the body had been carried, that the death was unquestionably natural. A horrible zymotic suspicion had gone forth that the deceased was the victim of Dr. Nebelgifel's imputed aerial powers. The contagion was with the news that passed like a flash through the village, and set all Shethus seething with a fierce desire for action against the worker of this iniquity. Downright superstition, which had previously walked somewhat modestly about the village, in the fear of ridicule and the doctor, now appeared boldly before the sight of all men, clad in the terrible majesty of truth. People who had hitherto kept entire silence as to their fears of the imp-like philosopher suddenly discovered a fearsome pleasure in whispering dread possibilities to kindred souls, and from whispers of possibilities their sympathy-fostered utterances soon developed into unhesitating asseverations in loud and even high-pitched tones. The fancy of a captive Leviathan, already alluded to, which had up to now been the horrid but secret joy of a certain conclave of ignorant old women, was published to all the world as indisputable fact, it being stated on her own authority that the animal had on one occasion chased Mrs. Morgan ap Lloyd-Jones almost into Rustog. The story that Nebugiffel had been heard within the manse chanting, in conjunction with the Williamses' horrible blasphemy, and that a black flapping thing of the size of a young calf had thereupon entered the gap in the roof, was universally believed in. A grisly anecdote that owed its origination to a stumble in the churchyard was circulated to the effect that the doctor had been caught ghoulishly tearing with his long white fingers at a new-made grave. The numerously attested declaration that Nebugiffel and the murdered Williams had been seen hanging the sons on a ghostly gibbet at the back of the house was due to the electric illumination of a fitfully wind-shaken tree. 100 like stories hurtled thickly about the village and darkened the moral atmosphere. The Reverend Elijah Ulysses Cook, hearing of the tumult, sallied forth to allay it, and narrowly escaped drawing on himself the gathering lightning. By 8 o'clock, it was Monday, the 22nd of July, a grand demonstration had organized itself against the necromancer. A number of bolder hearts among the men formed the nucleus of the gathering, and at nightfall Arthur Price Williams, John Peters, and others brought torches and raised their spark-raining flames aloft with curt, ominous suggestions. The less adventurous village manhood came straggling late to the rendezvous, and with them the married women came in groups of 4 or 5, greatly increasing the excitement of the assembly with their shrill, hysterical talk and active imaginations. After these, the children and young girls, overcome by undefinable dread, crept quietly out of the too silent and shadowy houses into the yellow glare of the pine knots, and the tumultuary noise of the thickening people. By 9, nearly half the Shethus population was massed before the Pig and Whistle. There was a confused murmur of many tongues, but above all the stir and chatter of the growing crowd could be heard the coarse, cracked voice of the bloodthirsty old fanatic Pritchard, drawing a congenial lesson from the fate of the 450 idolaters of Carmel. Just as the church clock was beating out the hour, an occultly originated movement up the hill began, and soon the whole assembly, men, women, and children, was moving in a fear-compacted mass towards the ill-fated doctor's abode. As they left the brightly lit public house behind them, a quavering female voice began singing one of those grim-sounding canticles that so satisfy the Calvinistic ear. In a wonderfully short time the tune had been caught up, first by 2 or 3, and then by the whole procession, and the manifold shuffling of heavy shoon grew swiftly into rhythm with the beats of the hymn. When, however, their goal rose like a blazing star over the undulation of the road, the volume of the chanting suddenly dried away, leaving only the voices of the ringleaders, shouting indeed now somewhat out of tune, but if anything more vigorously than before. Their persistence and example nevertheless failed to prevent a perceptible breaking and slackening of the pace. As the manse was neared, and when the gate was reached, the whole crowd came to a dead halt. Vague fear for the future had begotten the courage that had brought the villagers thus far. Fear for the present now smothered its kindred birth. The intense blaze from the gaps in the death-light silent pile lit up rows of livid, hesitating faces, and a smothered, frightened sobbing broke out among the children. "Well," said Arthur Price Williams, addressing Jack Peters, with an expert assumption of the modest discipleship, "what do we do now, Jack?" But Peters was regarding the manse with manifest dubiety and ignored the question. The Shethus witch find seemed to be suddenly aborting. At this juncture old Pritchard suddenly pushed his way forward, gesticulating weirdly with his bony hands and long arms. "What?" he shouted in broken notes. "Fear ye to smite when the Lord hateth? Burn the warlock!" And, seizing a flambeau from Peters, he flung open the rickety gate and strode on down the drive, his torch leaving a coiling trail of scintillant sparks on the night wind. "Burn the warlock!" screamed a shrill voice from the wavering crowd, and in a moment the gregarious human instinct had prevailed. With an outburst of incoherent, threatening voice, the mob poured after the fanatic. Woe betide the philosopher now. They expected barricaded doors, but with a groan of conscious insufficiency, the hinge-rusted portal swung at the push of Pritchard. Blinded by the light, he hesitated for a second on the threshold, while his followers came crowding up behind him. Those who were there say they saw Dr. Nebuchadnezzar standing in the toneless electric glare, on a peculiar erection of brass and ebony and ivory, and that he seemed to be smiling at them, half pityingly and half scornfully, as it is said martyrs are wont to smile. Some assert, moreover, that by his side was sitting a tall man, clad in raven's wing, and some even aver that this second man, whom others deny, bore on his face the likeness of the Reverend Elijah Ulysses Cook, while others declare that he resembled the description of the murdered Williams. Be that as it may, it must now go unproven forever, for suddenly a wondrous thing smote the crowd as it swarmed in through the entrance. Pritchard pitched headlong on the floor senseless, while shouts and shrieks of anger changed in mid-utterance to yells of agonizing fear, or to the mute gasp of heart-stopping horror, and then a frantic rush was made for the doorway. For the calm, smiling doctor and his quiet, black-clad companion and the polished platform which upbore them had vanished before their eyes. Section 2. How an Esoteric Story Became Possible. A silvery foliaged willow by the size of a mirror. Out of the crest-spangled waters below rise clumps of sedge blades, and among them glows the purple fleur-de-lis, the sapphire vapor of forget-me-nots. Beyond is the sluggish stream of water reflecting the intense blue of the moist fenland sky, and beyond that a low osier-fringed eyot. This limits all the visible universe, save some scattered pollards and spear-like poplars showing against the violet distance. At the foot of the willow reclines the author, watching a copper butterfly fluttering from iris to iris. Who can fix the colors of the sunset? Who can take a cast of flame? Let him essay to register the mutations of mortal thought as it wanders from a copper butterfly to the disembodied soul, and thence passes to spiritual motions and the vanishing of Dr. Moses Nebuchadnezzar and the Reverend Elijah Ulysses Cook from the world of sense. But as the author lay basking there and speculating, as another once did under the boo tree, on mystic transmutations, a presence became apparent. There was a somewhat on the eyot between him and the purple horizon, an opaque reflecting entity, making itself dimly perceptible by reflection in the water to his averted eyes. He raised them in curious surprise. What was it? He stared in stupefied astonishment at the apparition, doubted, blinked, rubbed his eyes, stared again, and believed. It was solid, it cast a shadow, and it upbore two men. There was white metal in it that blazed in the noontide sun like incandescent magnesium, ebony bars that drank in the light, and white parts that gleamed like polished ivory, yet withal it seemed unreal. The thing was not square, as a machine ought to be, but all awry. It was twisted and seemed falling over, hanging in two directions, as those queer crystals called triclinic hang. It seemed like a machine that had been crushed or warped. It was suggestive and not confirmatory, like the machine of a disordered dream. The men, too, were dreamlike. One was short, intensely sallow, with a strangely shaped head, and clad in a garment of dark green. The other was grotesquely out of place, evidently a clergyman of the established church, a fair-haired, pale-faced, respectable-looking man. Once more doubt came rushing in on the author. He sprawled back and stared at the sky, rubbed his eyes, stared at the willow wands that hung between him and the blue, closely examined his hands to see if his eyes had got any new things to relate about them, and then sat up again and stared at the eyot. A gentle breeze stirred the osiers. A white bird was flapping its way through the lower sky. The machine of the vision had vanished. It was an illusion, a projection of the subjective, an assertion of the immateriality of the mind. Yes, interpolated the skeptic faculty, but how comes it that the clergyman is still there? The clergyman had not vanished. In intense perplexity, the author examined this black-coated phenomenon as he stood regarding the world with hand-shaded eyes. The author knew the periphery of that ayat by heart, and the question that troubled him was whence? The clergyman looked as Frenchmen look when they land at New Haven, intensely travel-worn. His clothes showed rubbed and seamy in the bright day. When he came to the edge of the island and shouted a question to the author, his voice was broken and trembled. "Yes," answered the author, "it is an island. How did you get there?" But the clergyman, instead of replying to this, asked a very strange question. He said, "Are you in the 19th century?" The author made him repeat that question before he replied. "Thank heaven!" cried the clergyman rapturously. Then he asked very eagerly for the exact date. "August 9th, 1887, he repeated after the author. "Heaven be praised!" And sinking down on the ayat so that the sedges hid him, he audibly burst into tears. Now the author was mightily surprised at all this, and going a certain distance along the mare, he obtained a punt, and getting into it he hastily poled to the ayat where he had last seen the clergyman. He found him lying insensible among the reeds, and carried him in his punt to the house where he lived, and the clergyman lay there insensible for 10 days. Meanwhile it became known that he was the Reverend Elijah Cook, who had disappeared from Sidwood with Dr. Moses Nebugiffel 3 weeks before. On August 19th, the nurse called the author out of his study to speak to the invalid. He found him perfectly sensible, but his eyes were strangely bright, and his face was deadly pale. "Have you found out who I am?" he asked. "You are the Reverend Elijah Ulysses Cook, Master of Arts of Pembroke College, Oxford, and Rector of Shethfuth, near Rosteg, in Caernarvon." He bowed his head. "Have you been told anything of how I came here?" "I found you among the reeds," I said. He was silent and thoughtful for a while. "I have a deposition to make. Will you take it?" "It concerns the murder of an old man named Williams, which occurred in 1862. This disappearance of Dr. Moses Nebugiffel, the abduction of a ward in the year 4003. The author stared. "The year of our Lord 4003, he corrected. "She would come. Also several assaults on public officials in the years 17,901 and 2. The author coughed. "The years 17,901 and 2, and valuable medical, social, and physiographical data for all time." After a consultation with the doctor, it was decided to have the deposition taken down, and this is which constitutes the remainder of the story of the Chronic Argonauts. On August 28, 1887, the Reverend Elijah Cook died. His body was conveyed to Shethfuth and buried in the churchyard there. Section 3. The esoteric story based on the clergyman's depositions. The anachronic man. Incidentally, it has been remarked in the first part how the Reverend Elijah Ulysses Cook attempted and failed to quiet the superstitious excitement of the villagers on the afternoon of the memorable 22nd of July. His next proceeding was to try and warn the unsocial philosopher of the dangers which impended. With this intent, he made his way from the rumor-pelted village, through the silent, slumbrous heat of the July afternoon, up the slopes of the Pennepush to the Old Manse. His loud knocking at the heavy door called forth dull resonance from the interior, and produced a shower of lumps of plaster and fragments of decaying touchwood from the rickety porch. But beyond this, the dreamy stillness of the summer midday remained unbroken. Everything was so quiet as he stood there expectant, that the occasional speech of the haymakers a mile away in the fields, over towards Rostog, could be distinctly heard. The reverend gentleman waited, then knocked again, and waited again, and listened, until the echoes and the patter of rubbish had melted away into the deep silence, and the creeping in the blood vessels of his ears had become oppressively audible, swelling and sinking with sounds like the confused murmuring of a distant crowd, and causing a suggestion of anxious discomfort to spread slowly over his mind. Again he knocked, this time loud, quick blows with his stick, and almost immediately afterwards, leaning his hand against the door, he kicked the panels vigorously. There was a shouting of echoes, a protesting jarring of hinges, and then the oaken door yawned and displayed, in the blue blaze of the electric light, vestiges of partitions, piles of planking and straw, masses of metal, heaps of papers and overthrown apparatus, to the rector's astonished eyes. "Dr. Nebugiffel, excuse my intruding," he called out. But the only response was the reverberation among the black beams and shadows that hung dimly above. For almost a minute he stood there, leaning forward over the threshold, staring at the glittering mechanisms, diagrams, books, scattered indiscriminately with broken food, packing cases, heaps of coke, hay, and microcosmic lumber, about the undivided house cavity. And then, removing his hat and treading stealthily as if the silence were a sacred thing, he stepped into the apparently deserted shelter of the doctor. His eyes sought everywhere as he cautiously made his way through the confusion, with a strange anticipation of finding Nebugiffel hidden somewhere in the sharp black shadows among the litter. So strong in him was an indescribable sense of perceiving presence. This feeling was so vivid that when, after an abortive exploration, he seated himself upon Nebugiffel's diagram-covered bench, it made him explain in a forced, hoarse voice to the stillness, "He is not here. I have something to say to him. I must wait for him." It was so vivid, too, that the trickling of some grit down the wall in the vacant corner behind him made him start round in sudden perspiration. There was nothing visible there, but turning his head back, he was stricken rigid with horror by the swift, noiseless apparition of Nebugiffel, ghastly pale, and with red-stained hands, crouching upon a strange-looking metallic platform, with his deep grey eyes looking intently into the visitor's face. Cook's first impulse was to yell out his fear, but his throat was paralyzed, and he could only stare fascinated at the bizarre countenance that had thus clashed suddenly into visibility. The lips were quivering, and the breath came in short, convulsive sobs. The unhuman forehead was wet with perspiration, while the veins were swollen, knotted, and purple. The doctor's red hands, too, he noticed, were trembling, as the hands of slight people tremble after intense muscular exertion, and his lips closed and opened as if he, too, had a difficulty in speaking, as he gasped, "What do you do here?" Cook answered not a word, but stared with hair erect, open mouth, and dilated eyes at the dark red, unmistakable smear that streaked the pure ivory and gleaming nickel and shining ebony of the platform. "What are you doing here?" repeated the doctor, raising himself. "What do you want?" Cook gave a convulsive effort. "In heaven's name, what are you?" he gasped, and then black curtains came closing in from every side, sweeping the squatting dwarfish phantasm that reeled before him into rayless, voiceless night. The Reverend Elijah Ulysses Cook recovered his perceptions to find himself lying on the floor of the old manse, and Dr. Nebugiffel, no longer blood-stained and with all trace of his agitation gone, kneeling by his side and bending over him with a glass of brandy in his hand. "Do not be alarmed, sir," said the philosopher with a faint smile, as the clergyman opened his eyes. "I have not treated you to a disembodied spirit, or anything nearly so extraordinary. May I offer you this?" The clergyman submitted quietly to the brandy, and then stared perplexed into Nebugiffel's face, vainly searching his memory for what occurrences had preceded his insensibility. Raising himself at last into a sitting posture, he saw the oblique mass of metal that had appeared with the doctor, and immediately all that happened flashed back upon his mind. He looked from this structure to the recluse, and from the recluse to the structure. "There is absolutely no deception, sir," said Nebugiffel, with the slightest trace of mockery in his voice. "I lay no claim to work in matters spiritual. It is a bona fide mechanical contrivance, a thing emphatically of this sordid world. Excuse me just 1 minute." He rose from his knees, stepped upon the mahogany platform, took a curiously curved lever in his hand, and pulled it over. Cook rubbed his eyes. There certainly was no deception. The doctor and the machine had vanished. The reverend gentleman felt no horror this time, only a slight nervous shock, to see the doctor presently reappear in the twinkling of an eye, and get down from the machine. From that he walked in a straight line with his hands behind his back and his face downcast, until his progress was stopped by the intervention of a circular saw. Then, turning round sharply on his heel, he said, "I was thinking while I was away. Would you like to come? I should greatly value a companion." The clergyman was sitting hatless on the floor. "I am afraid," he said slowly, "you will think me stupid." Not at all, interrupted the doctor. The stupidity is mine. You desire to have all this explained. Wish to know where I am going first. I have spoken so little with men of this age for the last 10 years or more that I have ceased to make due allowances and concessions for other minds. I will do my best, but that I fear will be very unsatisfactory. It is a long story. Do you find that floor comfortable to sit on? If not, there is a nice packing case over there, or some straw behind you, or this bench. The diagrams are done with now, but I am afraid of the drawing pins. You may sit on the chronic argo. No, thank you, slowly replied the clergyman, eyeing that deformed structure thus indicated suspiciously. I am quite comfortable here. Then I will begin. Do you read fables, modern ones? I'm afraid I must confess to a good deal of fiction, said the clergyman deprecatingly. In Wales, the ordained ministers of the sacraments of the Church have perhaps too large a share of leisure. Have you read The Ugly Duckling? Hans Christian Andersen's, yes, in my childhood. A wonderful story, a story that has ever been full of tears and heart-swelling hopes for me, since first it came to me in my lonely boyhood and saved me from unspeakable things. That story, if you understand it well, will tell you almost all that you should know of me, to comprehend how that machine came to be thought of in a mortal brain. Even when I read that simple narrative for the first time, 1,000 bitter experiences had begun the teaching of my isolation among the people of my birth. I knew the story was for me. The ugly duckling that proved to be a swan, that lived through all contempt and bitterness to float at last sublime. From that hour forth I dreamt of meeting with my kind, dreamt of encountering that sympathy I knew was my profoundest need. 20 years I lived in that hope, lived and worked, lived and wandered, loved even, and at last despaired. Only once among all those millions of wandering, astonished, indifferent, contemptuous, and insidious faces that I met with in that passionate wandering, looked one upon me as I desired, looked. He paused. The Reverend Cook glanced up into his face, expecting some indication of the deep feeling that had sounded in his last words. It was downcast, clouded, and thoughtful, but the mouth was rigidly firm. In short, Mr. Cook, I discovered that I was one of those superior cagots called a genius, a man born out of my time, a man thinking the thoughts of a wiser age, doing things and believing things that men now cannot understand, and that in the years ordained to me there was nothing but silence and suffering for my soul. Unbroken solitude, man's bitterest pain. I knew I was an anachronic man. My age was still to come. One filmy hope alone held me to life, a hope to which I clung until it had become a certain thing. 30 years of unremitting toil and deepest thought among the hidden things of matter and form and life. And then that, the chronic Argo, the ship that sails through time. And now I go to join my generation, to journey through the ages till my time has come. Section 4. The Chronic Argo. Dr. Nebuchadnezzar paused, looked in sudden doubt at the clergyman's perplexed face. You think that sounds mad, he said, to travel through time? It certainly jars with accepted opinions, said the clergyman, allowing the faintest suggestion of controversy to appear in his intonation, and speaking apparently to the chronic Argo. Even a clergyman of the Church of England, you see, can have a suspicion of illusions at times. It certainly does jar with accepted opinions, agreed the philosopher cordially. It does more than that. It defies accepted opinions to mortal combat. Opinions of all sorts, Mr. Cook. Scientific theories, laws, articles of belief, or, to come to elements, logical premises, ideas, or whatever you like to call them. All are, from the infinite nature of things, so many diagrammatic caricatures of the ineffable, caricatures altogether to be avoided save where they are necessary in the shaping of results, as chalk outlines are necessary to the painter and plans and sections to the engineer. Men, from the exigencies of their being, find this hard to believe. The Reverend Elijah Ulysses Cook nodded his head with the quiet smile of one whose opponent has unwittingly given a point. It is as easy to come to regard ideas as complete reproductions of entities as it is to roll off a log. Hence it is that almost all civilized men believe in the reality of the Greek geometrical conceptions. Oh, pardon me, sir, interrupted Cook. Most men know that a geometrical point has no existence in matter, and the same with a geometrical line. I think you underrate. Yes, those things are recognized, said Nebuchadnezzar calmly. But now a cube. Does that exist in the material universe? Certainly. An instantaneous cube? I don't know what you intend by that expression. Without any other sort of extension, a body having length, breadth, and thickness exists. What other sort of extension can there be? Asked Cook with raised eyebrows. Has it never occurred to you that no form can exist in the material universe that has no extension in time? Has it never glimmered upon your consciousness that nothing stood between men and a geometry of 4 dimensions, length, breadth, thickness, and duration, but the inertia of opinion, the impulse from the Levantine philosophers of the Bronze Age? Putting it that way, said the clergyman, it does look as though there was a flaw somewhere in the notion of tridimensional being. But he became silent, leaving that sufficiently eloquent but to convey all the prejudice and distrust that filled his mind. When we take up this new light of a 4th dimension and re-examine our physical science in its illumination, continued Nebelgipfel after a pause, we find ourselves no longer limited by hopeless restriction to a certain beat of time, to our own generation. Locomotion along lines of duration, chronic navigation, comes within the range first of geometrical theory and then of practical mechanics. There was a time when men could move only horizontally and in their appointed country. The clouds floated above them unattainable things, mysterious chariots of those fearful gods who dwelt among the mountain summits. Speaking practically, men in those days were restricted to motion in 2 dimensions, and even their circumambient ocean and hyperborean fear bound him in. But those times were to pass away. First the keel of Jason cut its way between the Symplegades, and then in the fullness of time Columbus dropped anchor in a bay of Atlantis. Then man burst his bi-dimensional limits and invaded the 3rd dimension, soaring with Montgolfier into the clouds, and sinking with a diving bell into the purple treasure caves of the waters. And now another step, and the hidden past and unknown future are before us. We stand upon a mountain summit with the plains of the ages spread below. Nebelgipfel paused and looked down at his hearer. The Reverend Elijah Cook was sitting with an expression of strong distrust on his face. Preaching much had brought home certain truths to him very vividly, and he always suspected rhetoric. Are those things figures of speech, he asked, or am I to take them as precise statements? Do you speak of traveling through time in the same way as one might speak of omnipotence making his pathway on the storm? Or do you, mean what you say? Dr. Nebelgipfel smiled quietly. Come and look at these diagrams, he said, and then, with elaborate simplicity, he commenced to explain again to the clergyman the new quadridimensional geometry. Insensibly, Cook's aversion passed away, and seeming impossibility grew possible, now that such tangible things as diagrams and models could be brought forward in evidence. Presently he found himself asking questions, and his interest grew deeper and deeper, as Nebelgipfel slowly and with precise clearness unfolded the beautiful order of his strange invention. The moments slipped away unchecked as the doctor passed on to the narrative of his research, and it was with a start of surprise that the clergyman noticed the deep blue of the dying twilight through the open doorway. The voyage, said Nebelgipfel, concluding his history, will be full of undreamt of dangers. Already in one brief essay I have stood in the very jaws of death. But it is also full of the divine's promise of undreamt of joy. Will you come? Will you walk among the people of the golden years? But the mention of death by the philosopher had brought flooding back to the mind of Cook all the horrible sensations of that first apparition. Dr. Nebelgipfel, one question. He hesitated. On your hands, was it blood? Nebelgipfel's countenance fell. He spoke slowly. When I had stopped my machine, I found myself in this room as it used to be. Hark! It is the wind in the trees towards Rustag. It sounded like the voices of a multitude of people singing. When I had stopped, I found myself in this room as it used to be. An old man, a young man, and a lad were sitting at a table reading some book together. I stood behind them unsuspected. Evil spirits assailed him, read the old man. But it is written, to him that overcometh shall be given life eternal. They came as entreating friends, but he endured through all their snares. They came as principalities and powers, but he defied them in the name of the King of Kings. Once even it is told that in his study, while he was translating the New Testament into German, the evil one himself appeared before him. Just then the lad glanced timorously around, and with a fearful wail fainted away. The others sprang at me. It was a fearful grapple. The old man clung to my throat, screaming, "Man or devil, I defy thee!" I could not help it. We rolled together on the floor. The knife his trembling son had dropped came into my hand. "Hark!" He paused and listened, but Cook remained staring at him in the same horror-stricken attitude he had assumed when the memory of the blood-stained hands had rushed back over his mind. "Do you hear what they are crying? Hark! Burn the warlock! Burn the murderer! Do you hear? There is no time to be lost. Slay the murderer of cripples! Kill the devil's claw! Come, come!" Cook, with a convulsive effort, made a gesture of repugnance and strode to the doorway. A crowd of black figures roaring towards him in the red torchlight made him recoil. He shut the door and faced Nebogipfel. The thin lips of the doctor curled with a contemptuous sneer. "They will kill you if you stay," he said, and seizing his unresisting visitor by the wrist, he forced him towards the glittering machine. Cook sat down and covered his face with his hands. In another moment the door was flung open, and old Pritchard stood blinking on the threshold. A pause. A hoarse shout changing suddenly into a sharp, shrill shriek. A thunderous roar like the bursting forth of a great fountain of water. The voyage of the chronic Argonauts had begun.